after 2 years of gap. And today is going to be a memorable conferencing for all of us. And I'd like to inaugurate this particular conference with this introductory lecture. And in the lecture, at the outset, I used to say it's very difficult on organizing conferences, and that too in the COVID period. But being in the place of importance, All India Institute of Medical Science, and with the people, eminent people in this institute, they took up this challenge of organizing this conference. The first impression is the best impression, we used to say. When we entered into this campus, we are all delighted to be here. And at the same time, when we come to this auditorium with good decorations, it's all give us an immense pleasure to be here conferencing. So with this introductory session, we have the first speaker, Professor Anup Saraya. He is a professor and head gastroenterology and human nutrition unit, All India Institute of Medical Sciences. When I was discussing with Professor, I was inquiring who is heading the clinical nutrition, All India Institute of Medical Science. And he said very few minutes before, he said, we have a separate nutrition unit in All India Institute of Medical Science. And the nice name also there, it's a human nutrition unit. And he's heading that. And his field of specialization is liver, pancreas, and nutrition. More than 225 publications in national and international journals is the credit of him. And he written many books, The India's Food Security, The Myth and the Reality, Health Beyond Medicine, some reflections on the politics and sociology of the health in India. Swasthaka Samajastra, authored by Vikash Bajpai. And there is various awards for its credit. And with this introduction, sir, we welcome you to listen, to give your lecture, and we are ready to listen you. Sir is going to give his lecture on the topic, the clinical aspects of nutrition, global scenario.
Thanks for the nice introduction, respected Chairman, sir, and members of the House. It's nice, it's very interesting to talk of public health nutrition in the beginning of a conference, because this is one area which has been neglected. We discuss various nutritional intervention, without understanding the pathogenesis of malnutrition. So I would like to highlight or tell you something about the glossary which is important to understand. What is nutrition or nutritional state? It is nutrient provided by food combined with other factors, including the health state of person consuming the food to produce nutritional status. And this can be assessed and measured by size, composition, and physiological function. And what is malnutrition? It is defined as a state in which the physical function of an individual is impaired to a point where he or she can no longer maintain natural bodily capacity, such as growth, pregnancy, lactation, learning ability, physical work, and resisting and recovering from disease. Now, there are 2-3 more terms which everyone should know. What is food security? According to Food and Agriculture Organization, the well-accepted definition is that food security exists when all people at all time have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food which meets their daily need. And what is insecurity? This is defined by US Department of Agriculture, that it's a lack of consistent access to enough food for active, healthy life. And what is hunger? You see, this is very important. We sometimes separate hunger from nutrition. Hunger refers to a personal physical sensation of discomfort, while food insecurity refers to lack of availability of financial resources for food at the household level. So what are the dimension of food insecurity at macro level? Means at the country level, definitely it is determined by sufficiency of locally available food through domestic production or procurement. At household level, it is food security, which is determined by the physical and economic access to the food. And at individual level, It is the household is influenced by social factors such as gender discrimination in intra-family distribution of food, which is well known to Indians. So it is availability, access, stability, and utilization. These are the four important components of food security. So my outline will be, we will discuss global burden of childhood malnutrition, adult malnutrition in India, what are the parameters and what are the challenges. So the percentage of children under 5 which are affected by stunting, wasting, and overweight globally in 2000 and 2020, you can make out that although the percentage has gone down from 2000 to 2020 as far as stunting is concerned, but there is a slight rise in overweight children. This is the geographical distribution of the prevalence of underweight children, and we know that very high level of childhood undernutrition or underweight were found in 12 African countries and 13 Asian countries, including India. And approximately 1 in every 3 children are suffering for underweight in India, around 34%. And global burden of stunting among under 5 child, again, there are 1 in every 5 child is stunted, and worldwide 149.2 million children under 5 years of age are stunted. And stunting remains a significant issue, especially in poor countries or third world countries. This is the geographical distribution of the prevalence of stunted children. And you can make out the whole, red area here, that in India, almost 35% are under 5, they are stunted. So what are the global targets which have been set by World Health Assembly? There are 6 global nutrition targets which were set in 2025 with an aim to achieve a 40% reduction in number of children under 5 who are stunted, achieve a 50% reduction of anemia in women of reproductive age group, a 30% reduction in low birth weight, and ensure that there is no increase in childhood overweight, increase the rate of exclusive breastfeeding in the first 6 months to at least 50%, and reduce and maintain childhood wasting to less than 5%. These are the goals set by World Health Assembly. So what is the global burden of stunting among under 5? 40% reduction when we are saying. So at the baseline, we have taken baseline as 2012. So 173 million people or kids are stunted, and the target is to reduce it to 106 million. As far as prevalence of wasted children is concerned, globally 8% children are suffering from wasting, and almost 18% children are reported to be suffering from wasting in India. As far as hunger index, this is also very important to know that how we calculate hunger index. So there are 4 indicators or parameters which are taken into account: undernourishment, wasting, stunting, and mortality. And their relative contribution is 1/3, 1/3, and 1/6 and 1/6, which is given in this chart. And in the basis of that, this is a tool which is designed to comprehensively measure and track hunger at global, regional, and national level. What is interesting to note is that India, 195.9 million of 821 million undernourished people, India is hosting these people here. Prevalence of undernourishment in India is 14.8%, higher than both the global and Asian average. It has been reported in 2017 by the National Health Survey that approximately 19 crore people in the country were compelled to sleep empty stomach every night. So that is the situation of hunger and malnutrition in this country. Moreover, the most alarming figure revealed is that approximately 4,500 children die every day under the age of 5 in the country due to hunger and malnutrition, amounting to over 3 lakh deaths every year owing to hunger of children alone. So we have slipped to 101st position in global hunger index from 19th position in 2020, we have slipped to 2001 on the index. So these are the trends in India. You can make out that India is worse and in fact lowly placed compared to the neighboring states like Nepal, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. And these are the indicators showing no improvement over the years. And position remain in high security or serious security risk zone you can make out from this chart. So on top of it, we are at 148th number as far as spending on healthcare is concerned in this country. So second part is adult malnutrition or undernourished people globally and in India. So what 663 million people globally are undernourished, and India, 14% of population has insufficient calories to meet the minimum energy requirement defined as necessary for given population. Depth of food deficit, how we calculate depth of food deficit, it indicates how many calories would be needed to lift all undernourished people from their status, everything else being constant. And here also, you can make out that in India, an individual would need extra 107 kilocalories in order to balance their calorie intake with energy requirement. This is the geographical distribution of food insecurity. Food insecurity is the measure of availability of food and individuals' ability to access it. So in 2018, 9.2% of world population was defined as severely food insecure. And from India, there is no data reported from 2017. So as far as underweight is concerned among adults, 9.1% of female and 8.3% of male are underweight. This is the global burden. As I have said, in 2010, it was 9%. In 2018, 9%. Worldwide, 451.8 million people are underweight. Lower income countries continue to have the highest level of underweight. And underweight is responsible for almost 1.1 million of avoidable deaths. That means 22% of avoidable deaths, which is a significant number. Now, coming to the 4 parameters which we take into account in hunger index. The stunting among under 5 children from National Family Health Survey, you can make out that there is very slow progress in reducing the prevalence of stunting in this country among children below 5 years. Same way, wasting also, you can say that the very slow progress as far as wasting is concerned, which is evident from these 1 in every 5 child is wasted in our country. And then under 5 children, underweight. Again, you can say that 1 in every 3rd children that is underweight in our country, and very slow progression in reducing these important parameters. Now coming to adolescent malnutrition, again, underweight are 45% boys and 42% of girls in the age group of 15 to 19, and overweight or obese are 5% boys and 4% girls in age of 15 to 19%. What is obesity and overweight? I think this we can skip. All of you know that for adults, WHO defines overweight and obesity as more than 25, BMI more than 25, and obesity more than 30. This I have already said. There is a rising trend of overweight or obesity in children in India. This is the emerging evidence from National Family Health Survey 5. And there is actually, by the Comprehensive National Nutrition Survey, which has been released recently, again, there is a rise in the obesity. Adult obesity is also on the rise. Again, if we see the various National Family Health Survey, so there also it's a problem. And these are the consequences you all know. There may be cardiovascular diseases, there may be diabetes, musculoskeletal diseases, and some cancer as well. Micronutrient deficiency and anemia, I'm saying that Dr. Tuteja is there. Definitely he is the person who has maximum data on this from this country, so he will take up this. And as far as prevalence of anemia by sex is concerned, female are more anemic. This you can make out from this chart. And for public health purpose, the definition of significance of anemia prevalence is if it is less than 5%, then there is no public health problem. 5 to 20%, mild public health problem. 20 to 40, moderate public health problem. If it is more than 40, then it is severe public health problem. Now, coming to some data, which is important and relevant to know and to formulate policies and to ponder over by all those who are involved in nutrition research. Current challenge for nutrition is it's multidimensional. There has been marked food insecurity. This have I already been told. And there are three broad causes of malnutrition. One is nutritional deficiency. For that, there are various programs. I'm sure Dr. Tuteja will be discussing all these. Recurrent infection, so should be addressed by health services in India, and certain genetic disorders. PDS also faces challenges, and there are certain programs where also we are facing certain challenges. I'm sure Dr. Tuteja will highlight all these things. These are the programs going on in this country. Now, coming to the employment situation in India. India has 53 million unemployed people as of December 2021, of which 35 million are actively seeking work, while 17 million are willing to work. And World Bank had pegged the global employment rate at 55% in the pandemic hit 2020. So you can see that unemployment rate has jumped from 12.6%. It has jumped 12.6%. And in April, it was 20.8%. This is what I have already told you. Now coming to healthcare financing indicator. The government expenditure on health is meager. It is mainly out-of-pocket expenditure. And when we compare with US, you can make out where private health expenditure is up to 72.9%, where it is only 42% in US. And out-of-pocket expenditure is 63.4%, which is 11.8% in US. So there is a decade of action plan. I think this has also been discussed in the future. What are the factors which influence human life expectancy? From anthropological studies, it has clearly been established that more than 3/4 rise in population has occurred in last 200 years. And average life expectancy has also increased from 20 to 25 years due to inadequate means of subsistence to fairly high level. So expectancy rose sharply in the later half of 19th century due to decreased mortality and greater resistance to body infection. Why I am saying so, I'll come to that next slide. Better living condition and availability of food, technological innovation in agriculture, and public health measures like safe drinking water and sanitary reform, Chadwick reforms of 1848. This is how you see, we can say that in life expectancy in England and Wales has gone up. This was a paper published by Macion. And in that also, he has plotted the death due to diseases. And he has demonstrated, can I get 1 minute more? Just. You see, treatment for tuberculosis was available at a very late stage. Chemotherapy, in fact, came into existence in 19, but there was a downward trend. So this trend, same way, there was a downward trend even and death rate was coming down due to whooping cough, although there was no vaccine. Same way, when immunization against measles came into being, the death rate has already come down to almost zero. So these technological advances were not making much difference as the nutritional status, food availability was increasing the resistance of the body. And this was a very interesting paper. So here also you see undernourished people are more in developing countries, not in the developed countries. Per capita net availability of food grains. Here I would like to emphasize one point, that after the advent of new economic policy in early 90s, 91 to 93, you can see that there was a clear decline in net food grain availability per person. Same way, as far as food grains availability per gram per day is concerned, that has also gone down after the advent of new economic policies. These are important points. Indebtedness in the areas of second green revolution. This is also very interesting. A significant percentage people are indebted in Punjab, in Haryana, where we claim that first green revolution has brought prosperity, but they are indebted. And the average amount of outstanding debt in loan in Punjab and Haryana is almost 41,576, 26,007 rupees. So these are important indicators which are reflective of serious crisis in the agriculture sector. This we can. There is law of change in food consumption. There are two laws. One is Engel's law, and which says that proportion of expenditure is higher on food for the poor. And at average and aggregate level, poor countries spend more proportion of GDP on food and less on higher value food. And second law is Bennett's law, with economic cheaper food decreases while share costlier food increases. And this is what we have observed in our own study from the department, that the consumption of wheat, rice, pulse has not gone down so much as the milk, oil, ghee, and fruit is concerned. Availability of food is stagnant, you can make out from this chart, and poverty rate of India is also pretty high, especially that has risen. 30 million people fell below poverty line in last 6 years only. So in conclusion, I would like to read two paragraphs. One by Moses Baer, he was a physician, a public health expert. If it is accepted that the fundamental role of any society is to ensure the well-being of all its members, including their adequate nutrition, then the presence of malnutrition to any significant extent must be interpreted as a failure of that society. And this is really the problem we are facing today, that it is the structure of society itself that limits the capability of many of its members to obtain their basic needs, including enough and adequate food, because power and the utilization of resource is concentrated in the hands of minority. Malnutrition is not only a consequence of gross inequality in the society, but also a mechanism for maintaining this. The ruling classes have an interest, consciously or unconsciously, in maintaining a system that works so well in their favor while ignoring the interest and desire of society as a whole. And second quote is by one bureaucrat who was member of planning commission, and he wrote that millions of people continue to suffer endemic hunger due to their poverty, destitution, and despite the centrality to democratic politics, state legitimacy is grounded in its responsibility to ensure the welfare of the people, and violation of this legitimacy constitutes structural violence, because this suffering is not only tolerated but also taken as normal. Not only the state actor, but the elite and middle class supporting this and allowing this situation to continue, not getting outraged to see it change, are complicit in this violence. I think these words are quite emphatic, and you all should ponder over it, in what direction we should go as far as research in nutrition is concerned. Thank you.
Want to say something, sir?
Thank you, Dr. Anup Sir, for the wonderful talk. I think each slide goes on. We are realizing what is the real India was. And despite a lot of boasting, here we are in a real situation where we are a major bottleneck to the overall development of the growth of the world. And that you have nicely described very well. Are there any pressing questions regarding this?
Nice to have this discussion, sir. It's like a food politics, you can say. To
Yes,
start
it is.
a,
It is.
start a
In
conference.
In fact, I would say that the debate on hunger is taken over by debate on a more sanitized word, that is nutrition. Actually, these are two the same, but when we talk of hunger and talk of nutrition, we exclude those who are victim of hunger from the discourse.
And in Tamil, because I'm coming from Tamil Nadu, we have a poet. I hope you all also know about him, Subramanya Bharatiya.
Yes, yes, yes.
And he used to say in his lines, Thani oru manidanukku unavinai elin jagathinai alichidu. That means if any one person is starving with hunger, we have to burn the world. Luckily, he is not here today to listen to your lecture. Even so many years afterwards, we have a two spectrum of people here, with overweight on the other side and the malnourished on the opposite side. I think it's need to be addressed very aggressively, both by the politics and also by the clinicians like us.
Actually, if you go by what people are spending for healthcare, from means the out-of-pocket expenditure on healthcare of the tune of 70% in a poor country like India is pushing roughly 30 to 40 million people below poverty line every year. And this poverty line, so-called poverty line, I call it as starvation line, because and it is based on energy consumption. And what Tendulkar committee has done, they have brought down this level little lower. So in one stroke, you have put people above poverty line, but actually they are below poverty line or at a starvation line. So I think as far as we have such low or meager allotment of funds for healthcare, health and nutrition will always suffer, because a poor person who's sick cannot earn, so their food security will be compromised, and anyway, food is not available in plenty.
We'll take one question. Somebody raise hand. Yeah. Yeah, please. Please use the mic quickly.
Hello. Hi, very good morning to everyone. Let me introduce first. I am dietitian Doritro Khan. I am from Kolkata KPC Medical College. I am the Associate Faculty of Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics over there. First of all, thank you so much, sir, for the presentations you have made today. It was so articulate. But I have questions regarding this slide of the, their deficiency of micronutrient. There is the hidden hunger is very common nowadays, because there are a lot of people are suffering from the hidden hunger and micronutrient deficiencies. And also their hypervitaminosis also is there. So what could be the best method to bridge the gap to control the hidden hunger as well as the hypervitaminous? Because due to the COVID situations we have seen, people can take 3-4 vitamins in a day. So that could lead to the vitamin toxicosis and also the hypervitaminosis. So your suggestion.
Very good question. And I think Dr. Tuteja will definitely refer this in his talk, because he has the maximum data on antioxidant in this country and micronutrients and whatnot. But you see, one thing which is really important, why people are deficient in micronutrients. If they can have access to good quality food, this will not be there. This, I say, is top-down approach to deal with the basic problem. We have to tackle the problem of malnutrition first at the community level, because you see, there are many deficiencies. In one particular person, there may be many micronutrients which are deficient because their diet is not adequate. And we keep on studying. This is the problem with today's science. It has taken a different trajectory. We are studying each and every phenomena cut off from its interconnection. And in my opinion, that is the reductionist approach of science, not the dialectical approach of science. So we treat one deficiency when they have 10 deficiencies. So all these things like micronutrient and other things, in my opinion, in this country, these are the fancy things, and this will only help. You see, the research has also gone down from the community level to the laboratory, animal level and laboratories, and in the pharma industry. So many things are driven by pharma, not so much by the need of the society. I think I have answered your question to some extent.
Thank you very much, sir, for the kind explanation. And we'll wind up this talk now, and please proceed.
Sir, I would request Dr. P.C. Vijay Kumar to felicitate
Sir,
Professor Dr. Anup Seraya.
When there is a change in our program, one speaker is not able to come for the lecture, and so that the second lecture is a new lecture going to be. It's a topic on careers in nutrition. And the speaker is going to be Dr. Shilpa Verma, clinical nutritionist, consulting clinical nutrition in Bellevue Multi-Speciality Hospital, Mumbai. And she's a National Executive Committee member of our IAP in India and Chief Program Officer, the core group of diabetes in India. And is not only a block member of European Society of Parental and Enteral Nutrition, and she's in charge for conducting LLL program in India on behalf of European Society. Is authored Low Carb, Low Sugar, Diabetic Friendly Recipe book, and more than 15 years of clinical nutrition experience and 6 years as director, partner of a Healthy Hay Nutrition company. I'm very happy to introduce you, Dr. Shilpa.
Thank you.
And we are eager to listen to a lecture on the careers in nutrition.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Delhi chapter, for organizing such a wonderful ICNC. Good morning to all. And I come as a replacement to Parmeet Kaurji. So last minute, whatever I could put up, these are my thoughts on what we can go ahead as far as the nutrition career is concerned. I was very, last night when Dr. Dash and Shilpa asked me to speak on this topic, I got instantly drawn to it because this is something that any career in nutrition is a chance to address the very core of life and the very basic need of life, and that is nutrition. And as we all have gathered here today, whether we are from any healthcare professional, we are here today because of some interest in the field of nutrition. So honoring that, I was really happy to be here to speak my thoughts on the same. And I feel that nutrition should be taught to everybody on the planet. And probably till we get there, I think each one of us is a pioneer in whatever we do, whatever we present, because nutrition is such a booming science. And with the vast array of the Indian culture that we have around us, yesterday night over dinner, we were talking with Dr. Pata and the rest of the NEC. So we have so much culture, so much traditions to this work that now to relate it and to correlate it back to what the nutrition science and the modern nutrition therapeutics talk is so fascinating. So I think we all have a chance to make a difference. So a lot of nutrition is not just one story. It comes with it's unity in diversity. I think there is so much diverse that we can do. So if we look at what the recent graduates are doing, so we have from the field of nutrition, one of the best academicians, wellness coordinators, even sports nutrition, clinical dietitians in hospitals or nursing homes, with many different specialties now, like renal or cardiac or pediatric or burns or cancer, you name it, and we have it. We have health educators, we have diabetic educators, we have community nutritionists, government as well as of NGOs. FSSAI has now started recognizing so much from the field of nutrition. Lot of regulatory bodies are including nutritionists into their panel. Nutrition consultant into the Indian Olympic team, sensory analyst, right from designing to executing, to analyzing results from consumer test, to competitive brands of retail foods, client support, food service companies, Sodexo dietitians, so much. Even prepared food supervisors for Whole Foods, nutrition team specialists for corporates, your sales reps, nutrition program managers for various organizations such as UNICEF or NDFI, public school food service directors, professional research assistants. So why am I telling you all this? It is very easy to list the careers in nutrition, but nutrition is not just one story. It's not just only dietetics or only nutrition. So what are the core areas in the field of nutrition science? It is food chemistry, food engineering, food microbiology, sensory sciences, food processing and packaging, food safety and defense, product development, education and careers, public policy, sustainability. Sir, Dr. Anup Saraya spoke so well about hunger, about malnutrition. Eventually, everything boils down, I think, to sustainable nutrition. We know our population, whether it is global or whether it is within our country, whether we are talking of area of war or whether we are talking pandemic. It all boils down to how to feed your growing population with the available, per hectare land. We are only reducing what we can produce. To feed not just for hunger, but to feed in a way where we can feed them nutrients for better survival. So it is not just, I feel this is the transition that nutrition sciences is taking, that you're not just feeding the person, but you also feed whatever little more you can in the right manner. What are the career opportunities then now for us as a part of the food industry, research institutes, teaching institutes, whether you are self-employed, government or non-government organizations, testing laboratories, food service organizations, right? So this is so much more than what we are already doing and what we can achieve. So what is the relationship of nutrition sciences with other disciplines? It can be scientific, it can be a technological relationship. So we are not bound by just doing a hospital practice or a private consultation or a sports or having our core areas. It is during the process of, I think, the MSc, BSc teachings where the students' interest has to be promoted for them to reach wherever they can. What is the relationship with physics? So food pH, humidity, moisture content, heating, cooling, evaporation of food material. Imagine that you're putting your expertise into, say, maybe defense. How well you can feed a person, you can feed your soldier who's in Siachen. How can you take care of his health by whatever little that you can feed him? How biodegradable you can give his packaging material? How can you help him have cooked food there? The chemistry, the chemical reactions of metabolism, of spoilage, food analyzing procedures, engineering, conversion of raw foods to finished foods, developing of processing, packaging, the biology of it, understanding how body would use food, how it gets utilized, how it gets absorbed. So a lot more of it is now opening up in the field of nutrition. We just need to adorn our thinking caps, and I think sky is the limit. Right from microbiology, the gut health, a new coming, the focus is now everything on the gut health, how beneficial cultures can be added to food. And in this era of computer sciences, in this era of technology, where the knowledge is at the click of your hand and the knowledge is at your doorstep, how can you reach out to people with what you understand about nutrition? So in general, food science has enormous impact on the quality of life. It has developed into world's largest industry, and we are happy that we are a part of it. Production of food on large scale. I would change my line. It would be production of providing the correct nutrients on a large scale, reducing the spoilage, supplying good quality food to distant areas, regulatory of food supply. Non-food producing areas also, how you can supply, consumer convenience in your food storage, in nutrient enhanced, enriched food products, food for special use, scientific expeditions, food for somebody who is an astronaut. I had the opportunity to visit the NDRL, and they are the force behind the forces. The humongous work as food scientists that they do to even provide food to somebody who is in the submarine, to somebody who is in Siachen, to somebody who is in the Navy, where they have to, they carry those containers of food, and how would they prevent the food spoilage? So it is very interesting, and how much more you can learn, and then how much more you can provide to your patients, to your care, to the caregivers. How you utilize the waste and reduce in environmental pollution. So we do have now biodegradable plates, and which is coming from the food wastage, the biodegradable food wastage that we are seeing. So sir did explain the rise in hunger around the globe, and who better than people who have professionals who have that interest in community nutrition, who are trained in the field of nutrition to address this. So again, I would say it is food science and nutrition. We are talking so much diversity within the unity of nutrition sciences. So we need to identify our transferable skills, develop unique skills, develop a skill for, I think, excellence in whatever that you do, and show your willingness to understand. There is lot of information that is available, lot of traditional values that are available, lot of customs that are available. How we convert this to the use of humankind is something that is the career I think we have in the field of nutrition. If we look at the NCDs, which are all prevalent, and we would ask anybody what kind of a diet would help in non-communicable diseases, immediately comes the answer probably of Mediterranean diet, right? And yes, it has been proven, a lot of research is done on it. But why the Mediterranean? Which says more fruits, which says more nuts, which says more seeds, more olive oil, and less of meat and moderate poultry. So yes, we would say it is because it is rich in fiber, because it is rich in whole grains, because it is rich in antioxidant. Still investigate why. Probably is it the consumption of olive oil? Your olive fruit has more than 230 antioxidants. So what antioxidants in the olive fruit from which the olive oil is made is actually helping in NCDs, is helping in cardiovascular diseases? And I had the opportunity to visit Das, that is the last Aryan village that we have in Leh. And there the food was apricots, the clean water that they get, and probably wheat and the yak meat that they would eat. And a lot of seeds and whatever could be produced at that altitude. So why that kind of food? So yes, it is rich in what kind of nutrients, which would help them prevent inflammatory diseases, which helps them maintain their health, as well as provide energy for them to do physical manual work. So if we adorn our thinking skills, try to correlate what we are talking in nutritional sciences, I think there is just no limit to the career in nutrition. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Shilpa. We'll take up the questions after the next session
Yes.
is over. Thank you very much.
It's a huge opportunity for all of us, and with great pride, we'd like to congratulate Dr. Shilpa for a fantastic presentation and for a very successful completion of the 4 modules of the Lifelong Learning Initiative by ESPN, and being a wonderful coordinator from IAPN. So for the IAPN ESPN collaboration, Dr. Biju, can we please request you to felicitate Dr. Shilpa? Can we please have a big round of applause? Thank you, Dr. Biju. Sir, can you please also introduce our next speaker? Thank you.
Next speaker, we have a very eminent person, Dr. G.S. Toteja. He is from IIT Jodhpur campus, and he is a Chief Executive Officer of the Jodhpur City Knowledge Innovation Foundation, and he has several publications and significant amount of extramural grant, and he is a core researcher, and I'm sure that he is very well into translational research in this field. And welcome you, sir, for this session, and please proceed with your slides.
Organizers, if you permit, I can remove. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving this opportunity to me. Actually, I retired from ICMR as Additional Director General and also had nutrition. I was head of nutrition for around 30 years. And now in IIT, I'm working in different areas, medical technology, in artificial intelligence, etc. So with this, two speakers, they made very good presentation. So congratulations to them. And my topic is nutrition policies. And you had the project, you had the program, and then you had the policies. So policies as a set of rules to administer, manage, and control access to network or resources. And we need policy because policy is written to protect an organization from those who break the rules, not for those who follow them. Now, we have a lot of nutrition challenges, Professor Saraya made very good presentation. He talked about global nutrition scenario and also gave good data of India also. I'll get little data on India, but I will focus on the policies. Now, what are the challenges which we have? And most of you are aware that protein energy malnutrition is the big issue for us. And under that, we have underweight, stunting, wasting. But at the same time, we should be happy that we made good progress because marasmus, kwashiorkor, the acute malnutrition problems we don't see now. These are the things which for around 20 years ago, we often come across, but these things, so this is success of the programs of Government of India. Now, another challenge is low birth weight, and it is indirectly related with the weight of the children also, because low birth weight is due to the nutrition deficiency and also due to the infection. Now, another is somebody asked about micronutrients. So we have the problem of iron deficiency anemia, vitamin A deficiency, iodine deficiency disorder. And we have the programs for these. All these programs were launched in 1970. We'll talk about those programs. And then we have been talking recently about vitamin D and zinc more. Vitamin C is not issue in our population. Now, this slide already Professor Saraya mentioned. I just want to point out that when you talk about the stunting, we have achieved, 92, 93, if you see 52% was the prevalence of stunting in children. And now in 1920, it is 35%. So we have made the progress as far as the stunting is concerned. Wasting is an issue, and we are very serious about that, and a lot of discussion going on in NITI Aayog also, in various forums also. Look, 92, 93, 70.5 prevalence, and now it has increased 19.3, 17 to 19, 20, 21. And so this is big issue, and we need to discuss a lot. Underweight, again, we made the progress from 53% to 32% we have reached. So this is good progress, but a lot need to be done. It's still, as Professor Saraya said, every third person is underweight. And low birth weight, you see it is 4 NFH 1 to 4 only data. So the low birth weight is early in 80s, 85. Banu Koyaji was the one scientist from Pune. She worked, the prevalence was 30%. Then NFHS data now indicates from 26 to 18%. But even, this is the average of the whole country. But we have worked I was director of ICNC Institute in Jodhpur from 2012 to 2020. And we had done a lot of work in the nutrition in Rajasthan. And we found the prevalence of low birth weight up to 30% in Jaipur and Jodhpur side. So it may be, vary in different regions, but this is still a big issue, low birth weight. And we all know the Barker's hypothesis, fetal origin of adult diseases. Then to address, the problem of protein energy malnutrition, you see, with the biggest program, the ICDS program, which was launched in 1975. And, the main person behind was Professor B. N. Tandon from the gastroenterology department of this institute only, AIMS Institute. So he had tremendous contribution in that. And you know that ICDS program, the beneficiaries are children up to 6 years, pregnant women and lactating women. And the services they are giving supplementary nutrition, health education, immunization, health checkup. So ICDS network is playing very, very important role for the nutrition of the people in this country. Now, there are two issues when we talk about ICDS. One is that, we worked on 2, 3 years ago, as I said, in Rajasthan, you see. One thing is that, now many private schools are also coming in rural areas. So I think we need to take care of that, how to combat those problems. A lot of private schools, so that ICDS, the children will not go to the Anganwadi centers. So it is going less, you see. And the other is that we have been doing a lot of experiments with our programs. So we have succeeded somewhere we could not succeed. So last year when I was in ICMR as additional DG, we were in interaction with the Niti Aayog, and they wanted to do one experiment in 3 states where they wanted to pay cash instead of the food. Because when you talk about nutrition, food grains is not the only solution. But program has its own limitations, so we keep on doing experiments, and this is still being discussed whether we can give cash or not. Now, midday program is another program which addresses the protein energy malnutrition problem. This was launched in 95, but a national level. But otherwise, also, first it was started in 1930 by French administration, 23 before our freedom. And then southern states were very active. They also started, like Honorable Kamaraj, from South, the Chief Minister. He actually started in Tamil Nadu, then Karnataka also. So here, just little old data, but we don't have latest data with us. If you can see, dropout in the midday meal program schools, is less as compared to non-midday program. Similarly, limited data available with us also indicate that the prevalence of protein energy malnutrition is less where the children are getting the midday meal. So the program is good, but always there is a scope for the improvement. Now, then midday meal program now has been the new name, National Scheme for PM Poshan in School. It was launched in September 2021. And in this program, you see the more beneficiaries have been added. And then the Poshan Abhiyan target is to reduce stunting by 2% per annum, reduce undernutrition by 2% per annum, reduce anemia by 3% per annum, and reduce low birth weight by 2% per annum. Now, with this little bit in 15 minutes, what I can explain of protein energy malnutrition, now anemia. So now this slide you see, this is the NFHS data, and ICMR, myself has also done a lot of work on anemia, a lot of published papers are available. And the anemia has been there since 1950, you see, means since long, but 50 we had a lot of data with us. And anemia problem in pregnant women is normally 70-80%, 90% also throughout. NFHS is using a different methodology, HemoQ methods. So their data, if we see their data, so children, if you just see last two NFHS data, 2015-16, NHFS 4 and NHFS 5, you see. Now, first you see 58.6% has increased to 67%. All group from NFHS 4 to 5, the prevalence of anemia has increased, and it is very disturbing trend, very, very disturbing trend. And this is one problem where Honorable Prime Minister also spoke on Lal Killa that anemia need to be addressed. And we had a lot of programs on anemia. This program was launched in 1970, National Nutrition Anemia Prophylaxis Program. Later on, it has been converted into control. So there we are giving 60 milligram of elementary iron and 500 microgram of folic acid to the pregnant lactating mothers, and to children also 20 milligram iron and 100 microgram folic acid. Now this keep on going, and in ICMR in 1985-86 did a study, and they found that the program is not that effective. Another study was done by ICMR 92, you see. I was in ICMR since 84 to 2020. Professor K.N. Agrawal did 90s, was former director of Sanjay Gandhi in Lucknow, and it's pediatrician, renowned pediatrician. So they say we should change the doses. So earlier it was 60 milligram iron, elementary iron. He did a study with 60, 100, 20 and 180 milligram. And then it was recommended that we should go for 100 milligram of elementary iron and 500 micron of folic acid. And then again, you see, we kept on doing programs, change, midterm evaluation. Dr. Shanti Ghosh, renowned pediatrician, she was taking a lot of interest, a lot of meetings in UNICEF, ministries. And now the program which we have in 2007, there were some changes in the program. And let us talk the latest one, the Anemia Mukt Bharat 2018. You see, the reduced prevalence of anemia among children 6 to 59 months, adolescents, and women of reproductive age group by 3% per year. Now, these are the 6 interventions which they suggested. You keep on testing anemia, prophylaxis of iron supplementation, deworming is more emphasized, and this is the latest doses, So there is a lot of changes in the doses this time, Again, you see the initial program where we are giving 60 milligram element item again has been introduced for the pregnant mother and adolescent. Only thing for adolescent, you see it is now weekly program of 60 milligram. Earlier it was 100 milligram. For children also now it has been changed. It's a bi-weekly program and with 45 milligram elementary iron. Earlier it was 200 daily. So these programs, based on the evidences which we get and learning from the programs, these keep on being changing. But anemia, you have seen, still remains a problem. Talk about the vitamin A deficiency. 4 minutes. Vitamin deficiency, we have achieved a lot, I think if this aims only, Professor, the RP Center's director in 69, 2% was the blindness, because of vitamin A deficiency. Now that is not there. Now vitamin A deficiency remains local and focal problem in India, but we should not lose our guards, So here we normally see the bitter spot for vitamin deficiency. We don't see bitter spot very often in the area. So people are working on subclinical vitamin A deficiency. But the question is the functional consequences of those subclinical vitamin A deficiency. Subclinical is, of course, much more there. But this is one area, and we have been talking in ministry, should we continue this program as a national program, or we should have local focal issues, means targeted approach we can have. Now, this is again history. This was also launched in 1971, the program 1970, with 1 lakh international unit at the time of measles immunization, and followed by 2 lakh international unit of vitamin A 6 monthly up to the age of 5 years initially, then 3 years, then 5 years, to keep on changing the program as evidences are emerged. And this 2000, in this very hall where I am speaking, this meeting was there in AIMS and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Human Nutrition Department of Anup Saraya Saab, they organized, and they added that, you see, 10,000 international unit to be given to pregnant women if they have the night blindness. So rest program was same. Then there was some death in 2000 because of vitamin A deficiency supplementation. So there was Professor Ganguly committee, and they say program should be continued, but it should not be in camp approach. It should be a regular type of program. That was the recommendation. And then with vitamin A, because, for each of the micronutrient, you need 15 minutes. So only 15 minutes, I am giving very briefly. IDD is a big success story, and we should be proud of that, and especially your institute, this AIMS should be proud of that. A huge work done by the AIMS faculty of human nutrition and community medicine people. And so we have reached to this position, And it was started, the initial experiment started in 1960s, under the Professor Ramalinga Swami, the former director of AIMS and former director general of ICMR, and he recruited me in 1984 in ICMR. So great contribution of Professor Ramalinga Swami. And there you see they started in Kangla Valley of the Himachal Pradesh. They experimented with the potassium iodide and potassium iodide. And ultimately potassium iodide was recommended. 1964 onwards, then universal iodation of salt in 1984. And we have succeeded a lot, In the program, you see the goiter we don't consider now. Goiter has almost disappeared. We talk about the urinary iodine. And what you need is 100 microgram per liter urinary iodine in the children. So it means the iodine intake is sufficient. And for pregnant women, it is 150 microgram per liter. And this is what I was mentioning about that. And iodine, the main thing is that fortification of edible salt with iodine. Great success, you see. Initially, around 20 to 30% households were having iodine, adequate iodine in the salt, but now the latest NFHS data are showing more than 90% households having the salt with more than 15 microgram per liter. And this is our work. We had a lot of publication from ICMR, huge work we have done in last several years. So now with the salt iodation, only one point I want to make here is that, when we plan, this iodization 15 ppm, because assuming that we are taking 10 gram salts per day, 10 gram salts, and then they ate 15 microgram ppm at the consumer level, so you will get 150 microgram per day the required iodine. But if we have been talking now about to reduce the consumption of salt from 10 gram or 7-8 grams to 5 gram or less than WHO is recommending that. If that happens, then you see we have to revisit our the IDD program. Otherwise, also urinary iodine is much more, so that also required to revisit this program. As somebody asked about the toxicity, so that also we should see. Vitamin D is, we have been talking, everybody is talking about vitamin D, and there's a lot of deficiency of vitamin D, but it depends upon what cutoff you are using, because there are debate on cutoff. I'll take 2-3 minutes to finish 4 minutes. So one cutoff is 20 micro liter per nanogram, and other is the 30. So if you take 20, the prevalence is more. But I can say you with my experience, and you can see our publication in ICMR in 2018, this review article, and you had a prevalence of vitamin D in all sections of the population around 60%, I can say, you see. But what is the functional consequences? Now, zinc, we have been talking, and during COVID, zinc was recommended, and zinc is required for a lot of metabolic activities, but we do not have very specific program. Diarrhea is fine, but otherwise we do not have direct program. And this one, Professor Sarai also talk about, you are having the success to reduce the underweight from 35 to 18%, but overweight is the issue. And we know hypertension, diabetes increasing, and this is the data of NFHS, but average diabetes, I can say the first work done by Professor Ahuja from this institute in 1970, Professor Bizarre thereafter. At that time, that unpublished data, I have the data of 1970s, that prevalence of diabetes of 1.98%, you see. And now you see in many sections, there are Dr. Ramachandran from Southern India, etc. The prevalence is 30%, 40% also. We have done a lot of work in Rajasthan, you see. Depends upon the overall, I can say diabetes will be, if you say rural, urban, everything, around 9 to 10% is the diabetes in our country. I can say with a lot of confidence. So hypertension, pre-hypertension is much more than hypertension. So these are the issues we require, and a lot of government programs is there. This program, the problem is that, it is in camp approach. You see. So somebody go to the camp when they are not well. So a lot of, like I worked in the breast cancer in Rajasthan, more than 1.2 lakhs women were screened. But if they will not come for breast screening, for cancer. So approach is one which I think we need to look into this. National Nutrition Policy was launched in 93, but programs started long back, as I said, 70s. Most of the programs started in 70s, ICDS in 1975. They reorganized, reoriented, had a new target. We know the nutrition is intersectoral approach, all departments, you have to have food, you have to, Professor Saraya very nicely mentioned about the employment. You have employment, you have money. You have money, then you can buy the food. If you have the food, then micronutrient deficiency can be taken care. You don't need all these programs. If you adequate food, proper food, diversified food, as Professor Gopalan used to talk about that. This is just repetition of those programs, just listing. Somebody can take the slides. These are the major programs going on in our country. And then national security, very limited. So I'm just finishing 2013, which we had. And then fortification of food, that is also issue. People have different opinions about the fortification. And National Nutrition Mission, where again you want to reduce the prevalence year-wise now. Some target is there. So this is acknowledgement. These are, except Dr. Lakshmaya is from NI, all are my students of PhD. They have done PhD or they are completing their PhD. And this presentation, they helped me to make this presentation, so I acknowledge them. And the last thing I would like to say is our hunger index. I think Professor Saraya mentioned, and also mentioned by someone, another speaker also, our hunger index. See, I constituted a committee in 2019 when I was an ICO as additional DZ. And then we had a lot of debate where people from different departments came. And we had some reservation about what ranking they have given to us. You see, the methodology they are using is. And before I retired, you see, I organized the meeting, and after my retirement, the report has come out, and you see the paper has also published 6 months back only in IJMR. One thing only I will say about that, one of the criteria is the child mortality, you see, but child mortality is not due to hunger only. So many regions are there, you see, and most of the, among child mortality, the most mortality is neonatal mortality. So I think these issues, very serious issues, we presented the Niti Aayog, and Niti Aayog has accepted our report. It was also accepted it in the Ahar authorities also. So that I think you read those papers, just 3-4 months back paper has appeared, and then again debate on that. Overall, I would conclude that you see, anemia is a big issue, and Professor Saraya said protein energy malnutrition. We had to address. If you issue protein energy malnutrition, others will be taken care also. One is that, and we have success in the vitamin A deficiency. We have tremendous success in the IDD. So, and also protein energy malnutrition, not much success, but we have improved a lot. And lot need to be done. Let's be together and address the various problems, organize such type of conferences, focus problems take up, and then help the government of India and society to combat micronutrient deficiency and protein energy malnutrition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the wonderful talk, sir, and a specific thanks for you for mentioning some of the great names who contributed to the research in nutrition in India over the last 50 years. And often I wanted to ask you one general question. In general, national health programs, do you really feel that are we putting unrealistic targets to achieve? What is your off the record comment?
Targets, you see, we fix, and the main is the compliance of the program, you know. Another thing which I would like to say is that it is, you know, health is a state subject, and we do not have nutrition policies at state level. Every state should have their own nutrition policy. Because in state, the problems are different. They have local focal problems also. Like in Tamil Nadu, they have different type of program. Andhra Pradesh, different type of program. In 2000, I was working on vitamin A in Bihar. You know, I traveled extensively Bihar, so I spoke that the chief minister was Mrs. Rabri Devi, honorable chief minister, and we wanted to have nutrition program for Bihar. You know. So every state should have own program, but nutrition is very important. I want to say, you see, during COVID, I worked extensively in ICMR, morning 8 to midnight every day, and then I suffered COVID, got admitted in AIMS Trauma Center here, and I was in trouble. I was almost gone case. But God was kind. I recovered after 17 days admission in AIMS, came back, and nutrition helped me a lot. My wife took care, and I am here now healthy, hearty. It's because of, I feel, God, doctors of AIMS, and of course the nutrition. Nutrition is very important.
And the second question is concerning your interest in artificial intelligence.
Regarding?
Artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
So how do you feel it will help in this area?
Artificial intelligence, you see, is very important nowadays. You see, everywhere you are talking about artificial intelligence. Here in nutrition programs, I have not thought about that. You see, what to use about artificial intelligence. Basically, we are working in youth priorities, looking for fabrics, sensors, you know. Sensors are being prepared. You see, we are importing a lot of sensors. We are working on medical devices. We are spending huge money. So there, artificial intelligence plays a very important role. It is just, I think it is a practical. Nutrition, I do not know. I have not thought about that, you see. But since you are age, we will take up this issue also.
Are there any questions from the audience? Any pressing questions?
Short of time, I think. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank
I
you.
will move
Thank
on
you
to the
organize.
second session.
Thank you. Thanks.
I would request Dr. Biju to felicitate Dr. Tuteja.
Thank you, sir.
Since we could not take questions from Dr. Shilpa Verma as Dr. Tuteja was supposed to leave for a meeting. But before that, I would request Dr. Rekha Sharma for a small note for the career in nutrition. Since she is here, I would request Madam to come upstairs and share a few words on this. Ma'am has agreed on a very small, short time request.
Thank you, Shilpa, and very good morning to the people on the dais and to our audience and my great, I love my fraternity and I see a lot of them here. You heard a very nice talk by Shilpa on the different careers in nutrition. Nutrition is not only the main pillar of basic existence of any living being and mandatory for, as Dr. Tuteja has mentioned, for any diseases, it is also now very fashionable to be doing nutrition. So we have now, as you can see the newspapers every day, there are at least 2 to 3 to 4 pages on nutrition and also a lot of seminars and a lot of careers as has been mentioned. But what I would like to really stress is that whoever is taking up nutrition as a career should be a person who is well qualified for it. And for that, we need a good regulatory body so that whatever you learn, whatever you teach, you are at least have a minimum qualification which is regulated by an authority. At the moment, we don't have that, but we are looking for one. What is important is that a knowledge is shared in every profession, like the profession that people in clinical dietetics, therapeutics, they are teachers, academics, research, teaching, public health nutrition, industry. We have students everywhere who join in, but what is important is what is the basic criteria of being called a nutritionist is most important. So that is what we are looking for by the government, that we have an authority that would prove, okay, this is the minimum qualification required for you to be take on any profession that have been mentioned. So professions are plenty, but the authenticity of the person who's giving the comments is very important. But you can get a research done, which is very good, but whatever we are discussing in this hall is by the people who are well trained, and this is what we need to take it forward to the outside world by giving comments and not by anybody who just gives the comments. I have known people who I've become a nutritionist and I have my own gym, I have my own clinic. How did she become a nutritionist? She was very good at losing her own weight, and now she wants to promote the same thing without any qualification. So professions are plenty, careers are plenty, but what is important is that the minimum qualification, the regulation, that the people who are giving or joining these institutions are very good at screening, so there is no issue there. Problem is a practice. In the clinical practice, what we really need is a good authority who would really screen these people so that whatever is being said or whatever is being given to the public reads newspaper and social media. They will not even know what is happening in this conference. So what goes to the public, and that awareness has to be created that whatever has been given is authentic. My great compliments to the people who organize this and giving great knowledge to the society, and especially for the clinical dietetics who are doing a lot of enteral parenteral nutrition, and many congratulations to all. Thank you.
I would request Dr. Vijay to felicitate Madam Rekha Sharma. Yeah, ma'am.
If audience has some questions to Dr. Shilpa, anyone has? Thank you very much, and we can wind up this session and we move on to the second session. Thanks.
We require Dr. Dash to felicitate our respectable chairpersons, Dr. Vijay Kumar and Dr. Biju.
Thank you, sir, for conducting a very, very beautiful session. What a session. So first session was tremendous. And really, those three people who said about that one, I don't think I can think of anyone else speaking about that experience, which we said over that. And for the younger generation, please note it down. This will be very, very important because you are the future of this country, so far as the nutrition part is concerned. It's my privilege to felicitate and welcome Dr. P.C. Vijay Kumar and Dr. Biju Putakat to start this conference and conduct this one. Thank you very much, sir. I'll be just presenting a moment to you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for being so patient over here. And I'm sure we have learned with such a beautiful session we had. Now we are aware that this is a hybrid conference where we have got some of the online session. So now next we are shifting to session 2, which is by Japan Society of Maternal and Parental Nutrition. Japan Society of Parental and Enteral Nutrition promotes advancement in the field of clinical nutrition and metabolism and dissemination of knowledge gained through basic and clinical research, as well as practical aspect in the field of parental and enteral nutrition. Their goal is to promote mutual cooperation between investigation and clinicians. The aim is to development of optimal public health and well-being on the global scale. So I would like to request the chair people. So Dr. Sumesh Kasta. Dr. Sumesh Kasta. So can we request you to be on dais? And Mr. T. Shiv Shankar. Mr. T. Shiv Shankar. Thank you so much, sir. They have traveled and they've spared their time to be here. Dr. Sumesh Kasta is a group captain. He's HOD GI surgery and liver transplantation from Army Hospital Research and Referral. He has done his MBBS from Armed Force Medical College, Pune. He's MS surgeon from Command Hospital, Air Force, Bangalore. He has done DNB, FRCS, MCH, fellowship in HPP, liver transplantation from Queen Elizabeth Hospital in UK. He has got 17 years of teaching experience, professor in surgery and senior consultant in DNB GI surgery AHRR. He has got the numerous national and international publication. So skill area, advancement, laparoscopy, bariatric surgery and GI oncosurgery, KRA, liver transplant surgery. Welcome, sir. Mr. T. Shiv Shankar. He is Vice President Nutrition IAPN India. He's a Vice President Asian Nutrition Society. He's a Chairman IAPN Quality Award Selection Committee, Executive Member of IAPN Dysphagia Core Group, and President IAPN Onco Nutrition Core Group. Members IDA Oncology Nutrition, Special Interest Group, Program Director to Nutrition Insight for Clinical Care Efficacy. He's a consultant, National Nutrition for Research and Reproductive Health. He's an instructional designer certificate course for Onco Nutrition by Dr. B.M. College, Mumbai. He's associate editor, Journal of Nutrition Research, and he's a member of ASPN Global Nutrition Program. His qualification is PhD Dietetics, Hospital Management and Clinical Nutrition. ESPN nutrition courses in various clinical condition, certificate course of research methodology and good clinical practice, US and Indian version. Is visiting faculty with Dr. BNB College and SNDT College of Home Science in Mumbai. Many research and paper publication achievements. He has won IDAC and NIN and CN Rahab and ICNC conferences. So I'm glad to introduce the faculty, a huge introduction, and we know that we are sitting with very expert. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks once again for those kind words. We have our next speaker, Dr. Naoki Hiki. He is the president of JASPN, Japan Society for Clinical Nutrition and Metabolism, chairman, Kitaseto University, School of Medicine, Upper Gastrointestinal External Science, chief professor. He holds the academic degree, MD, PhD. His present position is the president of JASPN. He is working as a gastroenterologist for 15 years at the Center Institute, Araika Hospital, and his professional specialties include gastrointestinal surgery, laparoscopic surgery, clinical nutrition research fields that include sepsis, endotoxin, and surgical response, minimal invasive surgery, laparoscopic gastric cancer surgery, clinical nutrition, endoscopy and endoscopic treatment editorial boards, gastric cancer, Langenbeth's Archives of Surgery, British Journal of Surgery. Over to you, sir.
For giving me such a great opportunity to talk my topic about perioperative nutritional care in gastric cancer surgery. It's my privilege for giving you explain my data. Thank you. I would like to talk first preoperative nutritional care after gastric surgery. We investigated the relationship between preoperative BMI and prognosis in patients undergoing gastrectomy for gastric cancer. Although the surgeon operation is more difficult in high BMI patients, disease-specific survival rate is significantly worse with BMI less than 25 than 25, more than 25. And I think this is important not to lose weight. Better prognosis in patients with preoperative high BMI. However, I don't think it's all good to simply to be fatty. Not fat is beautiful. Probably good nutritional state is most important factor for the good prognosis. Therefore, we apply inflammatory-based Glasgow prognostic score for the 456 patients with gastric cancer. This prognostic score consists of two factors. First, albumin, and second, CRP. If CRP is more than 1.0 and albumin is less than 3.5, it's called GPS 0.2. This is the most worst point for this score. Poor prognosis was shown in the patient who showed low albumin and GPS 0.2, this one and this one. The poor nutritional status could be related to the prognosis of the patient with gastric cancer. poor prognosis with low albumin, high CRP value. Now we are going to next topic. How about short-term outcome after gastric surgery? Preoperative nutritional status might have a correlation with postoperative complications. Polyalbumin is quickly metabolized visceral protein with much shorter half-life. It's nearly 2 days. Then albumin, it's 1.5 months. Polyalbumin as a single parameter is useful for evaluating protein energy malnutrition, even for outcomes after surgery. For the patient with malnutrition, preoperative enteral nutrition, EN, was recommended in some guidelines. About 2,000 patients with gastric cancer were enrolled, and we investigated the relationship between the prealbumin level and complications. This is a patient characteristics of this study. This is the postoperative complication rate in this study. About 21 to 22% of overall complication and 16% of infectious complication was occurred in this study. This is the complication rate according to prealbumin concentration. The patient with prealbumin less than 15 showed quite high morbidity as shown in this table. Overall complication rate about 49% and infectious complication of 31%. It's quite high. However, if prealbumin level is less than 22 and overall complication is below 18% and infectious complication is about 13%, it's very low. And prealbumin is very useful marker to predicting the complication rate. Multivariate analysis of risk factor for postoperative complication in all patients showed male and prealbumin below 15 and CRP more than 1.0 is potent risk factor for the postoperative complication after gastric cancer surgery. As prealbumin value declined, the incidence of postoperative complications increased markedly. We applied preoperative enteral nutrition for the patient with pyloric stenosis due to gastric cancer, advanced gastric cancer, in order to improve preoperative nutritional status as much as possible before surgery. For patients with pyloric stenosis, nutritional management was conducted using WED tube, this one, WED tube, that can simultaneously decompress from this here, decompress in the gastric content and enteral nutrition here from here. This is very, very useful tool for such a patient. This is a characteristics of the patient underwent preoperative EN for gastric cancer pyloric stenosis. This is a change of the prealbumin by enteral nutrition. The level of prealbumin increased significantly by EN. The duration of the EN correlated with increased rate of prealbumin. This result was examined for risk factor using logistics analysis, and the patient who showed prealbumin increase less than 10% was potent risk factor of postoperative complications. And this preliminary study showed the improvement of preoperative nutritional status by enteral nutrition might decrease the postoperative complication. In summary, preoperative prealbumin value are useful marker of occurrence of the postoperative complications after gastrectomy. Furthermore, preoperative EN might be effective in the prevention of the postoperative complications. Now we are going to proceed next topic of postoperative nutritional care. I'm talking about weight loss due to surgery or complications. Energy is needed to promote wound healing and maintain the function of important organs. The energy source is supplied by the breakdown of hepatic glycogen amino acid produced by the breakdown of muscle protein and the breakdown of fat. Therefore, skeletal muscle decrease early phase after gastric surgery. You can see this is weight loss, pre-operative value 100%, and nearly 10% decrease in 1 month, and nearly 15% decrease in 6 months. However, skeletal muscle decrease about 10% in 1 month, and afterwards, skeletal muscle is maintained equally to this level. And fat is decreased about also 10% here, and in 6 months, gradually decrease about 50%. We changed the clinical path after gastric surgery because we want to maintain muscle mass postoperatively. Postoperative peripheral parenteral nutrition, it means PPN content was modified to minimize lean body mass loss, its muscle mass, even from the peripheral line by administrating a low concentration sugar added amino acid solution and fat emulsion together. Here, it became possible to administer 1,000 kilocalorie and 60 grams of amino acid daily. This is aggressive postoperative nutritional management prevent lean body mass loss. It means aggressive postoperative nutritional management means new PPN formula. We use new PPN formula, including amino acid and fat emulsion content. And we compare this PPN new ppn formula and old ppn formula, it means only glucose drip infusion. And we can see the differences between these two weight loss and lean body mass weight loss. And weight loss was only 1.5 kilogram in new ppn formula. However, old ppn formula weight loss was minus 2.1 kilogram, and lean body mass was also comparable in weight loss data, and new formula minus 0.5 kilogram, and old formula and lean body mass loss was minus 1.5 kilogram. Therefore, skeletal muscle decrease early phase after gastric surgery can be prevented to use this new ppn formula. Maybe it is the effect of amino acid and fat emulsion. But we should prove this hypothesis in a big number of studies. This is a scheme that showed weight loss by the method of gastrectomy. Total gastrectomy significantly reduced body weight through the systemic inflammation by the surgical stress and decreasing the calorie intake. After total gastrectomy, patients often experience a loss of more than 15% of their preoperative body weight. Ryan et al. Showed EPA-enriched EN preserved the LBM after esophagectomy in a randomized study. However, its impact on gastrectomy is unclear. Therefore, our aim of this study is to confirm whether a preoperative administration of EPA-enriched EN could prevent body weight loss after total gastrectomy for gastric cancer. Therefore, we conducted an open-label randomized phase 3 clinical trial, and the primary endpoint was % body weight loss and 1 and 3 months after surgery. This is a consort diagram of perioperative nutritional therapy for gastric cancer. 126 patients was randomized, and finally, brochure means EPA-enriched formula was, this is off 60%, and this is on 63 patients. We compare two groups. This is a postoperative change in body composition. Even we administrate EPA-enriched EN to the patient, we cannot find any differences between EPA-enriched EN on group and off group in terms of body weight change rate in 1 month and 3 months. It's 9%, minus 9%, minus 9%, and minus 13%, minus 13%. And also, LBM change is also not changed between on and off group. Minus 7%, minus 7%, minus 9%, minus 8%. We are very disappointing about this study. But this study is also very important message. The loss of body weight and lean body mass could not be suppressed by administering EPA-enriched EN. This is very important message. Before surgery, patient can drink this EPA-enriched EN sufficiently. Median rate was 100% and mean 92%. However, post-operatively, they cannot eat, they couldn't drink this EPA-enriched EN sufficiently because median relative performance of this group was only 54% and mean 61%. Post-operative compliance was decreased, significantly decreased after surgery. This is another study. This study is an RCT that administers elemental diet after surgery. Not so much. 300 milliliter of oral elementary nutritional supplement was administered for 6 to 8 weeks after gastrectomy. The significantly reduce of the weight loss rate was observed. In particular, significant differences was observed in total gastrectomy here, this one. The median intake compliance in this study was over 80%. This is very high. And the patient could drink this elemental nutritional supplement sufficiently. In result, in total gastrectomy and in all patients, there are significant differences between on and off group in terms of weight loss, percent weight loss. The significantly reduced of the body weight loss rate was observed in this study. This is an RCT that administers semi-digestion nutrient agent, 400 kilocalorie per daily until POD 90. It's very long time. Compliance rate was average 53%. This is also not so much. There was no difference in the weight loss rate 3 months after surgery. This one. Which is a primary endpoint. There was difference in the rate of weight loss between the group who drank 200 milliliter or more and the group who drank less than 200 milliliter, indicating that their intake may be important. Weight loss rate 3 months after surgery, no differences. But if patient can drink this nutrient sufficiently, it can be effective to maintain body weight. This is very good and very important message from this study. In conclusion, perioperative nutrition therapy for gastric cancer has not been shown to be sufficiently effective. Administration compliance of the post-operative EN is one of the important factors to maintain the body weight after gastric surgery. We should solve these problems. What kind of supplement? how about quantity? When should we administer? And how long duration should we administer? These points should be solved. These problems should be solved in near future. Maybe physical examination combined with EM is very important topic. And we are conducting now a next study in near future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Naoki Haki. It was indeed a very lucid presentation. Lot of details were covered in this. I would request the House if there are any questions which you can put forward.
I'm Srimati Venkatraman. I'm a clinical dietitian from Bangalore. Professor, when you spoke about the partial parenteral nutrition and what was the source of fat and why was carbohydrate completely avoided? And was it first initiated at a different concentration and then wanted to know the source of fat and the fat emulsion in the PPN?
Actually, ma'am, this is a recorded one. We will send the questions to him. Please do write us. And by the afternoon, once we get the answer, we will announce that this is the thing.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much for conducting this session. We just allow us to give you some mementos to you and felicitate. And I have to also announce that it's arrival time of our chief guest, Professor Randeep Guleria, Director AIMS. Please be seated. We will be going, we'll be receiving from his office. And in the meantime, a short entertain by group, madam will tell you. And we will see that all counters are closed and all the people are inside when the inauguration session is there. So madam will tell you details of the inauguration session, what is the plan and what is the proceedings. So in the meantime, madam, please.
So I request Dr. Dash to felicitate Dr. Sumit. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time. Mr. T. Shiv Shankar. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Thank you. So as Dr. Das has already announced that we are ready for the inauguration, we are just waiting our chief guest to come. In the meanwhile, we request speakers. So we have gotten a small entertainment to make you be seated here. Miss Isha Das and Bipasha Kumari, they are going to perform, and just spare 5 minutes so that we can make other arrangement. Thank you so much. Isha, can you call?
Mike.
कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। हाँ 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 थामा हरों का इसको किसने, हाँ ये तो बहता पानी। कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। इसमें नशा जिसने पिया वो गम में भी हंसा। सोनी डगर पे जैसे सोनी की छाव सुहानी। कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। हाँ 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 थामा हरों का इसको किसने, हाँ ये तो बहता पानी। हो कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। La 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 zoo 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 zoo। आँखों में है सपना नया, आंसू तेरा एक मोती है बड़ा। सोनी डगर पे जैसे सोनी ये छाव सुहानी। कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। हाँ 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 थामा हरों का इसको किसने, हाँ ये तो बहता पानी। हो कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। La 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 la। Thank you.
Thank you, Isha and Vipasa. Beautiful. I hope all of you have enjoyed. We're just waiting for Dr. Guleria. I'm so sorry. Just spare us for another 5 minutes.
Hello, your attention, please. There's a little bit of change actually. Okay, some VVIP has come and sir is in I Institute. He's busy. He will take about some 45 minutes. His message has come. So I think he will be here by before 1. And we have time. We have, with permission of Dr. Bijay Kumar, our president, we are preponing the keynote lecture with his permission, and we'll start the keynote lecture now. So I invite our IAPN India president, Dr. PC Bijay Kumar, to come over to the dais, please. Please give me a big hand. I also invite Professor Anup Saraya to come over the dais to conduct this session.
So I would request our chairperson, Dr. Dash, and Mrs. Anita Chatana also on the dais.
Oh, really?
So this is also to remind you that this is a hybrid conference. We are going online also. So whenever we are getting a break, those people will get bored. So we can manage, we can't let them manage there. So we will continue the session as it is, whatever little bit gap are there, we'll try to cover so that they are not getting bored. So even if we are taking tea outside or taking lunch or something, that's why some program is there to keep them busy there. So you can access your programs by your mobile, even if you are on lunch, dinner, or whatever you are. So it's a continuous thing till 9 p.m. today and tomorrow. So please feel free if you are feeling just for a few minutes going away or something, you can log in and go out and again come back. So I request to go on with the proceedings. Madam, please.
It's my privilege to introduce Dr. P.C. Vijay Kumar. He is the Director, Academics and Chief Anesthesiologist and Critical Care Physician of Surya Hospital, Chennai. He was Honorary Physician to Honorable His Excellency Governor of Tamil Nadu, and he is Honorary National President of IAPN India, a parenteral and enteral society of India. He has expertise in enteral, parenteral, and home TPN. His special interest is in immunonutrition and highly skilled in difficult airway management, both in adults and pediatrics. He is a bronchoscopist and does both diagnostic and therapeutic bronchoscopies. So he will be speaking on the theme of this meeting. So over to Dr. Vijay Kumar.
Good afternoon, everybody. So it's my privilege and happiness being in front of you all in this afternoon to give the plenary session keynote address to the people who are interested in the field of nutrition and assembled here. Respected Chairperson, thank you very much for chairing my session. And the organizing team of this ICNC, the IAPN Clinical Nutrition Congress, is conducted every year in each and every metropolitan cities. And we have a chapters in each states, and each states will compete for this particular Congress, and that way it was handed over to Delhi chapter to conduct this year ICNC. But it was a very difficult time because of the COVID. We don't know about the government regulations, whether we are going to conduct it as a physical in total or otherwise hybrid like this. So that confusions created a lot of misunderstanding in the arrangements and everything. But finally, it was a fantastic gathering today here. And the chief organizer of this ICNC 2022, Professor Dr. Nihar Anjan Dash, had made it a successful event today. And the organizing chairperson, Ms. Shilpa Chadha Thakur, also contributed enormously for the success of this particular Congress. The patron, Professor Anup Saraya, the organizing secretary, Dr. Kajal Pandya, are the people behind the scene to give us all a wonderful conferencing. So after congratulating these people for this Congress and being here, what should be addressed for this keynote address? Because people were asking me under which topic you are going to deliver your keynote address and what's your PPT slides and so on. Even now, they are little wonder without PPT slides how this man is going to manage this plenary session. But with all the lights and everything glowing on me, I think it is better. It should glow on me rather than on the slides. So people will be concentrating on my words more and getting connected with each and everybody here. And the theme of the Congress, I think you all had gone through the invitation. It has been very clearly mentioned, reconnecting nutrition in 2022. So what it really means, reconnecting to nutrition in 2022, whether we had lost any connection in between. So probably the organizer would have thought that the COVID has given us a long gap and it is not given a good connection between the specialist in the field of nutrition. And if we want to reconnect it, let us get reconnected in Delhi. So that must be the idea behind this particular theme. That was, I had an impression about this theme. But in fact, actually, if you're speaking, the COVID first wave have kept us well connected virtually. Most of the people in the medical fraternity have everyday virtual congress, webinars, and all the discussions on the topics and so on. So COVID, the first way, are well connected the people. And most of the time, whenever I get an invitation for any particular topic in the webinars, I used to see the lot of participants, 2,000, 2,500 people were all participating in the virtual congress, virtual webinars. So in that way, I can say that the first way of COVID had well connected all of us in the virtual platform, and we were all having a good exchange of knowledge. And after it goes on, the second wave and third wave, the people also get fed up with these webinars. And when we see the participants list, it drastically come down from the thousands to hundreds. And now we hardly used to see 20, 25 people for the webinars. So in that way, we are all getting disconnected from the technology very fast, and to reconnect it will happen when the situation arises. So like that, when we have a disconnection, it is nice way reconnecting it very fast with the help of the technology and so on. To protect and care, we used to say it's nurturing. If you want to protect any people and if you want to care them more, we can say them, we are nurturing them. The same nurturing, if you are doing it with the food, then it is called nutrition. So this nutrition can happen in a healthy individuals. If the people are healthy, we can, to make them healthier or to keep them healthy for longer period, we can advise them to have this food and that food. To avoid those foods are very helpful to them. That's called community nutrition. When the same person gets diseased and get admitted in the hospital, advising them will be totally different, because we have to focus on the disease and we have to focus them the recovery, how fast they can recover from the disease. So there comes the clinical nutrition. So the two spectrum of nutrition, how to connect the community with that of clinical nutrition is a very big task actually to achieve that connection. So we have to reconnect these two areas, the community nutrition and the clinical nutrition. And if you look into our society name also, it is named as a parental and enteral nutrition of society. So here we just disconnected from the community a little bit. We are more focusing on the clinical nutrition and we are getting disconnected from the community nutrition. And there comes, we have to reconnect these two things to have a better understanding about the nutrition. For example, in the morning lecture, Professor Saraya was talking more about the food, the hunger, food safety, the politics behind the food. Everything has been discussed, and the society has the moral responsibility even to address the community problems as far as the nutrition is concerned. So there we have to reconnect to the community with the knowledge which we have gained in the diseased people through the clinical nutrition. We have to connect the community with that of the clinical nutrition. And there are a lot of dots in the area of nutrition. And in our place, we have a column. We used to call it as a column. I think in a holy place, where you are celebrating the holy celebration, you might have heard about the rangolis. But in our place, we used to call it as column. We have a lot of dots. And if you connect the dots and you end up having a good art, and that art is called column. So in a nutrition also, we have a lot of dots. I like to pinpoint 4 or 5 dots in this area of nutrition and try to reconnect it for a betterment of the nutrition. For an example, if you take whenever I used to go and address IAPN Congress, wishing them the good morning, ladies and gentlemen, I used to say more of ladies and very few of gentlemen in the IAPN Congresses. So more people from the dietitian and more people are from the dietetic areas. And these people are well versed in the community nutrition. When we recruit people to the hospital and the dietitians can address each and everything about the prevention, screening, assessment, they are well good and other things. But when come to the prescription of a diet to the patient, for an example, enteral nutrition and the parental nutrition, they are feeling a big gap in between. And this dot, if it is not connected with the rest of the dots, we cannot have a good column in a clinical nutrition or the nutrition society. So the dietitian, when they come to the clinical nutrition side, they should know what is the silent future, which is differentiating the healthy people and the unhealthy people, or a healthier side having diseases. And when the disease worsens, they come to the hospital for the treatment. For simple example, in a renal nutrition, the community dietitian can well versed in giving them the chart, less potassium, less salt, and all the chart, everything will be given to them, to the patient. But the same very well patient comes to the hospital and undergoing the hemodialysis. They are losing a simple point where we can give more proteins and more fluids, especially during the period of hemodialysis. We can even address through the parental nutrients, that intradialytic parental nutrition. So this is the way we have to reconnect them to the clinical nutrition from the community nutrition. Then coming to my side, physician. We are little reluctant to know more about the nutrition. And we think that the nutrition is not a big issue in treating our patients. But surprisingly, each and every day of a physician's practice, even though you give umpty number of medications in your prescription, after getting it, when they get up from the chair after our advisors, most of the patients, even in the hospital admitted patients, they tend to ask you what diet I can take. When they ask what diet I can take, doctor, I'm not able to give them the proper advices to them. I can say here and there, and after a few minutes, if they're pestering me, I used to say that, go and check it in the net, go and ask some other people, there is umpty available. I can give them the calorie values, how much they have to take. I can give them the number of grams proteins they have to take. But to go and get the things in the community to match this particular prescription, there the doctor is not connected. So we have to reconnect the physician to tell the people, tell their own patient what it really matters. This 30 grams of proteins, where you can go and get it. Dal, what dal you can take. What oil it is good for you to match your fat requirements. And that reconnection is required in the clinical physician side. And in the hospital, the one another dot is left out totally. That is the staff nurses. Even if you get a good doctors, know to prescribe and give them the diet advices. And even if you have a dietitian, you can come and advise them. In a hospitalized patient, to take these to the patients, like drugs, the staff nurses is required. And that staff nurses is totally ignorant about the parental, enteral and everything. For an example, when you prescribe, doctor is prescribing enteral nutrition to the patient, and the sister don't know about the standard nursing care, where they have to keep the patient 30-degree head up, and where they have to get the gastric residual volume at what intervals. And at the same time, they also should get updated, reconnected to the scientific developments happening in the area of gastric residual volume, where previously we used to say 250 ml is the maximum GRV. You should not allow more than that. Patient will develop aspiration, and the patient will go for aspiration pneumonia and ARDS. But now, the importance is so much stressed on the enteral nutrition. The GRV is now taken to 500 ml. The guideline says you can go up to 500 ml, and sometimes they say ignore about the gastric residual volume. You put them on the prokinetics. Let the bowel start moving with the high load of enteral feeding, and the patient will get benefited. So this scientific developments, the updates, they have to reconnect it to the developments, and the staff nurses can take all our advices to the needy patients. And fourth one, the fourth dot. It's companies, the corporates. We are writing so much of prescription about the parental nutrients. As a clinical physician, the critically ill patient, when we get a patient where the fluid restriction should be more, at the same time, the calories, proteins, and the fat should be given to the patient. the volume restricted TPN solutions or the volume restricted 3-in-1 bags of solutions, where to get it and how to get it, we don't have any idea. For example, in the intradialytic parenteral nutrition, we need a smaller volume. And with that volume, we have to give the entire requirement of protein, calories, and everything. But to go to the market, to get the product where it is available, no clue. And very recently, I came to know that there is one company which has 350 ml of 3-in-1 bag for a parenteral administration, especially it is useful in a neonate population. So the corporates, the developments which happening, it is not reaching to the clinicians or the dietitians. For the example, the formula feeds. Sometimes we never knew that the formula feeds are available for each and every diseases. If the patient has an hepatic failure, we thought that there won't be any enteral feedings, the tube artificial feedings available in the market to address these hepatic failure patients. If suppose the patient is having a hepatic failure, diabetes, renal failure, all together, the multi-organ dysfunction patient, what type of feed we can choose, we don't know to go and get it from the market. So it is the corporate responsibility to reconnect with us, tell us, these are all the products, I manufactured it and this is available here and where you can go and get it. So there are 4 dots which we have discussed in the clinical nutrition and in the community nutrition. And these dots should be reconnected to have a wonderful column in our clinical practice. The corporates should come and sell out the products, and this is a nice platform for them. Such gathering, the conferences, there they can bring out the products and market it in the stalls. And that is very much needed. And the corporate responsibility, which I like to stress here is, it is not that marketing alone of the products. Through the marketing, the scientific things also brought together. As an intensivist, I know when the activated protein C, the available activated protein C for a septicemic shock patients, the multi-organ dysfunction patient, it was marketed by one company. I don't want to name that company and the trade name of that. Many people here would have known about that particular product. When they start marketing that product, there the entire world had a surviving sepsis campaign concept. The surviving sepsis campaign now dictates us what fluid we have to give, and when the patient gets a septic shock, what type of inotropic agent has to be given. So such a development, the academic developments can happen with the corporate responsibility of that particular company. And I'd like to tell you all also, the activated protein C is taken out of the market. After some time, it has been proved that it is not having a good recovery on the patient, but it caused more bleeding on the patient. And that is how some products can die in the due course of time. Similarly, the starch colloid preparations were available before, and it was used enormously for all of patients. And after some time, they said that starch preparations can cause acute renal failure, and that died out. But after the death of these 2 products also, the market has lost many things. But the society has gained the knowledge about the surviving sepsis campaign, which is updated every 4 years, and each and every 4 years, we are eagerly waiting for the updates to get it and practice. So if we are not able to connect the corporate with the clinical academic experiences, it's very difficult for us to develop, for us to grow together. So where we can have these connections, and that connection is these societies. Traditionally, we have a parental and enteral nutrition societies all over the world. Each and every country has one society under their name. For an example, we have heard about the Japanese parental and enteral nutrition president has given a talk like that. ASPEN, American Society of Parental Enteral Nutrition, European Parental Enteral Nutrition, ASPEN. There are so many parental and enteral societies spread all over the world. And these 3 big men are giving us the guidelines for us to practice. Like that, in India, we have our own pen society, very active pen society. There are a few other societies are there, but very actively doing some work is the pen society in India is IAPN India. And we are regularly conducting such congresses every year. And we are regularly conducting academic activities. And I just like to tell you the developments which happened in this particular society for all you to reconnect with the society and to bring up the society for the betterment of both of us. If you are getting attached to the society, it is not to the society's prescription or membership. It's the exchange of knowledge by reconnecting one and us. You can deliver your own knowledge to the crowd here, and I can share my experiences with you. All the reconnection of knowledge and experience will give us more information, and that will reach to the patients and the needy people in the society. So the helping the society, such societies is very, very important. And this society, the developments which we have made is a reconnecting with the other pen societies in the world. How this IAPN India is connected to the other big societies, I like to stress upon the three important societies. We have a very good connections, and that connections are getting reconnected every year. For an example, if you take European Society of Parental and Enteral Nutrition, they are promoting the sister societies they want, because they want to spread their knowledge, their experiences, their guidelines to the other part of the world. And they want a good connections with the pen societies, and IAP in India able to get connected with European Society of Parental and Enteral Nutrition. We have a 50 block members there, and this 50 block members having a voting power also. And if any developments happening in European Society of Pen Society, like guidelines, if they want to pass on the guideline to the world, they need a voting, and voting power is given to the sister societies, and that voting power IAP in India has in European Society of Parental and Enteral Nutrition. Similarly, the American Society of Parental and Enteral Nutrition have one program called GNP, the Global Nutrition Partnership. And the GNP program we are associated. There are many members of IAP in India are GNP members in Aspen. So Aspen, if they take any activities, they need our concurrences, or they need our advices, or they need our head to get counted in their society. The Japan Society, we don't have a membership with them, but we have a night rapport with them. They are also conducting many programs with us, and we are also communicate to them very frequently. And the last meeting happened in Bangalore. We are able to get Japanese Pen Society president here, and he was staying with us for 2 days of ICNC, and that wonderful connections with other pen societies gives us enormous strength. And this is not only strengthening our own Indian pen society, but at the same time, we'll try to reconnect with them to make them feel about Indian pen society there. And as you know, the specialty, once it starts developing, any specialty for that matter, we have a sub branches. Now we have a super specialties, each and areas. Like that, nutrition is also developing so widely. And if you want to address each and every area of the developments, the IAPN developed an idea of forming a core groups. That the core group, the last 1 year, we are very much reconnected with the core group individuals. Himani is there, and Himani is doing a wonderful job, and she's coordinating with all the core groups, and we are developing SOPs for the core groups. And these core groups, for an example, advising the nutrition for the diabetes, nutrition for the hypertension, and nutrition for the surgical patients. So there are various core groups. The people who are interested in that particular core areas are given the chief program officers, and they can develop their own syllabuses, or they can develop their own courses to train the people. So such a liberty is given to the core groups, and this is more or less a children in our own family, and these children has started growing up under the care of the parent society. And these people, if the core groups has developed in a good way, we can reconnect with so many people with the nutrition. And one area which I am very much interested is in ERAS India. So the ERAS India is a core group which we have in our part, and this enhanced recovery after surgery. I don't know, most of the people here will know very well. If you want to enhance the recovery in a surgical patient, it's nothing else doing the wonders. It's only the nutrition can do the wonder. And so the practice is tangentially opposite now. When we used to keep the patient overnight starvation, we are feeding them 2 hours before surgery. And there are the drinks which has come up in the market. Previously used to get a powder to get dissolved in a water and try to give it to the patients. But now there is a cheap feed. One bottle drink is come that they can swallow it 2 hours before a surgical procedure and come and lie down on the operation table for anesthesia. So tangentially opposite we are practicing now, and it's all not our own experience or anything. It has been proved by evidences. That has been proved 14, 15 years before, and still it's not getting into our practice regularly. There are so many protocols available, and that protocols we have to take up to the patient. So again, we can say it's a reconnecting to the ERAS protocols. And by reconnecting to the ERAS protocols, our surgical patients are going to recover very fast. So such a reconnection is helping us in developing our own field, the nutrition. And it is our own duty, because many times any specialty, if you go and give any lectures, we all depends on the other book. We all depends on the other society's guidelines. But being an Indian Pen Society, which caters such a huge population, can't we make guidelines? Yes, we can make guidelines, and one such guidelines are made by Mr. Shiva, and the guidelines given to the cancer patients. And the cancer patients' dietetic guidelines have been brought out the similar way how the European or the Americans are developing guidelines. We all gathered recently in Ahmedabad with all the people who are interested in this cancer and cancer nutrients, surgeon, physician, dietitians. Many people are gathered there and then revisited all the literature available, and finally they come out of the guidelines, and that guidelines has been published as a book. Unfortunately, we are not able to publish in an IAPN as a publisher, because there is a lot of other legal activities involved, and definitely the next year we will make the IAPN India also as a publisher. And by making the IAPN India as a publisher, we can publish many books in the field of nutrition. And the one book which is going to get released is done by Mr. Shiva Shankar on the cancer nutrition guidelines. And we can proudly hereafter we say Indian guidelines for the cancer nutrition. And we can proudly say that the books are available, and the books have been endorsed by IAPN Pen Society. And in that way, we are going to help the company people also to market their products. If suppose you think a good product is available, you can endorse that particular products with all the guidelines. And that way, mutually getting reconnected is going to help our field growing. And after that, the books, the guidelines and everything. If you want to do any research in the activity, research in the area of nutrition, it's finding very difficult to publish in a journal, reaching a journal to get published our research activities. But IAP in India has made it a journal called Journal of Nutrition Research, JNR. And thanks to Dr. Biju Pottakot, and he is the editor-in-chief of this JNR. And the Journal in Nutritional Research is going to give all of us a platform. The Indian dietitians, if you are interested, you can become a scientist and do a research in your own smaller setups and bring out the article and present it in a Journal of Nutritional Research. And this is going to give a big platform. And by that way, we are going to reconnect to the research area in the nutrition. So these are all the various ways by which we all get connected. And the other area which we want to get connected actually is the Ayush nutrition. The 2 to 3 years before, when it was suggested by one of our IAPN member, I also had a little hesitancy in acknowledging Ayush nutrition in the society. But now it has become a norm that Ayush nutrition also should get an attachment in our IAPN India. And that will help us to get connected to the Indian government. Because connecting to the Indian government will make a lot of changes happening in the practice. So to get connected to the Indian government, better to go through the Ayush nutrition. It will be very easy for us to go and reconnect with them. And in one another way of connecting to the people is the people who are the societies who are friendly to the Indian government, like a Net Pro fan, thanks to Mansi Patel, who get connected to the Net Pro fan. And it is a network of professionals in food and nutrition hosted by Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. So with that society is getting aligned with the IAP in India, so that we are one step very closer to the government of India. So if we closer to the government of India, we can help them out to bring the guidelines for the malnutrition, guidelines for the deficiencies, the micronutrient deficiency. In that way, better we also to get reconnected to Indian government. And NABH is another organism. I always acknowledge that NABH like anything, because NABH after comes into the practice. Many hospitals, when they want to go for an accreditation, the NABH accreditation cannot be get without a nutritional assessment, nutrition screening, and so on. And that is the first time most of the hospital came to know about the nutritional assessment and the screening programs. So in that way, NABH also, the IAP in India is like to get associated or like to connected with them to give some suggestions here and there to make this particular connection between the hospitalized patient and the nutrition very well. So we all get connected to this society, and with these connections, we are going to get connected to the people of India to deliver the science in more healthier way to all of them. And thank you very much, and have a happy conferencing. I hope keynote address is not having any question.
Just a big appreciation. You really closed the dots so well, and you took us back to childhood when we used to do dots and make a complete picture. So you actually completed a complete picture. You know, connecting nutrition to the community, and then all the initiatives that ICNC is doing, the core groups. So it's really a great initiative and a real great way forward. So congratulations for that.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. P.C. Vijay Kumar, sir, Dr. Anup Suraya, sir, and Anita Jatana, ma'am. Thank you so much. I request Dr. Anup Suraya, sir, to felicitate ma'am, Dr. Anita Jatana. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So we are still in a process to, Dr. Guleria is here. Wow, fantastic. So now our chief guest, Dr. Sandeep Guleria is here. Please give warm welcome to him, sir. I request our Vice President, Ms. Shilpa Thakur, Delhi chapter, IUPN, for the inaugural session, Shilpa. So sir is finally here. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We are honored.
A very good afternoon to each and everyone. It's really an honor itself to honor this beautiful, esteemed gathering and our eminent guests who have come here for the conference inaugural ceremony. On behalf of the organizing committee, IPN India Delhi chapter, it's my privilege to welcome all of you, and especially our chief guest, Honorable Panchiri, Professor Dr. Randeep Guleria, Director AIMS, for graciously agreeing to be present on this occasion despite of his busy schedule. I welcome all our esteemed dignitaries, Since this is a hybrid conference, so both physical and virtual attendees are there, I welcome all of you, my NEC members, my LEC members who have been here for supporting up in scaling up this IPAIN Indian Clinical Nutrition Congress 2022. At IPAIN India, as a multidisciplinary association, we are committed to supporting healthcare for all. IPAIN aims at improving at nutritional care of people, whether in hospitals or in community. Based on this main essence of this nutrition conference, this is, I think, going to be a fruitful experience for all the participants. It's going to be a platform where you will gain knowledge from various speakers in all the interdisciplinary fields of nutrition and healthcare. It's indeed a joy and a great honor for us to join hands with all renowned scholars, budding researchers in different fields of nutrition and healthcare to make this event a remarkable one. In normal day-to-day life with growing progression at times, we tend to fail to maintain our health. All will agree with this. And this conference, with no doubt, will help you to know more on the ongoing research, advancements, changes in the nutrition systems, future scope in the field of nutrition and healthcare. Our conference theme, Reconnecting Nutrition in 2022, is very much apt as we talk about today. And Dr. Vijay Kumar has initially briefed us about how we are advancing into this. In past 2 years, world has been dramatic gone to human loss in the COVID-19, which has created awareness about the healthy lifestyle. And we all have understood that it's not, medicines are not going to alone help us. And it's about the building immunity and a building healthy lifestyle, and nutrition plays a key factor into that. The new trend is not about the westernized food. It's all about searching our own traditional foods and going back to our roots. 2022 is the time to work towards the realization of all these commitments. I heartily congratulate all the members who have contributed to the success of this conference. Last few months were really a roller coaster for IPAIN Delhi chapter. We have been deeply busy into organizing this conference. I would like to give special thanks to Dr. Dash. He has been a supporting pillar for this conference and a backbone for this conference, Dr. Kajal, an organizing secretary, and the complete EC team. I'm very, very grateful for their support. The key highlights of today's conference is the great academic feast with brilliant sessions on post-COVID management, surgical nutrition. We just heard the plenary session also, and neuro, nutrition, metabolic disorders. We have tried to cover most of the newly advancement in nutrition in these 2 days of this conference. Since our chief guest is here, we are going to start with the inaugural ceremony. I would first request our dignitaries to come on dais. I request Ms. Lekha, Secretary, IPAIN India, Dr. Biju Potakar, Vice President Medical, Mr. T. Shiv Shankar, Vice President Nutrition, our esteemed National President, Dr. P.C. Vijay Kumar, our patron, Professor Dr. Anup Saraya, and our honorable and respectable Padma Shri Professor Dr. Randeep Guleria. I would request Dr. Dash and Kajal to accompany sir. Sir is a renowned pulmonologist, and we all know sir is Director AIIMS New Delhi. And we have seen him that he has been how actively a part of India's COVID-19 response effort. We are extremely honored to have you over here, sir. Now we'd request our National President and Dr. P.C. Vijay Kumar to felicitate our chief guest, Padma Shri Professor Dr. Randeep Guleria, with bouquet and shawl. I would request Ritika and Ms. Manju to felicitate our dignitaries with bouquets. Professor Dr. Anup Saraya, our President, IPN India, Dr. PC Vijay Kumar, our Vice President, Medical, Dr. Biju Potakat, our Vice President, Nutrition, Mr. Shiv Shankar, and our Secretary, IPN India, Ms. Lekha. So we will begin with our lamp lighting ceremony. We all know that light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels the darkness of night, similarly, blessings bring into our life the prosperity and the happiness. To make this day a blessed one, let's invoke Goddess Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. Ma Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and arts, represents the free flow of wisdom, of knowledge and consciousness. She has 4 aspects, which symbolizes 4 aspects of human personality in learning: mind, intellect, alertness, and ego. Keeping this in mind, I would invite all our dignitaries for lamp lighting ceremony, and I would also invite Isha Dar, Swapan Singh, and Ms. Papasha Kumar for lamp lighting and Saraswati Vandana.
अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ। अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ। गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि। गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूज्यताय गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्य प्रवराय गुरुवे गुणगुरवे
गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्म सदा राध्याय गुरुपुत्र परित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्ड खण्ड
गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमस्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि
गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रवेशाय
धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि Thank you, Isha, Swapan Singh, and Ms. Bipasha for this wonderful and enlightening and a delightful start for the event. Now, we would be, with due permission from our chief guest, we would be releasing our e-souvenir. I would request for the release of e-souvenir in the presentation form. Since it's a 70-page document, we thought it would be convenient to show it as a e-souvenir form. We have contributions from various faculties into it, and even the abstracts, which has been presented by many students and the working dietitians, that has been included into it. Thank you. I would request Dr. Professor Randeep Guleria to release 3 of our books in appreciation of these books. These have been contributed by the IPAIN NEC members. The first book is by our Vice President IPAIN, Mr. T. Shiv Shankar. He has written on the book on clinical nutrition in cancer practice guidelines and recommendations. And our second EC member, the book, she is EC member IPAIN, Ms. Sirimati Venkataraman. She has written book on nutrition for nurses by Elzevia. The third book is on lifestyle management and hypertension, and that's by EC member IPAIN India, Dr. Mansi Patel. Thank you so much, sir. I would request all NEC member and EC members to stay back over, and EC members to daily EC team to come over on the stage for a group photograph with our chief guest. Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone. Now over to Dr. Kajal Pandya for inviting the dignitaries for a small address.
I hope you can see me. Okay, so I welcome Dr. Dash. Please to come to the stage and please introduce our dignitaries, please.
Thank you, God. Thank you, sir, for coming in spite of your hectic and really very hectic. I know when I went to his room, there was some 20 people standing to meet him. And still he could take time for us. We are really honored. I'm very pleased, and on behalf of the organizers, I thank him, and and then I thank God for allowing us to be in physical shape here, to be getting assembled here for a physical conference, which even a month back we were unable to think of. The institute had permitted us for this. I'm really grateful to the institute and sir, of course. We have Professor Anup Saraya, is a stalwart in gastroenterology and nutrition. We have Professor Vijay Kumar, who is doing a tremendous job in reorganizing the society, the Indian Association of Parenteral and Enteral Nutrition, and nice keynote lecture that he gave. And we saw, I was not thinking, I didn't know that there were 3 books to be opened. I thought it was 1, and so quickly people are writing up the books. Very good for nutrition. And we have Dr. Biju Potakar with us. All of us have been talking since morning. He is remaining silent. So I will invite him to speak a few words and then hand it over to Professor Vijay Kumar, and who will then request Professor Anup Sarai to say a few words, and then invite our chief guest, for whom all of us are waiting. I have personally requested him. So you have been a lieutenant for the government in managing the COVID situation, and really we are in a very happy situation now in comparison to other countries. Still we are not free. Now we are hearing from here and there, today little bit increase in cases, but the total numbers are decreasing. And so I still request all of you to maintain COVID behavior as much as possible. And sir I have requested him to speak from his enormous experience regarding the past, present, and what is lying ahead for COVID for us, to enlighten us. The press people are there. Thank you for coming. And with this few words, first of all, the main person that we say for any organization is the secretary. So the secretary IAPN, Madam Lekha is here. I will ask request us for say a few words. We'll finish up our talks in very few limited words so that we can hear much and much more from our honorable speaker. Thank you, madam. Please come.
Thank you, sir. Namaste to all. On behalf of NEC, National Executive Committee of IAP in India, it's my pleasure to thank the organizing team, the IAP in India chapter. We have come up with such a wonderful event, and we have great dignitaries over here. So it's really going to be a 2 days wonderful scientific phase. And now I call upon our Vijay Kumar, I call upon our Vice President, Dr. Shiv Shankar sir, to address about the next proceedings.
Thank you, Lekha, for that. I'll just take 4 minutes, considering the interest of the time. Good afternoon, one and all, the ones who are present over here and the ones who have logged in virtually. We all, the fellow nutritionists and doctors, our president did mention about we Indians don't have the guidelines, and an attempt has been made very sincerely, and I hope that it will be accepted by the practitioners, and maybe you all can contribute to have a much better guidelines in the future as well. It's a moment of extreme pleasure to me to be standing here at AIMS Auditorium, India's most prestigious medical institution, and in the presence of the director, Dr. Randeep Guleria, sir. We all nutrition practitioners know how differently we counsel our cancer patients, those under the treatment and during the survivorship. The nutritional management during rehabilitation and survivorship is not yet established in our country. An attempt has been made to address this issue in the book. More than 80% of our cancer patients at any cancer center travel from a distance for the treatment. Many have issues with the accommodations and the availability of the right kind of food. They stay in makeshift accommodations. So there's a huge challenge for them. Whatever the diet we prescribe, we really don't understand, or we don't take a recall of that, whether they are really following that diet. And the reasons are best known to them unless until we understand, is it the logistical reason, or is it the monetary reason, or is it something where, whether the religious or regional beliefs are hindrance for a better compliance. Nutrition intervention is not available to many of these patients due to various reasons. But discrepancies among we the practitioners confuse these needy patients, having different opinions regarding various food items, like neutropenic diet is required or not, whether sugar is good for the patient or not, whether antioxidant should be prescribed or not. Such many questions do arise. And these many confusions exist among us, and patients, when they consult multiple dietitians, more they become confused. Further, lack of Indian guidelines made us search for the Western literatures. And we read and understood, but couldn't implement in most of our setup. Again, reasons are many. 6 months back, we had our first Indian Guideline Committee meeting comprising of oncologists and nutritionists held at Ahmedabad during IIPN's nutrition update. That event was to frame the clinical nutrition guidelines in cancer for Indian patients. And I am happy to announce that the first Indian guidelines got published just 5 days before in our nutrition journal of IIPN. And we have received an unprecedented kind of response. Believe me, even today also, when I was just attending the event also, I was getting the messages. It's so thankful for that. We at last we came for some guidelines for the Indian patients and the Indian practitioners. I could see the enthusiasm among the nutritionists and dietitians, not only in India, but even from the neighboring countries as well. Even I got comments from Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and even in Middle East countries as well, like Dubai, Kuwait, where Indians are located, and they have shown their acceptance, and they have said that they are going to adopt our recommendations wherever they are going to cater to the Indian population. Then we formed one more committee of dietitian and nutritionists practicing in oncology setup to bring consensus among us, because whatever one prescribes may not be agreed by the others. So that discrepancy we wanted to remove. So we bring consensus among we practitioners for a standard practice across India. This book contains all the information about the guidelines and the dietary choices, like best form of nutrients for a cancer care. Example, the type of proteins, the type of carbohydrates, and the type of bioavailable nutrients. These are the things we have come out with the consensus, and we are recommending this. Also, we have emphasized on the low glycemic index and low glycemic load of the food, and how Indian food gets affected by the glycemic index and glycemic load, and how we can alter these things for the betterment of not only for cancer, but many chronic diseases. We all are busy nowadays. We don't have time to read big books. We don't visit libraries anymore. Google has become our savior at all time. But fortunately or unfortunately, Google cannot bring a standard practice among unless until we stand together and adopt the right content available to us. Because we become selective in adopting the scientific content from Google as per our convenience. What is convenient for me is definitely not convenient for everyone, or vice versa. There should be a consensus among us to bring standard practice across India. So this book contains evidence-based practical guidelines and dietary recommendations considering the diverse dietary practice across the country. We avoided overloading the book with lots of scientific matter. which may confuse the dietitian and nutritionist, especially those working in some less developed regions. No one has time to read big books with lot of scientific literatures in detail and understand. This book is written very concisely with the latest available evidence. Care has been taken for better compliance by the nutritionist to adopt these recommendations, even the ones who are working in smaller and less sophisticated centers. Finally, the most important thing, I thank all the contributors, and each one of them really have taken a lot of time to do authentic research and writing it scientifically. I thank IIPN National Executive Committee members and our President, Dr. P.C. Vijay Kumar, for supporting me throughout this journey. Sir, it's a proud moment for me being a Vice President Nutrition and Chief Clinical Nutritionist of Tata Memorial Hospital, released this book at the hands of India's most prestigious medical personality, Director, AIMS, Dr. Randeep Guleria, sir. Sir, I thank you with the utmost gratitude and feel really blessed to see this day with you doing the honors. Thank you once again.
I will request Dr. P.C. Vijay Kumar for a small address.
Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Randeep Guleria, and the people who are on the dais, Mr. Shiv Shankar and Dr. Biju Pottakot and Dr. Anup Saraya and Lekha. 30 years before, I think it is 1990, yeah, it is 1990, I was in this entrance of All India Institute of Medical Science for my entrance examination, the postgraduate entrance examination. So at that time, I went away from that particular entrance. I'm not able to get into this institution. But after 30 years, I am in the dais of All India Institute of Medical Science with a chief guest. He was a director of All India Institute of Medical Science. So whatever we think, sometimes it is not happening on that particular day, but if you patiently wait, it can happen even after 30 years. So like that, the knowledge which we are seeding here in this ICNC, in prestigious Institute, All India Institute of Medical Science, what plant we are going to harvest, we don't know. But definitely one day, some seeds will be a fruitful trees. So this Congress, the IAPN Indian Clinical Nutrition Congress, is our dream. Every year, we want to have such congresses happening. And this time, we are double happy to have it in the prestigious institute, All India Institute of Medical Science. And thank for Dr. Dash for bringing the director of All India Institute of Medical Science to be the chief guest to inaugurate it. And thank you very much for giving this wonderful platform, sir, for our Congress. Because naturally, when anything is conducted in the right place, it will be recognized very fast. So the moment we selected the All India Institute of Medical Science as our venue for the ICNC 2022, we are all very happy because of the Congress arrangements have been finished. Such a joy, we all got it. And this Delhi chapter and this organizing committees have been suggested by Dr. Biju Pottakot. And he suggested Dr. Dash will be the right person to conduct such conferences because the situation is very bad, whether we are going to have a physical or the virtual, we don't know. But to handle both the things, to have it in a prestigious institution like All India Institute of Medical Science, we thought everything will go very easily. But we had a lot of struggle arranging area sponsors and all other things. And in between, we lost the organizing committee of Delhi chapter for quite some time. And we had our own worries. And when I phoned Dr. Biju Pottakot and asking him, do you happy that this conference will happen in a right way? And I should appreciate and I should recollect the confidence which I had seen with Dr. Biju Pottakot. And he said that I had given this Congress arrangement to Dr. Dash and I know he will do it better. And in spite of we having a regular webinar connections with the organizing people, and one fine day we are able to get connected to Dash me, Dr. Biju Pottakode, and 3 of us had a meeting virtually. And that particular meeting, 15 minutes, Dr. Dash had given the full map about this Congress, the hospitality arrangements, and the way he has arranged all the delegates and faculties. It was a wonderful 15 minutes presentation that gave the entire confidence on him to have such a wonderful conferencing here. And we are realizing this conference with the help of Dr. Dash and with the help of Director, All India Institute of Medical Science. And on behalf of IAP in India, I enormously thank the organizing committee and the chief guest to bring out this conference in a bigger way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating words. I would request Professor Dr. Anup Saraya for a small address, sir.
So first of all, I will welcome you all in this important meeting. Nothing more to say. In fact, I have said whatever I wanted to in my inaugural lecture. As I said, that this policy discourse on hunger is dominated by nutrition terminology, which sounds more scientific. And somehow we ignore hunger. We know that human race is surviving in difficult terrains. They are surviving in Arctic area, they are surviving in Ladakh, in high altitude. And what is important, that they are not nutritionally crippled as long as they are getting enough food in their ecosystem, which is available locally. But now, the epistemology uprooted the problem of nutrition from ecological mooring, which is the food available there in the near vicinity, poverty, discrimination, and exploitation, and propel them into the atomized entities, along with nutraceuticals, molecules, chemicals, drugs offered by industry. I was listening that we should liaison with the industry. That's a dangerous liaison, I must say. Industry doesn't have any social responsibility. The only responsibility is to increase profit. Capital begets capital, that's the rule. So, industry cannot uplift the nutritional status of the society. And we, as young researchers, we have to integrate ourselves with the people. We have to identify the need, and we have to look for cheaper alternatives in the third world. Whatever is coming from the industry is costly. Their utility is limited. In my 30 years of experience in the field of nutrition research, I found that many of these preparations which are available are not so useful, but they definitely lead to indebtedness. So we have to be extra careful in swallowing whatever is placed before us. So what we should have, you all are here, I think you should have an approach which is different. That is determinant of nutrition-based approach in solving the people and the problem of undernutrition or disease treatment. If we are prescribing something which is not available locally in the diet, and if you are saying that you take broccolis and you take this and that, which person cannot afford, that will not carry much weight. So we have to be extra careful. So nutrition scientists, they have to take into account the social, economic, and political issues relating to nutrition. And quick fix top-down solutions are not beneficial for the society. I am not criticizing, or that is not my intent, to ignore the superb technological, medical, and pharmaceutical advancement which has led to immense improvement in management of certain diseases. But countering hunger and malnutrition is what we see today in the society. There is hunger, there is malnutrition, and that is testament of our failure as a society. So what we see There is scarcity of food grain. It is not available. It is not accessible to the people. There is raging agrarian crisis, and what you see, tsunami of suicide by farmers. Those who are producing for everyone, they are forced to die. So in such a situation, if you really want to mitigate the problem of hunger, we have to democratize and radically transform the society. If we can go out from this hall with that intent, probably we will be helping the cause of nutrition more. Now, it's my privilege to invite Professor Guleria to deliver his inaugural address.
Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Biju to say a few words and invite our chief guest?
First of all, thanks for the director of AIMS and other officials and Dr. Das for accepting our request to conduct this in this prestigious institution. And this program, we are collaborating with two societies, European Society of Parental and Nutrition, also Japanese Society, and we are very happy that the lifelong learning course went on really well with the help of European Society, and we request further collaboration from AIMS in the front of clinical nutrition so that the association can also be immensely benefited out of this. And thank you once again for all for coming here. And on behalf of the association, I request respected director of AIMS New Delhi, Dr. Randeep Guleria, sir, please come.
Thank you and good afternoon. Professor Anup Saraya, the patron for this conference, Dr. P.C. Vijay Kumar, President IPEN, Dr. Biju Potakat, Secretary IPEN, Dr. N.R. Dash, the Chief Organizer, Mr. Shiv Shankar, the Vice President of IPEN, Ms. Rekha, my colleagues, faculty for this conference, delegates, nurses, nutritionists, students, ladies and gentlemen. At the onset, let me really apologize for being late, but there was some confusion about the inauguration timing, and my office actually had the inauguration time at 1 p.m. rather than 12 noon. So anyway, we've now having the inauguration, and I'm really grateful, and I would like to congratulate IPEN India for holding this conference during these difficult times. It's always challenging when there's uncertainty of how you can hold a conference, virtual, physical. Will we get enough delegates? Will the scientific program be good enough in terms of the audience? So it's a big challenge, and in today's time of uncertainty, I congratulate the society for holding this conference as far as nutrition is concerned. Now, nutrition is critical for health and development of any society and even for the country. And as was mentioned by Professor Anup Saraya, that it sometimes is very important to look at it in the local environment rather to look at it from an international perspective. And I think all countries have tried to address issues of nutrition in their own way. India has done that by starting various programs. We have the largest midday meal program in schools that has been initiated by the government in terms of the PM Poshan scheme. And we also have the Anganwadi service scheme for children less than 6 years and for pregnant women and lactating women. Again, trying to address the issue of nutrition. Nutrition, in my mind, is very, very important and something that we tend to ignore. And that's basically because of multiple factors, and I'll come to that in relation to COVID also. But I think it's important to understand that there has been a paradigm shift in the burden of disease as far as India is concerned. And that has led us to really look at nutrition in a different manner. If you look at the paper published in Lancet in 2017, which was, I like the title, it was titled Nations Within a Nation. And it looked at the shift of the burden of disease in India from 1990 to 2016 and showed that different states behave differently. And that's why it was called Nations Within a Nation. For example, Kerala had a dramatic shift in health facilities, and the burden of disease as far as communicable disease was concerned came down significantly as compared to many states in the north. But gradually, in the early part of this century, I would say around 2004 or so, the burden of disease in our country shifted from communicable diseases to non-communicable diseases. And in that paper, if you really look at the first cause of disability-adjusted life years, DALYs, it actually is malnutrition. So we still have a long way to go when we look at malnutrition. And that is also encountered with the other side of the coin, where we are seeing in certain pockets, obesity also becoming an issue, and we need to really try and understand that. So I think it's very important for us to understand that the profile in India is changing, and for nutritionists and people working in nutrition, it becomes more challenging when you have this paradox, if I may put it, of the challenges of nutrition. I'll give you another example because it's related to the work that I do. I was doing a project on looking at sleep apnea in children. So we know children also have sleep apnea. We were looking at metabolic syndrome and sleep apnea, which was being looked at in adults. And we found a lot of issues in adults, including non-alcoholic fatty liver disease related to metabolic syndrome and sleep apnea. So we were interested in looking at how much common is this in children. And we did this project. It was funded. So we went to a school just behind AIMS in Gautam Nagar. It was a government school, and we did not find a single child who was obese in that survey. And I was getting very worried that how am I going to complete this project if you don't get children who are obese, because then they have to have a sleep study and we need to look at various inflammatory parameters and metabolic parameters. The next day we went to a private school. And in that private school, we had in one day more than 200 children who met our criteria and who were obese. So you can understand the diversity that we saw in our own city itself and in the same area. This is just South Delhi. In one school, we did not find anyone. And I actually told my team that we should write a paper on this, on the diversity that we are able to see. That you will see in the same area, you will have a school where you have obesity as a problem. And these children had features of already deranged lipid profile, sugars on the higher side and things like that. In the same area, you will have a school where you will find malnutrition to be more prominent rather than obesity. So I think that is why for all of us, or people who, or especially the nutritionists and people working in this area, it's important for us to understand that we have a challenge at our hands because we are seeing a diverse pattern of disease, and there's a changing profile as far as disease is concerned, depending upon the socioeconomic status that you look at. All this changed because of what happened in December 2019. We were hit by a communicable disease, which we thought was not going to be that much of a problem, and that was COVID-19. The first case being reported in Wuhan in China, and then of course, it became a global issue. India had its first case in 30th of January 2020. And now we have more than 6 million people who have died because of COVID-19. So this became another challenge. And the first thing that people ask is, why are we seeing a pandemic like that when we're saying that we're moving towards more and more of non-communicable diseases? I think if we look at what has happened in this century, in the last 22 years, we were actually getting warning signs that there is going to be a pandemic. We've had outbreaks like never before that we've seen in the last 20 years. We had in the late 90s and what was known as bird flu, avian influenza H5N1, which luckily did not become a pandemic, although that has a case fatality of 60%. Now, for a pandemic, you need two things. You need a novel virus or an organism to which mankind has no immunity, and that organism has to develop the capacity for sustained human-to-human spread so that it can spread quickly in society. If these two things happen, you'll have a pandemic. We had an outbreak of SARS, which was a novel virus, but it did not or could not spread that rapidly, and we did not have a major pandemic. But if you look at the last 20 years, we've had SARS, we've had H1N1 pandemic, which was known as swine flu. We had MERS coronavirus, we had Zika outbreak, we've had Ebola outbreaks in various parts, and multiple other outbreaks have happened, but which have been contained in our own country in the south. We had an outbreak of Nipah virus infection. Why is all of this happening? And I think it's happening because of multiple factors. One is, of course, travel, trade, and connectivity. In the last 20, 30 years, we're traveling like never before. In the past, we would all stay in our own area, in our own state, in our own country. But now people travel across the world, and if you go to any airport, it looks more like a bus stand than you would consider an airport. So the number of people traveling has become huge and phenomenal. And if you travel, you will carry your infection with you. So you may be in the incubation period. And that is why Ebola, which was limited only to Africa, we had cases of Ebola in various parts of the world, which was not there because of the fact that people traveled with the infection and caused that infection to spread in different parts of the world. Second is, of course, encroachment that is happening. And this is linked, of course, to climate change and various other factors. But as urbanization has happened, we have started encroaching upon a lot of areas which were more and more, let's say, had more animal or other vegetation, and not mankind was not there. So all of the infections that I mentioned to you have a zoonotic origin. They jumped species. H1N1 jumped species. That's why it was known as swine flu. SARS also jumped species. It was again shown to have an origin which was in animals. MERS coronavirus is also jumped species. It's supposed to be in camels. And we know that COVID-19 has jumped species from bats. So we are now seeing, because of all of this, zoonotic infections becoming part of human infections. And that is why the whole issue of One Health is also very important. The health of humans, the health of animals, the health of plants, and the health of the planet. Unless we talk of that you could talk of this from the point of view of a nutritionist, you could talk of this from the point of view of public health, you could talk of this from the point of view of infectious diseases. But One Health becomes very, very important, because unless we address the issue of One Health, we will continue to have outbreaks, because viruses will continue to jump species and be novel and cause pandemics. And that's why this is not the last pandemic that we'll see. This is not the first that we've seen. As we move forward, I think what I would like to say is that we have had a very tough 2 years. Nutritionists have also played a role. There's been a lot of debate in terms of what we could do to improve our immunity, whether it be using Ayurvedic drugs, whether it be using multivitamins, zinc supplements, vitamin C. All of this has been used. Vitamin D, for that matter. There are a large number of papers which showed that vitamin D supplement would also be very useful. I had a long discussion with one nutritionist in Pune who said every alternate day she was giving 60,000 units of vitamin K to all her COVID patients for 1 week, and they were doing very well. She said that this should be a treatment and should be part of your treatment guidelines, because all my patients have done very well by taking high dose vitamin D for about 1 week. Now, there's no rationale or scientific basis behind that, but this is what was promoted, and she was doing that for all her patients. So what I'm trying to say is that even nutrition came in and played a big role in terms of people wanting to improve their immunity to fight the infection. And that's why it's important for us to really develop scientific documents to prove or disprove whether something works or not. And that is the responsibility for all of us as researchers and as scientists to really do. COVID-19 also taught us the importance of good health, how we should really look at our health and why it's important. And that, I think, helped in actually getting or showing a decline in number of diseases. There's data which suggests that a lot of non-communicable diseases became less because people became more health conscious as far as overall preventive measures were concerned. So I think that is also a lesson that we need to learn and see how we can take it forward. Hopefully we are hopefully, and I'm sure we are in a much better position now, because like I said, in 2019, early 2020, it was a novel virus. We had no immunity. Now most of us have good amount of immunity either because of natural infection or because of vaccination. And therefore, that has changed the whole picture of there is a paradigm shift that we are now not sort of defenseless against this virus. We have a good amount of defense in terms of having had infection, mild, some of us have had severe infection or have had the vaccine, and that has given us immunity. And therefore, if this virus even mutates, it may still cause a flu-like illness, but I think the type of hospitalization and mortality we saw last year is unlikely to happen subsequently. The virus has also become a milder variant. Omicron, which we were very scared of, would be a new severe variant because of so many mutations. Actually, these mutations made the virus less severe because it did not allow the virus to enter into the lungs and cause severe pneumonia. So all those who had Omicron infection had predominantly an upper airway infection, cough, sore throat, breathlessness, but didn't really have the hypoxemia and the oxygen requirement that we saw with the Delta variant. So I think we were a little lucky from that point of view also. But as things move forward, I think we should be in a better position. And I really hope that we are able to have more and more conferences in a physical mode so that there can be good interaction. Because I firmly believe that conference is not only about the didactic lectures or the panel discussion that you have. It's also about interacting with your colleagues, talking about the work that you're doing, generating ideas, developing collaborations, and seeing how you can take new ideas forward, develop partnerships and research. So that is also something that we must do. So I hope that besides all the academic activities that you do, you make new friends, you develop new partnerships, and it helps for you to do new research. So thank you very much, and I would wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really an opportunity to hear your thoughts, and I think surely it's going to benefit us for our future events. Now, over to Dr. Kajal Pandya, Organizing Secretary, for formal proposal of vote of thanks.
Thank you. I'll make it very short and sweet. On behalf of IPN India Delhi chapter, I would like to apologize and thank Honorable Chief Guest, Padma Shri Dr. Sandeep Guleria. Despite his busy schedule, he is here today with us to be amongst us for this particular conference, ICNC 2022. What you have said, sir, today is making us all realize that how important nutrition is and how important our role to deliver that nutrition is. So thank you very much once again, sir. I also would like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais also, especially Professor Saraya, the NEC committee meetings as committee members, as well as the EC committee members, and all the faculties and the delegates who have come today to attend this particular conference. So have a good knowledge gaining and sharing, definitely. And thank you once again for all of you to be here. We break for lunch here. Kindly please be around by 2:30 p.m. Thank you. Thanks.
We're breaking for the lunch and we'll be back sharp by 2:30. So lunch arrangement is at the foyer upstairs. Sir?
हेलो बिल्कुल मैं खुद वहाँ पे जाके कंफ्यूजन में बीजू को लगा है कि बीजू को
My doctor in Apollo, उसका भाई। I have been in touch with him all the time. उसी का नाम आ जाएगा ना मेरे मुंह पे। He knows that I have Apollo.
जी इसको ना फिर से वही करना है उसके भाई का
सुन, हाँ क्या कहाँ जा रहे तुम?
हमें वहाँ पे ही रखनी पड़ेगी कभी किसी को जरूरत पड़े ना तू ऊपर आ जाना ऊपर आ जा हाँ
talking for leave with ICNC. Yeah, with ICNC. Oh, thank you. I need from my phone also. Then I will post with the okay. Done no? Done no? That's done no? आप दे देंगे ना और get it from you guys. ओके लेके आके यहाँ पे खड़ी नहीं करते
Hello. 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 Check. Check. One. Hello. Sound check. 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 Good afternoon, all of you. I welcome you all after the lunch for our next session, which is on surgical nutrition. Without any further delays, I would like to invite Dr. Datta, who's the chairperson for this session on surgical nutrition. I apologize, Dr. Patta Radhakrishnan. He's the director, Department of Surgical Gastroenterology. He's done his MBBS, MS, FMAS, FRS in robotic surgery as well. I welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Good afternoon, and yeah, I'll do it. And yes, I find it a privilege to be standing on this stage in AIMS, and I thank the office bearers of IAPN, the national chapter as well as the Delhi chapter for this. In 1993 to 1996, I did my residency in this very institute in GI surgery at Dr. Samir Nandi's unit. And the most famous person those days, when we walk through the private wards and the VIP rooms, is one person, Mrs. Rekha Sharma. Every patient remembers her name, they don't remember the clinicians' names. I don't know whether you know that, ma'am, but then, a very elegant looking lady, we always wonder, somebody is very bright saris walking the corridors. That was wonderful. And that's where I learned things like half strength milk, full strength milk, jejunosmy feeds. I never knew, that majority of us never knew nutrition till then. And I think from there, nutrition has gone places. So much so now in the perioperative period, nutrition is as important or possibly more important than analgesics, antibiotics, antithrombotics. And nutrition has made such a wonderful difference to patient care. And today to have an overview of clinical nutrition, we have four very eminent panelists, and I welcome to stage Mrs. Sandhya Pandey, Ms. Guljit Kaur, Mrs. Varsha Kore, and Mrs. Bhakti Samant, please. Welcome. Hello. So here we have 30 minutes, and I've divided into 4 case scenarios, and that's me. I'm a surgical gastroenterologist from Chennai. We'll start with case scenario 1, and this is the story of a 56-year-old smoker who had developed progressive dysphagia and was diagnosed as squamous cell carcinoma mid-esophagus. He cannot swallow his saliva and had a feeding jejunosmy done, and that was started on neoadjuvant chemoradiation, as is the convention. His BMI was 18 and needs help for his day-to-day activities. How do you cater to his nutritional needs? And to answer this, we have Ms. Sandhya Pandey, who's MSc Food and Nutrition, and Chief Dietitian, Medanta, Medicity, Gurgaon. Madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you everyone for having me here. And as you already know, the case diagnosis and how would we proceed? I think all the dietitians sitting here would know that the first step in doing it is nutritional assessment. And I believe all of us have just 5 to 7 minutes to talk about one case. So I will have to be faster in deliberating on this. So we have a lot of nutritional tools. These are validated, reliable tools. We can use NRS 2002 or PGSGA, patient-generated SGA or maybe SGA or GLIM criteria. And in all these tools, what is important is we have to understand what was the patient's usual weight, how much weight did the patient lose, and not just focus on weight loss, but also muscle loss, because there may be some patients who probably the BMI may not be too less. In this case, we know that the BMI is also very less, but even if the patient's BMI is all right, you will have to look at the weight loss history, look at the muscle mass loss, you will have to see physical performance. And in this case, we know that the patient is finding it difficult to do day-to-day activity. Most probably this patient has lost muscle mass. The patient's BMI is 18 already. So the patient will, by any tools that we are using, will have severe malnutrition. Sir, can you go back?
Sorry.
Okay. Severe malnutrition, but this is the severity of malnutrition. What we'll also have to do is do nutritional diagnosis. So for that, we will have to do a detailed nutritional intake study as to how much is the patient's nutritional intake, quantify in terms of macro and micronutrients, because that is going to be important for our management in MNT. Now, what would be the medical nutrition therapy? We all have a lot of guidelines available, ESPEN practical guidelines for cancer and for surgery in 2021 and for surgery 19. We all know energy and substrate requirement is the first target that we have to find out. And if the patient is uncomplicated, for normal cancer patients, you would probably go by 25 to 30. We all know indirect calorimetry is the gold standard. We cannot do that. Predictive equation is what we will have to do. Energy and protein would be pretty much similar unless your patient is malnourished. In this case, our patient is already malnourished. So we'll have to keep that in mind. Weight losing cancer patients with insulin resistance, higher fat to carb ratio, because we know that the patient won't be able to eat so much and the calorie requirement is high. How would you cater to the requirements? So the fat ratio will have to be high. What is most important, which I wanted to focus here, is to identify and prevent refeeding syndrome. Now, very commonly, we tend to go on to very high calorie and high protein, not protein as much, but calorie intake, target on that and start feeding, because here the patient already has feeding jejunostomy. So it's very easy for us to calculate and plan a high calorie, high protein, but please identify, and the criteria for you to identify is if the BMI is less than 16, or in this case, the BMI of the patient is less than 18.5. If the patient has unintentional weight loss greater than, and we all should know that in cancer, even 5% of weight loss is indicating of precachexia. So you will have to keep the, refeeding syndrome into mind, look at hypophosphatemia, hypokalemia, hypomagnesemia, all those things. And if you're worried about refeeding syndrome, you will have to go gradual. Vitamin B1 supplementation at the rate of 200 to 300 milligrams daily dose is something that we will. And even if the patient is at this stage, we would encourage him to walk, because the only way to beat this catabolism and go into anabolism is to encourage physical activity. So that's something that in my, daily consultation, I encourage my patients that they have to do some kind of activity. Can we have the next slide, please, sir? Immunonutrition is a matter of controversy, and a lot of us have been talking about that. The one thing that has been established so far in all the guidelines that I review and we have been following, supplementation with long-chain N3 fatty acids of fish oil to stabilize or improve appetite, food intake, lean body mass, and body weight is pretty much established now. So omega-3 is probably not a controversy anymore, and we could look at supplements which are enhanced and enriched with that. In upper GI patient undergoing surgical resection in the context of perioperative care, use of oral enteral immunonutrients, arginine, N3 fatty acids, nucleotides are strongly recommended by all guidelines, the surgical guidelines or even our cancer guidelines. It is said that we can go ahead and do that for perioperative. Now, in this case, we already have a feeding jejunostomy placed. If your patient did not have the feeding jejunostomy placed, we would have to screen the patient and find out how bad is the dysphagia, and then we would have to go. But thankfully here the patient already, because the major risk challenge for dietitians is to convince the patient to get a feeding jejunostomy or NG feed placed, and you have to go for a jejunostomy feed because the esophagus is the area of pathology here. Then the next would be formula selection. Now, what should we use? Again, whether standard polymeric formula or disease-specific formula or semi-elemental formula. Now, this is where our nutritional assessment comes into picture. How has been the intake of the patient? What is the functional? Does the patient have loose motions, diarrhea, nausea, all of that? As per the guidelines, standard polymeric formula is a preferred formula that can be selected first. But as you can see, your patient is losing weight. So probably I would want to select a disease-specific formula because it is both calorie and protein dense. But this is a matter of discussion again. We will have to make that call. And if in my history I come to know that the patient is not able to tolerate and is complaining of GI discomfort, in that case, I might even think of semi-elemental. But once upon a time, we used to talk about, straight away semi-elemental formula to start with. But now the guidelines are saying, unless you have those indications, you can start with, standard polymeric formula, even in FJ feeding. So probably my route would be either standard, depending upon whether my patient can afford, because most of your disease-specific formulas are expensive as well. So polymeric formula seems all right. If my patients can afford, I probably would start with this disease-specific and then go ahead. Then the next thing we'll have to see is what is the rate of the feed. Start slow. Like we said, we have to look at refeeding, assess the intake. I will assess the intake, see how much. And in this case, the patient's BMI is less. The patient probably was having dysphagia for a longer period of time, may not be eating so much. So for that, I would start with 25 to 50% of plant energy needs, which may be 500, 200, 1000, sorry, there is a misprint, 1000 kilocalories, or 10 to 15 kilocalorie per kg per day during the first week and increase approximately. In fact, these are also the guidelines for managing our critically ill patients, where if the patient is severely malnourished, we'll have to go gradually and probably take 1 week thing and monitor all the parameters, whether it is phosphate or potassium or other parameters, and by 20% increase. So this is how we have to monitor. It is extremely important that we monitor the patient on our feed administration, check nutrient intake on a daily basis. The dietitian is supposed to be actually calculating. We may be planning one thing, but the delivery is important. So how much feed has actually been delivered, because there are a lot of reasons why in hospitals there is feed interruption also for multiple reasons. So we have to see how much. Fluid balance has to be checked. Check the GI function. Is this patient having any discomfort, loose motion, diarrhea, constipation, stuff like that? Also, as dietitians, I think we need to look at the tube and stoma. A lot of times we don't look at those things. So I think we should look at that as well. Nutritional status. Now, albumin is not a good marker of nutritional status. We need to look at functional parameters, and probably we should start using, hand grip strength. Weight probably will also, because if the fluid balance is not as much and there's edema, we may have weight also as a skewed parameter. So hand grip strength would be probably something that we should look at, and keep looking at the lab tests. So these are the things that we would do for this patient. Thank you.
Thank you so much for talking about enteral nutrition in a nutshell in a very short time. And we'll move to case scenario 2. And this is the story of a 17-year-old boy presented to the hospital with low-grade fever of 3 months duration and has lost 40 kgs in the last 3 months after significant weight loss, and clinically had abdominal distension, and he was diagnosed as tuberculosis of the abdomen. His ADA was 68, albumin is 1.7 gram deciliter, and before he was shifted he had a 4-day of ATT, and he had a bowel obstruction, and that we had to open the abdomen. And when we opened the abdomen, there are multiple bowel openings. That's what the whole thing looked like. And effectively, we tried to close many of them, but then there was some intracutaneous fistulae. And I'll call upon Ms. Guljit Kaur. I couldn't get a photograph though, sorry. And how do you cater to his nutritional needs, madam?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. It's nice to be here. So, sir, would you move the slide? So, we know the patient is malnourished. We know it's a young boy. We know it's psychologically weak. So, our main simple goal would be to move medically. So, as per ICNC guidelines, so the focus is to cover all the nutritional aspects, take care of special nutrition need. The child is not able to eat much. We have to make him eat. We have to give parental nutrition. We have to aid both together so that the nutrition goal is reached. So we have to avoid increase in blood glucose. If we are giving TPN, we have to keep track of gastrointestinal function. We have to increase proteins to avoid catabolism, to facilitate protein synthesis, and to have good muscle function. And here the role of physiotherapist will also aid on in our stream. So we have to decrease a loss of the patient. We have to maintain electrolyte and fluids, because fluid is very important. Child will be dehydrated if it is high output. So we have to take care of the fluids also, and we have to avoid refeeding, over and undernutrition. So first we have to check whether it is high output, moderate output, or low output. So our fluid will depend upon the output of the fistula. So if it is, we have to again keep a check on the proteins, the pre-albumin, the nitrogen balance. We all know it, the albumin, the transferrin. Anyway, they are going to help us to move on with the right MNT. We have to keep check on the CRP levels, the triglyceride, if we start on TPNs, we have to check the LFTs, the RFTs. We have to keep in mind the drugs which are going, usually the semestin is given to these kind of patients. We have to keep track of edema, the loss of appetite is there may be many allergies, and the child is psychologically weak. And of course, hypokalemia is there if the fistula is of high output. That means more than 500 ml. Next slide, sir. So if it is NPO, we move on gradually, as Sandhya has pointed out. We have to move on gradually. So first liquid, then full liquid, soft diet. The transition step has to be slowly to avoid refeeding syndromes. We have to modify if we have to start internal feeds. We have to restrict hyperosmolar formulas because the chances of diarrhea are more prone. So the diet has to be low residual. Elemental diet is helpful in these cases. Glucose infusion is again important. We have to give amino acids. Electrolytes are to be given as per the daily, CO2 and acid-base level of ABG machines. And we have to ensure full oral intake. That is the main thing. And then we add on supplements and TPN. So if it is TPN, if the target is less than 75% of the oral intake, we'll start with TPN. And TPN volume will depend on the output of the fistula. If it is high output, we may give 100 ml per hour. High MCT formula again helps. If PPN is given, if we start with PPN, then of course the osmolarity has to be low. Keep check on magnesium, zinc, sodium bicarbonate if it is high output situation. To avoid hyperglycemia, we may have to add insulin for few days. That is again the consultant's prerogative. The amount of glucose based in PN should be reduced if the sugar level is more than 180 milligram per deciliter. We are going to face unstable glucose level if TPN or PPN is there. There may be hypoglycemia, there will be glycemic variability, and we have to check on this. Next. So as per SBAN, supplement PN in standard dosage of 0.35 grams per body weight. If it is sub or total PN, glutamine there is no clear recommendation that we should give. We may give, it may not be negative impact. Omega-3 again may be beneficial, but then there is not much clarification, but it is not a negative impact. We may try omega-3 also. Next. So the protein, the carbohydrates, the lipid, the nitrogen, the electrolytes have to be balanced according to the output of the fistula. So normal, we will start by 1.2 kilogram per day per body weight. And if it is high output fistula, we may increase to 2 grams per kg per body per day. Carbohydrates, of course, 60 to 70%. Lipids, MCTs would be better, 20 to 30%. Nitrogen, 150:1. Electrolytes, again, we have to keep check on electrolytes. Sodium, 1 to 1.5 milliequivalent. Potassium, 0.71. Calcium, magnesium. So we may increase or decrease as per your daily ABG outputs and the readings. So this has to be seen. What are the daily, potassium levels, the CO2 levels, and daily electrolyte levels. Next.
Now, any panelists want to add or comment on the parental nutrition and even Ms. Sandhya's topic on enteral nutrition? You are free to have a comment or two. Okay, fine. Right. Now we'll move on to the third case scenario. Is again a story of a 15-year-old girl who's consumed 100 cc's of bathroom cleaning acid to commit suicide. But as is the convention, she didn't die. Instead, she developed a dense esophageal stricture and complete dysphagia. She had lost 22 kilograms of weight. Feeding gynostomy was done, luckily, and has been planned for a gastric pull-up surgery after 3 months. How do you cater to her nutritional needs, and how would you manage these patients? Because she can't afford, but she has to be home on home mental nutrition. And to answer this question, we have Ms. Varsha Gore, who's the Chief Dietitian in Apollo Hospitals, Navi Mumbai. Madam.
If you look at the case itself, it first gives us a lot of scare. 15-year-old, I'll highlight few things just to understand. 15-year-old, losing 22 kilos, trying to commit suicide. So you can understand the psychological burden, how it is for the patient, but we as a health team, how will we manage it? So as we are looking at it, our basic protocol will go look at the assessment part, and there's no second thought that because the weight loss is gross, esophageal stricture is there, total dysphagia is there, oral intake will not be there, and that's the very reason weight loss has occurred. So severely malnourished, and when we are documenting, when we are trying to explain, we cannot explain the patient, but we have to explain that the problem lies that there is a compromised intake, and that is the very reason a feeding jejunoscopy tube is put in place, so that we can build up the patient whatever the weight has been lost. So the problem lies with the weight loss related to swallowing. And then our immediate goal, or the goal to build up till 3 months, would be how can we arrest or overcome the lost weight? At least we have to stabilize the weight, because this weight loss cannot continue. So optimum calorie intake, because we cannot forget the child is 15-year-old. So teenage, if you look at teenage, that's the highest calories they require. They require 2,400 calories somewhere to start with, 50 grams of protein. But feeding this child with a tube in place and managing at home, yes, it will need feeding jejunostomy was planned, and we have to explain about it is not in hospital where you'll have a continuous feeding bag, but we'll have to show a bolus method, hourly we can give, and then manage it between the few selected hours, which would be in the over 2 to 3 hours. So if you can move ahead. Counseling in this particular case is very important, because the child itself will be reluctant. There will be a lot of pressures. The family needs to be educated. The importance of nutrition, because in this particular case, nutrition is the most important, because later on it's planned for the surgery. There's a gastric pull-up surgery which is planned, and the surgical pressures and the surgical related complications will be there. So nutritionally, we have to build up the patient. So if you look at now the intervention part, that how would a dietitian look into the planning? Will not go by the requirements, will not go by the ideal body weight, but we look at what are the requirements after the weight loss, because the current weight for a 15-year-old will be somewhere around 30, near about 30. So if we look at the calories, and we have to slowly build up. So first, give adequate calories, at least to near reaching 50%, and slowly over the week build up. As we move ahead, I've tried to look up different methods, tried to discuss with many people how they are following in setup. So we find that food and fluid, we have to meet up, because its fluid is also going to be its nutrition, because there is a jejunostomy. Around 1600, anywhere when your weight is about 20 kilos, you need around 1500, and every kilo of weight, you can add 20 to 30 ml. So that is where I've planned around 1600, 1700 ml, and we can do a basic planning. I think we all are good planning 1 calorie per ml. So at least we can bring the child's nutrition requirement to that. Now the setup which I come, I'm thorough with, with close eyes, with doing scientific formula, but we do get references. And here, when we move ahead, I would strongly support a scientific, because it is a medical nutrition therapy. And when we talk about medical nutrition therapy, there should be no compromise. We never compromise on medicine. So when it's talking about nutrition built up, we have to focus about the right plan, what we can give. So for some reason, I thought we can start up with a peptide. And in our fraternity, we also find that we get a lot of support, because we built up patients for transplant, built up for surgeries. We get good support. There are social organizations wherein we can, if required, give a support where the formula can be added. But yes, we need to also understand, if not, then because the cost was an important parameter. So we can plan 50% of bleed. Any feed what you plan, we should focus that there is a calories, there's a MCT oil or your home-based vegetable oil, as well as there is good quality biological value proteins. So if you think of various good biological value proteins, it's the egg, curds, easy to digest, pass without causing any complications. I've also heard that they plan giving fish because it can be blenderized also pretty well and you can manage it. So this is not with much of my experience, but this is with the expert experience. I could, come up to the home feeding options. So if we are starting with, let's start with a peptide based formula. When we are planning over 2 hours, this kind of a peptide based formula will be able to achieve at least 70% of the requirements. When the tolerance is better, when the child is if the cost constraint is really hard, then probably we can combine the half of the thing can be achieved through the peptide formula, later on move to a polymeric formula, and then blend it with the best of the cereals which the traditional habits will manage with. So this is how I have stepped up the plan. I've not started with the basic of 25%, but slowly we can come up to this level.
Thank you.
So learning message, just as I said, this is a nutrition counseling will be the most important because there is a psychological burden. Child had tried to commit suicide, parental counseling, psychological counseling, inter-team discipline members, right from the surgeon, physician, entire team is important. Weight monitoring, because we have to build up the child. And this is how we can look at way forward.
Thank you. And we'll come to the last case scenario. And this is a 35-year-old was brought to the hospital in septic shock. She had developed, these are all real stories, superior mesenteric artery thrombosis and bowel gangrene of jejunum, and had undergone resection anastomosis of proximal bowel elsewhere. And the anastomosis gave way on the second post-op day, and she developed peritonitis. She was reopened, and a proximal jejunum was brought out as a stoma. And it's very difficult to manage a proximal stoma with so much fluid coming out. It was draining 2000 cc's per day, which gradually reduced over a period of time. And she was, of course, had a couple of surgeries and eventually could control to some extent. And we sent her home on home TPN. And how is this home TPN managed and what will be your protocol? And to answer this, we have Mrs. Bhakti Samant, the Chief Dietitian at Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital, Mumbai. Madam.
Hello, am I audible?
But you can have 2 microphones.
Yeah. Okay, am I audible now? Yeah, okay. First of all, thank you, Dr. Pata, for the case, and thank you to the 3 beautiful ladies here. They have done majority of my job of explaining each and
if
every
I can
case.
interrupt, why all dietitians are beautiful? We don't understand. The most pretty women walking the corridors of hospital are dietitians. Is that a criteria to select? I do not know. Well-dressed, pretty.
Thank you, sir. We follow what we preach. So I think that's where, like you were mentioning, if we wanted to comment on each other's case, I think because majority of the parts have been covered, whether we are talking about enteral or parenteral. So I would just focus on few things and also try to summarize what we are trying to tell here is the most important thing that we have to deal with first and foremost as dietitians is assessment. You can't do without the assessment to assess. Now in this particular case, if you are looking at an indication, you the first thing, why TPN? But if you look at the diagnosis, there are specific things which very clearly mention peritonitis, re-exploration, anastomosis. So here, obviously, total parenteral nutrition is the best way that you could, support the patient. Now, if you look at the details, I think for nutrition assessment, the most important thing as dietitians, what we need is an anthropometric assessment. Whereas in this case, if you see, we don't know. Okay, we only know the age, we know what the case scenario is. So in this situation, using an NRS, because it is going to give us an idea about, based on the disease severity, to decide on the score for this patient. Definitely this patient is going to fall under a severe malnutrition risk. Now coming next, when we are looking at home parenteral, we can't directly go on to home parenteral. Obviously, the points which these ladies just pointed out regarding the steps or the protocols that we would follow. For home parenteral, it is going to be definitely a multidisciplinary team approach, a nutrition support team, because we as dietitians can actually We can put our goals, we can do our calculations, and that part where we can educate the patient as far as feeding is considered. But when it comes to taking care of all these things at home, here the support team is very important, the nursing team. So I think the multidisciplinary approach is the most important. Specifically pertaining to this case, our goals are very clear. Patient has undergone surgery, re-exploration, so obviously recovery is the most important thing, and to preserve the anastomosis, the overall survival. Also, we have to understand that when we are dealing with enteral or parenteral, it has its own set of issues that we are going to highlight. So here, when we're looking at home parenteral or even parenteral per se in the hospital, we have to be very sure of where we are able to avoid any metabolic complications in this patient, and to avoid refeeding syndrome. I think they've beautifully covered on that part. Specifically, the refeeding syndrome would be in the initial phase when the patient was in the hospital, when the drain was very high, and when you start feeding. Whereas once the patient is stable, sent at home, at that point, monitoring is the most important thing. So the most important thing here for a home parenteral nutrition would be what? Monitoring protocol. So we as dietitians know कि हमको hospital में, what we have to do. The doctors will put in the protocol, how many times the blood glucose has to be monitored, how many times the electrolytes have to be done, what all tests have to be done. But at home, we have to actually give a protocol to the patient as to how many times you have to do it at home, how many times you have to follow up, though even if the patient is stable. So that protocol is very important. So I think here we need to emphasize on that. Sir, can you put the next slide? Yeah. So you're looking at the guidelines. So assessment is done. You have decided the score for the patient. Now comes how much nutrition you have to provide to the patient. So before we go on to doing a 20% or a 30% or a step up, we need to know what our target is. Target calorie, protein, micronutrients, what is our target, which is very important to put on paper. So, and how I achieve that target is a secondary thing. So if you go by the guidelines, whether you're looking at energy, whether you're looking at protein, based on the severity, you will take a call on. Obviously, in this particular case, because of the re-exploration and for the recovery, 1.2 to 1.5 grams of protein is going to be very important. Lipids, again, 15 to 30%, depending on the weight. So as I mentioned, weight is very important. We as dietitians, everything revolves around what is the weight of the patient, what is the height of the patient, and based on that, our prescriptions are going to happen. All guidelines are given as per weight. So we can't have an assumption there. So then coming on to whether how much percentage you want to give from your protein, fat, glucose. Again, here your individual judgment is going to come into play. Your own experience is going to come into play, and the tolerance of the patient. So there are multiple ways of dealing in that. That now coming to the fluid part, which is very, very important while we are handling, TPN. So typically to start with, or to even target 25 to 35 ml per kg per day is what would be the requirement. And based on the weight and the requirement, we would do the step up. Initially, when you're going to start feeding, yes, to start with hypocaloric feeding, you start only with 20 to 30% of your target calories. Because we want to avoid refeeding syndrome. Refeeding is not very common in a stable patient or at home, because that phase of feeding when you initiate, that is where you will see this. In terms of monitoring protocol for the home or for even in the hospital, the protocol would remain the same. Only thing what is going to change is the frequency at which you're going to check. So the most important, yes, is the weight monitoring. You have to see. So your hydration, your how much, whether these fluids are enough or no, whether it is causing, fluid overload or no. So obviously monitoring the weight is the most important. Doing the biochemical parameters. Gulji ji very nicely explained all those parameters which have to be monitored. But when you tell the patient what tests have to be done, you also have to tell these patients what is the alarm, or what is the point at which you need to rush to your clinician, because every time you do a test, if you're doing weekly basis, yes, but weekly basis you can't have a follow-up. But at least when they know a rough figure, like when you are talking about triglycerides, so we know it's obvious that triglycerides can increase when we are giving TPN, especially with fat. So here we know that up till 400, we are okay if the triglycerides are going up to 400 or if it is lesser than that. But the moment it is going to cross that, we need to really look at or adjust the fat percentage that we have planned in the TPN. So these small things are very important for us to know and for us to guide the patient. When we're looking at electrolytes, what is the frequency? Like in the hospital, we would do it every alternate day. But as the patient is stable, the frequency can go down to maybe twice a week, and then later on once a week. Again, here, depending on how stable the patient is, the call will be taken. And here, the dietitian is not going to be the only person to decide on. It is a team approach. So the doctor and dietitian together are going to help the patient in these cases. In terms of after electrolytes, looking at, if you look at the glucose monitoring, yes, we don't know whether this particular patient is a diabetic or no, but in a whole, we know that when we are going to give TPN, sugars can increase. So here in this case, yes, maintaining an HGT of 180, up to 180, we don't really interrupt feeding for the patient. Bone diseases are common in these cases in long-term TPN. So typically for this particular patient, it is 3 months. So, but we need to keep at the back of the mind that these things are going to be assessed whenever the patient comes in for follow-up. And few things that I tried to put in were the guidelines for the patient relatives, because here it is important that we guide these patients as to when we are using a 3-chamber bag, in how many hours you are supposed to complete it, what would be the hanging time, whether to mix insulin in the bag or no, and in case if you're giving medications, whether to add those medications. So these instructions, when you are going to help the patient, is what is going to help them at the home. Input output chart, which needs to be maintained on a daily basis, weight monitoring, and last but not the least, the site that you have to look at, whether any kind of infection on that site. So how many times the dressing needs to be changed. So I think this is what is very important while dealing with home parenteral nutrition patients. And I think as dietitians, I believe we have a very good practice when it comes to enteral, but we somewhere are not so confident when we are dealing with parenteral. So I believe one thing, that it's all about first and foremost your steps, your A, B, C, D, your assessment, your nutritional diagnosis, your requirement that you need to assess this patient, have your target calorie proteins in place. Now, how you deliver, there can be different ways of delivering. That is going to be based on the tolerance as well as your own judgment of the case that you are dealing with. So there can be multiple ways of trying to deal with one particular case. So that's all that I would want to summarize from my end. Doctor, if you want to add on something, please.
I mean, it's all very nicely. How can I have the lights on, because a panelist should need to be seen, not just heard. They spoke so very well. And I'll just take, there's no timer in the corner, so I have lost count of, I think, and it just take 5 minutes to, ask a question or two. Then I would put on a question saying, what are the challenges you face while dealing with enteral nutrition? When anyone can comment. I want to have a word from Biju, because you seem to have a lot of patients who are on long-term enteral nutrition while waiting for the surgery to be performed, because you have a long waiting list. Yes, ma'am.
So
Biju, if you can come to the mic.
So thankfully, enteral nutrition is very common these days, and we are using enteral nutrition. That's not an issue. The challenge is loose motion and diarrhea. We know one of the major complications of enteral feeding is loose motion and diarrhea. And the first thing, I think, it is dealing with the mindsets of people. The moment there is diarrhea, the first thought is it's the feed.
Right.
And it is just not prevalent with the patient. I'm talking about the treating team as well.
Right.
Before actually addressing as to what is the cause of diarrhea, the first thing is reduce this or stop this. We are addressing that, but it's still, because as dietitians, we face and we talk to a lot of medical teams. So in ICU, you have a closed system where you have to deal with just one intensivist maybe and one. But when you are in the wards, you are dealing with so many, because we have to be masters of all baby. So, so that's the challenge, where how do we convince our doctors and tell, okay, look at the antibiotics, look at what are the various other factors, how do we look at, and to get that. That's the reason as dietitians, we need to be really confident about what we're dealing with, what are we doing. and then take it up confidently with the doctors, because your nutritional management will depend upon whether our team is in speaking the same language. Or not.
Any other comment from the other panelists on this particular
So
aspect?
same, sir. Every diarrhea is not because of feed or, wrong diet or any formula. Any, reflux is not because of that. So we should not stop the feed. We should counsel the nursings. We should be, we should know our field so that we can convince the consultants and the critical care doctors also.
Biju, your comment on enteral nutrition, the challenges you face.
Probably we heard the Japanese Society president talking. The perioperative nutritional support is still a very big question, actually, whether it benefits the patients or not. So incidentally, what we found, and one of the major changes happening in nutrition is severe malnutrition. We know contraindication for surgery, or we'll wait. But do we really wait to improve a nutrition status of the patient? Probably no. But that is where we have to do. So let us say a patient is coming with a malignancy today. We should have the guts and the scientific basis to tell that I will not operate you. We'll operate it after 3 weeks. I will bring your nutrition up, and the entire what we say day 0, the day to diagnosis to day to discharge, I think will be less if we approach this way. That's what one of the very key ideas which I propagate always. So operate late, start nutrition today, manage late, discharge early, and rehabilitate early. Second major problem in one sentence I will summarize that the formulas are there, advice are there, people are there, but actual delivery at the site is the biggest challenge we face. So when we counter the delivery advice, prescription delivery mismatch, 30 to 35% is there in best, even in the best systems. So unless we don't tackle it by catch-up nutrition, whatever, the outcome is not going to improve. These are the only two things I want.
Thank you. One last question before wind up. How was compliance with doctors? I'm sure you've seen somebody who are, like a wall, don't listen, some specialists, and many, like GI people are very calm. How do you deal with such a situation? Do you ever come across a thing where, we know what to do?
Yes, sir, there are challenges in this regard also. I mean, if we have 200 consultants, 195 will not, interfere in terms of nutrition.
That's
but
a big number.
No. I'm giving an example. We do have a big team of doctors, and in our institute, each doctor is his own specialist. Okay, so yes, they have their own mindsets and their own this thing, but I think the way we are able to deliver in terms of controlling the side effects, when we are talking about enteral nutrition, we are talking about aggressive nutrition even in ICU. So I'll just like to give one example. We have intensivist in the hospital. So like she mentioned that for a jejunostomy patient or for any patient, there is no need to give a semi-elemental to start with. But yes, there are certain cases where you would want to use that, and otherwise a standard polymeric formula will do. But we do have an intensivist who uses a very strong dose of antibiotics. So now I know in his case and in his patients, even if I'm using a semi-elemental in an aggressive way, can cause loose motions. So if for that matter, I'm going to use a polymeric formula, surely, there is going to be loose motion. So here, I think understanding how the doctor is working and how he is thinking, now what we do is for his patients that we directly start with a semi-elemental. And when I want to step up, I still don't see any challenge in terms of diarrhea or, any other issues. And maybe if there is a need for a top up in terms of protein, then we complement it with a high protein supplement, but it is not going full day. So there'll be two major, times where we would tackle. So this way, in a diplomatic way, we try and, work around with the type of doctors that we come across. So I'm sure if we do this way, where we are not going against their orders, at the same time, we are also having a stand in terms of what we want to prescribe to the patient, I think they understand.
Thank you so much. I think we are overshot the time. Thank you so much for your participation.
So can I come in something?
Yes, please.
So just wanted to tell when you asked about doctors, how do you face them? I think as dietitians, we can say that every day we have to prove ourselves with confidence. And when Bijusa commented that peri-operative nutrition or pre-operative, where we need to, yes, we will take up the challenge. We had an open abdomen and we waited for almost 8 weeks and then we improved it through PPN and other things. So I think every day we prove ourselves when the new consultants come, and I think the outlook which we give to the doctors give a lot of input about how well. So nutrition has been now more and more clinically, it has been recognized. So when doctors, before they used to comment when they see those hanging bags in the ICU, that is cost and all that. So now everyone knows that it's part of treatment. Without nutrition, the patient cannot survive. And cost is not, it is part of treatment, and nutrition is the most important. I think as clinical dietitians, we are also learning and we have more confidence now through all this. Thank you.
We'll start with Ms. Rekash. Please. And the only thing I notice is a lot of patients wouldn't have eaten so many items. They come with a list, said, my dietitian asked not to eat all these things, which we do not know.
So we have to tell them what to
My
eat.
comment is on the mismatch. They were saying that you advise a particular formula, but you do not see the result because the doctor is looking at the total protein, they're looking at the albumin, and they're looking at the body weight, and they feel that there's a mismatch. The biggest reason for mismatch is that when we miss on the 24-hour recall, you advise a particular diet, it has gone to the patient's room, it has been given, but there has been a wastage. So when we do not do the 24-hour recall, so diet actually is not what you prescribe, but the diet is what your patient has consumed.
Right.
So if you do the 24-hour recall, you can get rid of that mismatch and then look for the biochemical parameters on your own and then improve your, like proteins or whatever electrolytes you want to improve to make sure that this mismatch disappears. 24-hour recall will help you a lot in getting rid of the mismatch.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With
Yes,
that, I
ma'am.
think.
Check, recheck, and counsel. That is going to.
Thank you so much. I think we are eating into the next lectures. Thank you. Thanks once again. Thank you.
Jatana ma'am, you wanted to say something?
Last closing.
Okay. That should be in the checklist.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to say?
Yes.
So I'm from Tata Memorial Hospital, and I would wish to say this, that we shouldn't have any hindrance or the fright which is there, because this is in our checklist that before, as rightly as Biju sir said, that we have the consultants put the patients 2 weeks ahead on a checklist for nutrition clinic. Unless and until there's a green signal given by us, they don't go ahead. Secondly, for TPN, that fright shouldn't be there, because as rightly as we are having a good discussion, if the dietitians are well read, they know the guidelines, the doctors welcome you with, they are ready to listen to you. And the thing is, what we have is every day in the morning, as we have the doctors round, we have the anesthesia, even in the ICU, we have the nutritionist ward round and the parent unit, that is the surgeons. So in case if you are discussing, we stop at that patient, we discuss, and then we let to go. And they welcome us to, and the protocol is such, they'll wait for the dietitian's call whether a TPN has to be started. And so if we say the indication and it can be done by enteral also, they do it. So there's a lot of way ahead for us. So
Thank
nothing.
you. Thanks.
Thank you.
I thank you all, and I request the panelists and Dr. Patta to please be here on the stage for the felicitation process. I request Dr. Patta Radhakrishnan to felicitate our panelists for the session today. Ms. Sandhya, Ms. Gurjeet, Ms. Varsha, Ms. Bhakti. I request Dr. PC Vijay Kumar to please come on the stage and facilitate our chairperson for this session, Dr. Radhakrishnan. Thank you so much. With this, I would just like to say that these case studies will help all of us to go a long way in much better patient management as a holistic team care approach. With this session, I thank you all. I thank all my panelists. I thank Dr. Patta Radhakrishnan, and I would like to end the session today. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now moving on to the next session, which is on neuronutrition. I would first call upon the chairpersons for the session, Professor Nand Kumar. Sir, can we have you on the dais, please? He's the Professor, Department of Psychiatry, AIIMS, New Delhi. His areas of interest, neuromodulation and neuropsychiatry. A lot of papers and researches and chapters to his credit. He's also the chairperson of the Physical Treatment Committee, Indian Psychiatric Society. So that's Professor Nand Kumar. The other chairperson, Dr. Shilpa Thakur. Can we have you on stage, please? She is the Chief Consultant Dietetics, Asian Hospital, Faridabad, General Secretary, IDA Delhi Chapter, the Vice President, IAPN Delhi Chapter, and the co-convener, NetProfan Delhi Chapter. And can we have Dr. Anshu Mehra on stage? She is an associate professor at the Meerut College, the Faculty of Home Science. She is a freelance dietitian also, a diabetes educator, and also an NEC member for the IAPN India. Can I request Professor Nand Kumar to please introduce the speakers and chair the session?
So good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to chair this very important session, I suppose. It's a neuronutrition. We all know that we have a gut-brain axis. That means whatever we eat, there is a connection with the brain. And you are all dietitians. So there is a very old saying that we are what we eat. And this is in fact so true. I will give one example. There are a lot of research now, and they suggest that whatever thing happened in the mind, that is a reflection of the gut dysbiosis. So for example, if there is a loose motion or dehydration, you get giddiness, confusion. If there is a nutritional deficiency of vitamin B12, you may develop depression or you may develop memory impairment. In fact, most of the antidepressant what we prescribe as a psychiatrist, and most common is the SSRI, that is serotonin reuptake inhibitor. That means it enhances the level of serotonin in the neurotransmitter. And 95% of serotonin is produced in the gut, not in the brain. So there is a huge relationship, and we call it second brain. So the gut-brain axis is very, very important. And there are research recently, I was just going through some paper, even some nutritional fact we can't ignore. With the help of nutritional care, we can prevent even psychosis, prodrome. There are research published in the Nature in 2015, and they have used very high dose of omega-3, more than 1000 milligram per day. And there was a randomized controlled trial, and they proved that omega-3 high dose can prevent psychosis development. So this is the importance of nutrition, in fact, for the mental health and neurological illnesses. So we are going to focus on these aspects. And with that, I will request Dr. Shilpa Thakur to introduce the speakers.
Thank you, sir.
So our first speaker for the session is Ms. Srimati Venkataraman, and she's going to talk about psychoneurological aspect of nutrition. Ms. Srimati is MSc in nutrition, and she's a visiting consultant with Clinical Dietitian Trust Well Hospitals and Dr. Digest Clinic. She's founder of Mitha Ahara, Eat to Live, and expert in health and wellness nutrition. She is also National Executive Committee of IPAIN India. She's representative of Karnataka GNP. We welcome you, Srimati. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Shilpa. I just want to first thank Delhi Chapter Organizing Committee and also the IPAIN India for having me here. And when they gave me about this topic, psychoneurological aspect of nutrition, this is basically nutritional psychiatry that is really picking up. This gut microbiome and the gut-brain axis, as the doctor was saying, it has picked up so much of importance in the past 5 to 7 years, and everything is related to the gut. I see most of my patients is gut and also neuro. So brain and nutrition is very, very important, is what you eat. So when I counsel my patients, the mothers, especially when there is a child health involved. So we were talking about adolescent obesity, childhood obesity, where the double-edged sword of malnutrition, both malnutrition, undernutrition, as well as overnutrition. So what you give, so when you think that, no, it is okay, it is a growing child, we can give whatever they want to eat, and this is the age to eat and all that. But when you look at different preservatives, the sugars, the different types of names of sugar, there are 100 names for sugar, which as a parent, I don't want to be gender biased, so whether it is the father or the mother. So it really impacts the child's psychological health and when they grow up to be. So the focus, the concentration, everything that you do is depends on the food you eat. So we have to teach the public out there to see the ingredients, the nutrition label, depending upon the psychonutrition. The gut and the brain is definitely connected, as I was saying. It is called the second brain. So whatever happens in the gut is influenced. This is done centuries ago in our Ayurveda. Indian culture believes definitely that gut is everything. That is why we were always giving importance to the gut health through proper eating, whether it is fasting, whether it is, all these are westernized now, whether like yoga is coming back, the gut health and everything is coming back. But this is ingrained in our culture, in our daily food habits, the way we eat, what time we eat, the circadian rhythm, everything is imbibed very, very closely related to our culture. So the gut and the brain connection, it's very important. What you eat will always, so when you say comfort food, so what you eat, sometimes it gives you, sometimes you're drowsy, sometimes you feel really good about eating it, and even if you have, like you're feeling low, you go and reach for certain foods like a chocolate, or you want a sugar fix, even the craving. So when a patient comes for weight loss, the first thing we need to see is whether the gut is dysbiosis, because the first thing is, if you fix the gut, I think the metabolism in obese patients also, they have seen that when you compare a patient with an ideal weight or when the BMI is in the correct range compared to an overweight or an obese patient, they have found that the gut bacteria is completely different. The same thing with a Parkinson's or a dementia patient, they can find that out. I think sir will agree that in a Parkinson patient, the first tremor that comes already 4-5 years before the gut dysbiosis has already started. There is a recent neuroscience news article, the newsletter has come, where the dementia, definitely it is the nutrients also that is affecting. So everything what we eat from childhood, from conception, so it has a major impact on not only the physical health but also the mental health. Balanced diet is the key. So nutritional neuroscience is very much upcoming, not much developed in India, but in the West, yes, there are nutritional psychiatry dietitians that are available. So I think as dietitians, if you are looking at field of what you want to specialize, definitely you can. There are courses out there. Yes, not inside India, but there are courses out there which would be the one you could be part of a nutritional psychiatric dietitian. So nutritional neuroscience is the scientific discipline
that studies the effects, various components of the diet. So it is just not the macronutrients alone. So it is the minerals, the vitamins, of course, the protein, carbohydrates, the dietary supplements, the type of fat, and the food additives, which has an implication on neurochemistry, neurobiology, definitely behavior and cognition. The way a person focuses, the focus, the concentration, the fatigue, everything, even the way you sleep, it depends upon the type of food you're eating throughout the day. So scientific studies, many things are out there. Association of Functional Medicine model has been there. So what happens is they have found out that a person who's depressed, so the time of depression, the severity of the depression, the timeline, how many months, how many years he or she is suffering can also be helped by the right diet and the right nutrients, along with the psychological counseling. Effects of microbiome on host hormones, there are many: anxiety, stress behavior, and also the thing is where the immunity. So immunity has become a keyword in the past 2 years because of the pandemic. So 70% of serotonin was saying, so the immunity is definitely from the gut. 70% of the immunity is from our gut. Metabolism, so the way the person burns the food, appetite, the cravings, how you're feeling, even the food binging, the way there is so much of craving, the food binging, the addictive behavior is not just with substance abuse, it's also with food. So everything is related to what you eat. Psycho-emotional impact on the microbiome. So they have found that the stress suppresses the beneficial bacteria, which is the bifidobacteria, the lactobacillus, and also the 45 to 50% of the total body production of the norepinephrine occurs in the mesenteric organs. So what the anger or the fear increases the bacteroides, which is the dysbiosis thing. So there are many papers out there, as you can see. I'm not going to take much time. You can see that the gut and the brain is definitely corrected. More and more studies are coming up. It's a very emerging field. So I think dietitians out here and online should look into nutritional psychiatry and the way we eat. And brain foods. So we were also talking about 5 years ago how the coconut oil was not an in thing about fat, saturated fat, but it has been proven that. So I think that as we counsel patients, every 100 miles we have a different cuisine in it. In India, morning also, the chief guest was saying how different it is where when we try to assess a patient. So when we talk to somebody, even, so I come from Bangalore, but my base is from Chennai. But when I counsel a patient from Karnataka, so the Bangalore urban person, if I counsel somebody from North Karnataka, their staple cereal would be completely different. If I counsel somebody from UP, their staple cereal would be completely different. So as dietitians, we don't not only need to know about the disease, the clinical, but also definitely the food science and the upcoming different foods that we are eating and the region which the patient come from, because they are used to growing up with a certain food and the certain staple cereals. So the coconut oil, the oily fish, so the different greens, the vegetables, of course the fermented foods, which is very much there in our system. So we have our own idli, our dosa, our dokla, the curds, the buttermilk, the chaach, everything. So we need to understand the patient. Fermented, actually there is something called a fermentation association. You could search it in the thing and you could see the different products in the world. It's picking up so much now. It is a multi-billion-dollar market, where now the brain foods or especially the fermented food industry. So we also need to know what are the new products out there that is coming up, which is differently the prebiotics, the probiotics through food, which we can give, and what are the things that out there that is there, so we can counsel our patient. Depression, yes, everyone knows good food is good mood. Nutrition plays a very important role in the onset as well as the severity of depression. We have a lot of eating disorders now in our young adolescent girls and boys, because when you see about adolescent girls, they want to really have a body image because of the ads out there or about the movies which they watch. They have a certain image perception and they don't want to eat, or they have a different, though their BMI would be, I could say an example. I had a patient a week ago and her BMI was only 18.5. But when I asked what was she eating for major meals, she was telling me she was eating chapati with keto atta. I was so shocked. So I was like, your BMI is 18.5 and you're eating a keto atta. What is the... She said, no, I Googled it and I don't want to put on weight. And then that is how it was. And she had severe image thing. So there are a lot of fads out there, which you would have seen so many celebrities, also recently a cricketing celebrity. So there are a lot of fads out there. And ma'am was mentioning pseudo nutritionists out there, which are giving different advice, but they are not qualified. So as qualified dietitians and nutritionists, we need to put the message out there that it's not just only for physical health, but mental health also. So it plays a very important role on the mood. Easily noticeable food patterns include poor appetite, especially in the depression. You could see that they never get hungry. And the same girl which I was mentioning you, she was buying corset so that she doesn't feel hungry. She was putting that corset which is used for the back pain, and a different corset. She was using it too in the night and lying down with that so that she doesn't feel hungry, because to suppress her appetite. So it is very important out there that we need to make sure that the correct nutrition and the correct information is passed down to the public. So poor appetite, skipping meals, and a dominant desire for sweet foods is found. Hormones and neurotransmitters. Now with PCOD, just like a pandemic, everyone out there has different types of problems with hormones, infertility, PCOD, insulin resistance, you name it. So, and people just Google. So it's important that as clinical dietitians, we understand them. Chemicals that transport nerve signals in your body influence depression, dopamine, serotonin, all this feel-good hormones are there in the gut. And the motivation is, involvement is in obesity is much less understood. Low carb diet and depression. So when you talk to anyone out there, they throw keywords, different words, just like an SEO in the Google, where you have to say search engine optimization. They also throw keywords at you saying, I'm on a keto, I'm on a paleo, I'm on a low carb, I'm on a low fat, I'm on intermittent fasting, so many things. They give us more keywords in nutrition than we know ourselves. So low carb diet is such a fad, thinking that when we are basically, India is basically cereal eaters. We are cereal eaters wherever the region of the country we come from, whether it's rice, wheat, jowar, bajra, whatever you. So we are cereal eaters. So there is a, what do you say, a tradition where we need carbs depending upon the environment we live, the temperature, everything is there out there. But many people follow a low carb diet thinking they put on weight. But you just can see in the subsequent slides why we need carbohydrates. Carbohydrates increase your serotonin levels. After eating a meal rich in carbs, your body releases the hormone insulin. The insulin enables the amino acid tryptophan to enter your brain, produce more of the feel-good hormone, serotonin. So by restricting the carbs, your brain might not be able to manufacture enough serotonin and your mood will suffer. So the low GI foods may be beneficial to brain chemistry, but it depends. So everything out here. So when you go to a qualified nutritionist or a dietitian, that is why we always say balanced diet, balanced diet. We never go for any keto or anything unless it is medically recommended, like a epileptic patient which has a child which needs a keto diet, which my dear friend Mala is going to talk about it next. So unless it is medically recommended, we always insist on a balanced diet. So carbs are very important to have them to manufacture serotonin, which is a feel-good hormone. So is carbs needed? Definitely. Minimum number of, because the brain is 120 grams of glucose is needed and carbs is necessary in the daily diet for adequate brain function, daily energy requirement. We don't need to go for the refined carbs or the processed sugars. We can give healthy carbs out here where there are many, many in our system. And fiber is your friend for the gut. Fiber is a key nutrient in whole grain product. It is also a prebiotic. It also helps in regular elimination, which is very important for the gut to function very well, which is important in gut health. When you keep your gut healthy, your mood is healthy, your whole body is healthy. So adequate fiber intake can reduce your feelings of depression as you age. The Journal of Gerontology also, they discovered that adults who consumed more dietary fiber from cereals, breads, and fruits had lower rates of cognitive problems and symptoms of depression. Dementia, Alzheimer's is more common in the West than in the country, though sadly ours is also increasing. So a balanced diet is the key. So which nutrients are linked to depression? So you need to have your omega-3, your B vitamins, vitamin D, zinc, and these are the rich sources of foods that are available. Definitely you need to have your B6 and tryptophan, which also helps you the feel-good hormone of serotonin, and proteins and amino acids. Many of the neurotransmitters in the brain are made from amino acids, dopamine from tyrosine and serotonin from tryptophan. So the lack of amino acids generate lack of neurotransmitters, which gives you low mood and aggression. That is why people on low carb diet or fasting, they are very crabby and irritable. So essential fatty acids are also very important. Our own coconut oil, fresh coconut, eggs, avocados, or whichever the patient is taking, a peanut butter, the different nuts and seeds, sesame seeds, olive oil, our own sesame oil, kachigani, mustard oil. So depending upon the region you come from, I think our ancestors were very, very related to science and they knew what they were doing. And omega-3, omega-6, boost your omega-3, cut down on omega-6. Foods to avoid because of the inflammatory omega-6. Now, the thing that is out there, which is preferable, is 4:1. So micronutrients and mental health, this is B1. So that is very much necessary for concentration and attention. B3 is definitely the deficiency causes depression. And these are the food sources out there. Since you're all qualified dietitians sitting here, I'm not much going through the food sources. So deficiency of B5 gives you poor memory and stress. B6, irritability, poor memory, stress, depression. B12, of course, which is common in vegetarians, confusion, poor memory, vitamin C, depression, folic acid also related, deficiency also related to anxiety and depression. This is one of the things which I wanted to say is DASH diet, the traditional, medicinal, the different healthy index eating, all this over there, they have certain common nutrients. So we are talking about broccoli or different things, westernized thing, but there are a lot of traditional foods out here. So common nutrients in our system can be taken and this can be given for counseling. So a poor diet quality also gives you to a lot of mental health conditions. So a balanced diet is the key. Not only substance abuse and other abuse, but food addiction and binge eating is also related to some deficiency and also the food that we take, including the craving. So these are my reference. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And nutrition definitely is related to mental health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So nicely presented. Very informative presentation. You're very right in saying that no, the cultural factor is very, very important. And perhaps no, we are missing that cultural factor. And certainly, I agree completely. The low carb diet is in fashion now, and it is affecting a lot of us, leading to a lot of mental health issue also. So with this, I would like to know, invite any question, clarification for this part of presentation.
So I would like to ask one thing, which might be Dr. Nankumar or Srimati might like to answer. Is there, we've been talking about a very beautiful relationship between the gut-brain axis. So there is an emotional and a cognitive thing which has been related to our intestine. So what is the role for these neuro, or you can say, when we talk about into prescriptions, we have lot many nutrients, we talk about DHA and other things. Do they really play an important role into this kind of a thing?
Shall I?
It's like probiotics or especially like.
I think it certainly plays a role, no? But unfortunately, what happens in clinical practice, if the patient asks us, no, what should I eat? Our normal routine answer is eat whatever you want to eat. Because no, we don't take dietary history. And usually we should take that, but we are not trained in that, in fact. So there are people, no, if you change the diet and change the breathing pattern, it helps a lot in terms of mental health condition. In fact, what I have seen that in a lot of patients in my own practice, no, there is a depression and memory impairment because of dietary issue. And they report some sort of vitamin B12 deficiency, folic acid deficiency, and at times no low protein also. Omega-3 is very important, in fact, and we have seen clinically, of course, a lot of papers are there, but clinically we have seen that it affects health in a very positive way, at least in terms of cognitive improvement, because it has the short chain fatty acid, and it also improves the blood-brain barrier. So definitely the roles is there.
And DHA also?
DHA role is less than the EHA, what you call eicosapentaenoic acid, EPA.
So can I
EPA
add
is
on to that?
more pertinent than DHA, in fact.
So it's more in the children, the DHA and the EPA. When someone comes with that, we can do a nutrition deficiency panel, maybe first, and then try to correct them first, but look at the gut dysbiosis first. And then try to maybe give a prebiotic foods where the short chain fatty acids may be more. Even in stroke, they found out in many studies where there is if you give a short chain fatty acids once they are coming from the ICU to the ward in the rehabilitation. So the giving more food for the prebiotic in the form of to generate SEFA has a positive role in their even the recovery from the stroke. So giving a prebiotic, probiotic in the form of natural foods, but definitely trying to first do a nutrient deficiency panel and then trying to see what are the deficient vitamins or the minerals which they have. Then trying to, but not first putting the supplement, because first their gut needs to be properly, most of them would for information, they would be on antacids for months, for years, for constipation is a big thing in neuro. So the first thing that we do, being a neuronutrition for so long, the first thing is the gut will not be working first. The constipation is a major problem, especially in enteral or for the bedridden. So when they were talking about diarrhea, the first thing I would say is for a tube feeding enteral patient is, if it is neuro, it will be constipation.
I think in addition to diet, that is also a very important factor. No, H2 blocker, what we use, like pantoprazole and ranitidine, they also play a very important role in constipation. But no, I feel like, personally, I feel that a lot of market forces are there. When we move to this kind of processed food diet, Western diet, no, at that time, the recommendation where it's a good instant source of energy, sugar is very good and all that. So now, no, the things are changing, in fact. And this industry is now $1 billion industry. So we need to be cautious what we are promoting, and are we going to be in the grip of those market forces. So perhaps as a dietitian and as a professional, we need to be cautious.
Thank you.
Can I ask?
Please.
Can I ask?
Sure, please.
So,
please.
How do the vitamin deficiency bring on stress is something that I would like to know, sir.
So when we have put those slides out there, which says that B1, there are a lot of scientific papers out there, which they found out that the onset of depression and the severity or the length of the depression is related to the deficiency of because they are also, there are a lot of multivitamins, and as well as you know, being an academician, with the minerals also, like zinc, there are different bodies, such a well-oiled machine that you need all these things, trace elements in different biological reactions of the body. And they found out that whether it's B1 or B5, where there is deficiency, that has increase the severity of the depression or the length of the depression, maybe by few months or whatever. So by fixing those deficiencies, it has helped them to come out of the depression more. So that is how, that is what they have proven in these scientific papers.
In fact, to be very precise to what Madam mentioned, to be very precise, the stress leads to increased corticosteroid. And that lead to change in the absorption
Yes.
and modulation of the, the vitamin level and so many nutrients in the gut. So that leads to nutrition deficiency. Plus stress leads to decreased appetite. At times increase appetite also, but decrease appetite. If appetite is increased, we tend to have more and more sugar in the stress. So these are the basic thing, in fact.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. This side Professor Bijoya Mukherjee. I'm the Assistant Professor of Amity University in the Department of Dietetics and Applied Nutrition, and also I'm a practicing dietitian having my own clinic, RB Diet Clinic. Excellent presentation, Srimati ma'am, like the way you have explained. One thing as a top up, I would like to add up as it is related to the gut that and the new psychiatry. We have seen that in the people like who are suffering from hypothyroidism, for them there is a visceral sensitivity. Many of the research papers have showed that yeah, they do have the visceral sensitivity, and yes, they also do suffer from constipation, the point that you have pointed out. They do suffer from constipation, and that way the new gut brain axis is equally affected. Probably this can be also one of the reason like why the hypothyroid patients, they do suffer from the depression also. They do have a mood swing and these disorders. So yeah, there are a lot many papers also. So it was just a top up on your presentation.
Thank you, Vijay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Point
Thank
is
you
well
for the
taken.
opportunity. Bye.
Just a minute.
We can have one more question. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you, Srimati. I just like Professor Nankumar to give a small token of appreciation to Ms. Srimati. So Professor Manjari, if one of the chairpersons can just introduce her.
FRCP FNASC awarded Penry Mini Fellowship in Epilepsy from the Wake Forest University in North Carolina. ILAE Task Force member for Stigma in Epilepsy, Pediatric Epilepsy Surgery Subcommission, Neuroscience Task Force member for the DBT for Epilepsy, Heads of Disability Task Force for Epilepsy, Secretary General Indian Epilepsy Society member IEAA. Then we have Core Committee of Guidelines for Epilepsy Management in India. She has many research publications. Main areas of interest are epilepsy during drug refractory epilepsies, epilepsy surgery, women with epilepsy and functional neuroimagery in epilepsy, sleep disorders, cognition and autoimmune disorders of the CNS. We have National Course Director of Epilepsy and EEG workshop of IES started by her. She runs rural outreach program in epilepsy in tribal Orissa and Northeast. That's Professor Dr. Manjari. It's my pleasure to invite you, Dr. Professor Manjari. I think she's going online. Yes.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible to all? Hello?
Yes, you are, ma'am. You are audible.
Thank you. Thank you. At the outset, I'd like to thank the organizers and the chairpersons for a generous introduction, where the didactics are peppered by case discussions. So we are going to be presenting a case. This is a duet presentation between me and Mala, who has done her PhD in keto, and modified Atkins diet for epilepsy. Now, we know that there are people with epilepsy, and there are plenty of them. It's the commonest neurological disorder. About 70% of them will respond to one or two medicines. However, about a good 30% will not respond to two or more medicines. This is what is known as drug-resistant epilepsy. So we are talking about a cohort of drug-resistant epilepsy where we have tried two or more anti-seizure drugs appropriately chosen in appropriate doses, and still the person continues having seizures. This person has to be looked upon by a team. And traditionally, before Mala came into the picture, the team consisted of a neurologist, a neuroradiologist, a neurosurgeon, a nuclear medicine specialist, a psychologist, a psychiatrist, a neuronurse who specializes in epilepsy, an electrophysiology technician. And they were actually investigating this person with drug-resistant epilepsy. However, we have now added diet into epilepsy management, and let's see how it is so with this case. So here is a girl who's going into her teenage, and she presented to us in the June of 2021 and went on to Mala's care in November 21. She was diagnosed as having focal seizures with impaired awareness. She had failed 3 anti-seizure medicines on huge doses, and her age of seizure onset was 9 years. So 3 years into the illness, she had failed 3 drugs and continued to have 6 to 7 episodes daily. In the semiology, the parents said there was no aura, they would not be expecting the seizure. However, there would be slight bending of the head and the eyes to the right, and sometimes she would have shaking of both the hands and the legs. Her birth history was a normal vaginal delivery. She had a delayed cry and she was in the NICU for 14 days. Her milestones were normal, however. She had a good height. She had a good weight of 64 kg. She used, her diet. As Dr. Nandkumar said, very often we don't really, tell the patients or we ask the patients about the diet. In epilepsy, before the diet came into the picture, when patients' relatives used to ask us what diet has to be taken, we would tell them take anything. But here now we are taking detailed diet history as to what is the amount of, calories she consumes, etc. And also looking into their social lives. So she was worked up for drug-resistant epilepsy. And as we do, we evaluate them in the epilepsy monitoring unit to look from where the seizures are coming. So here she's sitting on the bed, and obviously it's a COVID time last year. And you can see she suddenly that's the episode where her head goes down and her leg abducts. So she has many such episodes. As I said, she was having 6 to 7 such episodes in a day. Now the video is very long, but however, I'll have to skip it because we just have 20 minutes. So you can see here, before the onset of the event, she has generalized burst of spike and wave, and at places there are polyspikes. And this is followed by electrical attenuation with a generalized fast activity, followed by slowing, and again the rhythmic 2 to 2.5 hertz, spike and wave activity. Her interictal EEG shows us this bursts of paroxysmal fast activity which are happening, and these occur all through her sleep, as well as she also has, I don't know why the screen is not moving. Okay, sorry. She also has bursts of those generalized spike and wave seen in interictal EEG. So essentially, there was nothing focal in her EEG. We did her MRI. Her MRI did not show any lesion, because if we see a lesion, we are going to end up operating her and removing the lesion, which is resective epilepsy surgery. So she had an extensive evaluation, including ictal SPECT, which showed a hotspot in the right frontal lobe, a MEG, which showed a hotspot in the right temporal lobe. And we did her thyroid function. She was hypothyroid. She was corrected for it. She did not have GLUT1 deficiency. Her CSF blood glucose was normal ratio. And her genetics did not show a SLC2A1 mutation. her autoimmune workup was negative. So essentially, we had a non-resectable, drug-resistant epilepsy child with 6 to 7 episodes per day, which were preventing her from going to school, which were preventing her from playing with school children, which were causing injuries and falls. She was then sent off to Mala, and I think Mala is going to talk about it. But ever since Mala has intervened, she has been seizure-free. So really, she went into seizure freedom, and now Mala will take over with her presentation on the diet schedule for this child. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Can I have my presentation? Yeah.
So in continuation, I would like to introduce Ms. Mala Manral. She is PhD into from Department of Neurology, AIMS, and she's MSc with specialization in food and nutrition from LIC Delhi University. She's done certificate course from Asian Institute of Ketogenic Diet under Dr. Janak Nathan in 2015, and she's working right now as dietitian in AIMS since 1995. She has also won Top 10 Women Healthcare Leadership Award from Golden AIM Conference and Awards for Excellence and Leadership in Healthcare. And she's also a program officer for the core group Neurology IPAIN India. We welcome you, Mala.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak on the case-based approach in ketogenic diet therapy for drug-resistant epilepsy, the nutritional perspective for this case. And I also thank Dr. Manjeet Tripathi for referring me this case. Now, before I just move on to the case, I would just quickly talk about the mechanism, the evidence of ketogenic diet therapy, and also some of the aspects which are important to deal in diet therapy. The ketogenic diet is defined as a high-fat, low-carbohydrate, moderate protein diet that aims to force the body to break down fat instead of the glucose. It consists of 1:1 to 4:1 ratio of high-fat, low-carbohydrate, and adequate protein. So now there are 4 types of ketogenic diet therapies which are available in practice, and these are most important, the most less restrictive forms of diet therapies are modified Atkins diet and low glycemic index diet, and they vary in terms of the nutritional composition, the palatability, and the administration protocol. And also we have found in various studies that the efficacy rate of all these 4 diets are almost comparable. So this has already been talked about by Dr. Manjeet Tripathi. It is important then when the patient don't respond to the drugs, it is important to look for the other treatment options like diet therapy or VNS or DBS or the surgery. The ketogenic diet is the effective and the safe management alternative in children and adults with drug refractory epilepsy. It is a time-tested therapeutic modality for intractable epilepsy, and most recently it has been used in various other neurological conditions such as brain tumor, Alzheimer's disease, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, autism, migraine, and mitochondrial disorders. We have seen in many of the studies, there's all the patients who were on this ketogenic diet, around 60% of the patient had shown improvement in the brain activity. As we already know that 1/3 of the patients with epilepsy continues to have seizures despite the treatment with anti-epileptic drugs. So in various, the evidence which have mostly RCTs, they have shown that with classical ketogenic diet, which is 4:1 ratio, the seizure freedom is as high as 55%, and the seizure reduction is almost 85%. And with modified Atkins diet, the seizure reduction is found to be up to 60%. So in a most recent study, which was done by Sharma et al. In 2016, we found that this was done in children between 2 to 14 years. It was a randomized control trial, and the carbohydrate was fixed to 10 grams per day. And they found that the more than 50% seizure reduction was found to be in 56% of the patient as compared to the control. And the most recent study, which was done in children by Vishal Sondhi, it was published in JAMA Pediatrics. They compared all the three arms of ketogenic diet therapy: classical ketogenic diet, modified Atkins diet, and low glycemic index diet. And they found that all the three diets had the same efficacy rate in terms of seizure control. Now, this diet therapy has been found to be used as a gold standard for glucose transport protein 1 deficiency, pyruvate dehydrogenase deficiency, and myoclonic static epilepsy and tuberous sclerosis complex, whereas it should not be given to the patients who are having beta oxidation defects, primary carnitine deficiency, and severe gastroesophageal reflux. All the ketone bodies, they generate acetyl-CoA, which enters the TCA cycle via the citrate synthetase pathways, and therefore the oxaloacetate is less available as a reactant of the aspartate aminotransferase pathway. So the less glutamate is converted to aspartate, and more of the glutamate is available for the synthesis of GABA, which is a inhibitory neurotransmitter, thereby decreases the neuronal excitability. So many mechanism has been proposed about the neuroprotective effect of this diet. The ketogenic diet helps in increasing the GABA. It also activates the potassium channel. It improves the mitochondrial function and also increase the uncoupling protein expression. The most recent study, which was done in also et al. In 2018, they have proposed the gut microbiota, the role of gut microbiota in seizure as an anti-seizure effect, and the beneficial effects of the ketogenic diet on epileptic seizures are mediated by the gut microbiome through their modulation of hippocampus GABA and glutamate ratios. Previously, all the centers were following the different protocols while using the diet therapy, but most recently, we have come up with the updated recommendations by International Ketogenic Diet Study Group. It was published in 2018, and now they state that there is no reason to restrict the fluid or the calorie in this diet therapy. All the four variants of ketogenic diet, like I mentioned, like classical ketogenic diet, modified Atkins diet, LGIT, and MCT are equally effective. There is no need to hospitalize the inpatient for starting the diet, and also there is no need to follow the fasting protocol. So this is the protocol, modified Atkins diet protocol, which we follow in our center. We restrict the carbohydrate to 20 grams per day, and the fats are heavily, like for example, like whipped cream, oil, butter, mayonnaise are encouraged. It is also given that high protein diet, cheese, fish, eggs, chicken, soya products are unrestricted. High sugar containing products like shakes, candy, bar, baking mixtures are discouraged. And also because this diet is deficient in multivitamins, so we do add multivitamin and calcium supplementation along with this prescription. Urine ketones, weight weekly, and seizure diary is mandatory to record. And along with this, the baseline investigations as regards with the complete blood count, fasting lipid profile, urine calcium creatinine ratio, and at baseline 3 months and 6 months is recommended. So moving on to the case presentation. This case, which was discussed by Dr. Manjit Tripathi, it was referred to me, and we did that all the workup, including the ultrasound, echo, CBC, lipid profile, LFT, electrolytes, uric acid, total protein, calcium, zinc, urea, creatinine, all were normal for this case, and the patient was taking 3 anti-epileptic drugs when the patient presented to me. This child was 12 years old, weighing 64. The child was obese, and for 149 centimeter was the height. According to the recommended dietary allowances, 2020, the calorie requirement was estimated to be 2000. And protein was calculated at the rate of 1.5 grams per kg body weight, ideal body weight. So this diet has to be followed in 4 phases. The first phase, which is very important, is the pre-diet counseling phase. And herein, it is very important to explain the mode of therapy to the parent. The list of recipes is very important to be demonstrated. how to do the ketone testing at home. And also it has to be emphasized that all the sugar-free medications has to be stopped. And like for toothpaste, even we have to tell the patient to switch over to sugar-free toothpaste like Vicco or Biswak. Then comes is the taking personal history, anthropometric measurements, the history, medical history, seizure type, and all that is very important part of the nutritionist. And it is very important for a trained nutritionist to do all the diet history investigations at the baseline. This phase is followed by the carbohydrate washout diet, which is a non-fasting phase, which we follow in our center. And this is usually administered to achieve the ketones faster within 3 to 4 days of the starting of the diet. After the washout date, it is important to plan the ketogenic ratio. But in modified Atkins diet, it is not necessary to go up to the high ratio. We just do it for 1:1 or 2:2 ratio to get the results. It all depends on the severity of the disease. After that, the diet prescription is done, and where we establish the calorie and the protein requirement. And we also divide the meals and the snacks for the whole day. After we prescribe the diet, it is important to fine tune the diet at the follow-up. And the main objective of the diet is to achieve and maintain the ketones level to achieve the optimal seizure control. The calories and the ratio are adjusted, maintaining the ketones every day. A regular follow-up with the physician and dietitian is required here. It is also important that we all the supplements, keto diary, records of the seizure chart has to be maintained by the parents, the caregiver. And it is the patients and the caregiver they are asked to recall the instructions which are given at the time of the counseling. So the patient was prescribed 20 grams carbohydrate per day. We started this diet, the patient's diet, on 25th of November 2021. And the diet was fixed to 1.5 to 1 ratio. That is 1.5 is fat, 1 is carbs and protein combined. We gave a scheduled, structured diet plan to the patient, wherein we gave 4 meals daily, and it was divided as desired. The meal were consisted of unlimited protein, higher intake of fats, and it was advised to the parents that to give only 2 portions of carbs per meal from the exchange list, which was provided from the department, which we have standardized in our clinic. This is example of washout diet, wherein the carbs are limited, like vegetable, fruit, cereals, pulses, and mix, and some of the spices are to be have to be limited. Fats and proteins are in any amount, which comes from fats, oil, cheese, soya products. And then the patient can have free amount of food from sugar-free jelly, lettuce leaves, and many other foods which are free in carbs. This is the modified exchange diet exchange list, which was standardized and prepared in our clinic. It has all the food items which has 2.5 grams of carbohydrate in each food. So the parents have the liberty to choose any of the 8 items to be able to get the 20 grams of carbohydrate in a way. So this helped us a lot in maintaining the variety to the diet. And it also has 0 carbohydrate foods which were unrestricted during the course of the diet. This was the sample menu for the modified Atkins diet, which was given to the patient, which has breakfast in terms of soya milk, Nutrilla, omelette, and mid-morning snacks can be taken from soya milk or omelette or cheese or any other. They can have 2 sources of carbohydrate, which they can choose from the food exchange list, which was provided at the time of the counseling to the patient. So certain food list for the modified Atkins diet was also given, like the parents were taught not to give some of the foods, like they have to avoid completely, like sugar, honey, good, jam, jellies, and sweets, cakes, pastries. They were advised not to give all that. And the foods which they can allow liberally are water, unsweetened tea, like from Natura, sweetened or stevia leaves, dry masalas and salts, and non-vegetarian foods were ad-lib, and butter, oil, and ghee were advised to take in any amount. We have Indianized our diet in terms of using the soybean flour, the soybean dal flour, or Nutrilla, and the parents used to make n number of recipes with these soya products, which the carbohydrate is not calculated for that. This was the recipe booklet, which was published by under the supervision of Dr. Manjit Tripathi and Ms. Damanpreet Kaur, and it has really helped our patients to give the variety in the food. And we have given around 88 recipes of low carbohydrate foods, which they can just try out in a day. The compliance of the diet was assessed daily with the urine ketone diastics, which was taught to the parents how to do it every day, morning, evening, and afternoon, using the first urine morning sample and a sample collected before the last meal of the day. And the ketone charts were provided to them and explained how to enter it. And then at the time of the follow-up, they were asked to bring the ketone charts. The compliance was also checked by the food diary, which was maintained by the caregivers. A 3-day dietary intake chart was reviewed at each visit and reinforced the compliance. And the compliance of the diet was calculated based on the record maintained by the parents with regards to the number of meals eaten per day. So I will just show you the Caesar log, which was maintained by the caregiver. And as you can see in the first graph, that was in the month of November when we started this diet. Before the diet, the patient was having 6 to 7 episodes of seizures that day. And then during the month when we started on 25th November, we started this diet. Within a week's time, the child got seizure free. And this was the first child who was super respondent to me, which I had with all the patients. This child was a super respondent who responded within a week's period of time. And the child is completely seizure free. This is the seizure record of January, followed by that February. And this was the ketone record chart, which was again maintained by the parent. And it showed that child was in the state of ketosis and he was having the moderate ketosis. So in this case, I did not, like patient was not given very high fat and he was maintaining 2+ ketones, and still we got the results with this case. And this is the food log which was maintained, and this the patients used to enter all the food items they used to have every day, and the nutritional composition was calculated at the time of follow-up, and the carbohydrate was fixed. We did the calculation by DietCal, and it was found the child was taking 20.5 grams of carbohydrate, which was advised. Proteins was 77 grams, and fat was as high as 142 grams per day, and he maintained at the ratio of 1:4:1. Sorry, I'm just sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry for this technical. I don't know why this is not shifting. Can you just help me?
Mala, go to the slide sorter. Go to the slide sorter. No? You will be able to trace the slide.
It's over?
No, that's not over. I have 2 more slides to go. Excuse me, can you just help me out in this? Yeah. Next, please. Yeah, next. Yeah, next one. Yeah, next after this. So this was the caregiver daily record for monitoring the number of seizures and the adverse event which they had. So in this case, the child did not have any adverse event in terms of vomiting or diarrhea. And this was well documented by the parents. We have to go to the next. Yeah, please, Maya. Do it. So at 3 months, when the patient came to me on 25th February 2020, the body weight was dropped down to 59 kgs. So the child lost around 5 kgs. And we repeated all the lipid profile and the baseline investigations like KFT, LFT, CBC, everything. That was normal again. And the diet ratio was calculated to be 1.5:1 ratio. And the child was maintaining the moderate ketosis at that moment of time. And the child got seizure free immediately with the starting of the diet within a 1 week's time span. You can do it. And there were no side effects. It is an effective, I can summarize, effective alternative therapy when medicines do not work. A trained and dedicated keto dietitians can play a major role in the success of diet. But we surely need a motivated caregivers. A diligent and close follow-up is essential to achieve the goal of the diet therapy. After the careful selection and the initiation, the interaction of anti-seizure drugs with the diet therapy should be kept in mind, and the monitoring accordingly. Tapering and stop needs to be considered. Meticulous diet chart, seizure diary, and avoidance of high glycemic foods, drugs, and syrups results in success of the KD. This was a trial which was conducted in AIMS in our own center under the supervision of Dr. Manjit Tripathi. We undertook a trial to see whether there are clear benefits in terms of seizure control in adults and adolescents with drug refractory epilepsy who were treated with modified Atkins diet versus the control who were given standard therapy. This was a randomized control trial. We had adolescent as well as the adult. Next, please. So we found in terms of seizure reduction around 17.5 patients in the diet group had more than 50% reduction, while only 5 had greater than 90% reduction in seizure frequency, which was found to be significantly high in adolescent. In adult, the seizure reduction was much more higher at the rate of 32.5% versus 0. That was again significantly high. So we found better results in adult as compared to the adolescent. 45.7% in the diet group had greater than 50% when we did the per protocol analysis. And apart from the seizure reduction, we also found that quality of life also improved significantly for the entire population in adults and adolescent in intervention group. And along with this, the behavioral problem score in adolescent and adult had improved when compared with the control at 6 months. So with the use of exchange list, which we prepared in our center, and plus a recipe booklet, which were given to the patients, added the flexibility of the meal choices and the ease of administration. So finally, I would say there are a lot of future perspectives to this diet. This is ever expanding indications for both neurological as well as non-neurological cases. The role of supplements along with the KD needs to be considered. Monitoring is important. Serum ketone bodies, whether important or not, again is a question of research. The role of KD in surgically remedial epilepsy is again a debatable. Thank you so much for your patience.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mala and Professor Manjit Tripathi. Thank you very much. Truly remarkable work, no doubt about this. With this, I would invite any question or clarification from the audience. Let us seek from audience first.
No, with this modified Atkins diet, I did not find any complication with the constipation, because they were allowed to have good fiber at the time of the counseling, and plus we told them to have plenty of fluid because it is not restricted. Was also taken every visit, and we had given them structured form to fill in for the food diary, the ketone diary, and the seizure diary. And at the time of the visit, they used to show us the ketone strips, just to check whether they are giving us the right ketones or not.
We have another question from the audience.
Yes, please. So if I don't get the results with the MAT, which is a lower ratio, like I said, it's just 1.5 to 1, or I can just start with 1:1. That again depends on the patient and the tolerance. So if I don't get the result in seizure reduction, then I might switch over to classical ketogenic diet. But if I'm getting the result, then I don't need to give that high ratios. Yes, of course. But I showed in the study, in the Sondhi et al., all the 4 variants have equal efficacy. So why to give the low ratios? We can always give that low glycemic index food, the diet. Exactly, right. And more liberal. It is more liberal in nature. And we can have a sustainability in terms of taking the diet for a long run. So if the patient get the results, like if we get the seizure reduction, clinically reduction of around maybe 30% of the baseline, then we continue the diet, but it has to be taken for 3 months of show initially. And if we don't get the results in terms of seizure reduction, then we advise to taper it slowly, gradually during the course of 4 to 6 weeks. So like if the child is on 20 grams, we gradually increase to 25 and then 30, but it has to be done slowly and gradually.
No, I think the question was for how long it should continue. If the patient respond to that ketogenic diet.
So if this patient respond, then we have to do it for 2 years.
Up to 2 years.
Yes, like the way we do it for medicines.
Right. Thank you. Any other question?
2 years of
Yes.
2 years of complete
Yes,
seizure freedom. 2 years of complete seizure freedom, and then we take off just like
You are not audible. Please come towards the mic.
Anti-seizure medication, but given in a diet form. It's the same. It's the same.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a nice presentation. I just want to know one thing: how much to be included for the ketogenic diets when you include that?
How much?
Fluids.
No, there is no restriction on fluids.
Should we increase the fluids because we are going with the?
So according to
high
the new
protein
guidelines which has come up by ILAE, in 2008, I just mentioned that, the recommendations. We don't have to restrict any fluid. We don't have to restrict the calories even.
No, I just want to know, should we increase the fluid intake?
Yes, of course, because there are
How much?
chances of getting renal kidney stones with
That's
this
what I
diet.
was- that's what I was
So it's
asking.
better to increase the fluid.
Then how much can you just?
At least 2 to 2.5 liters per day.
But it is a normal one, 2 to
Yeah,
2.5
but
is
this is
normal one.
This is more than enough.
Acha.
Enough.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think okay, you have one question, please.
Mala, that was a beautiful presentation.
Can I just request Anshu to please give a token of appreciation to Mala?
Can we finish this question?
Acha, you're asking a question?
Yeah. So basically, Sandhya has already asked the question, but I would like to know for when do you stop the keto diet for your patients? First.
If for 3 months I don't get the results in terms of seizure reduction, then, and if the child is having better quality of life, which I showed in my study, if they have improvement in alertness, the concentration, even if they show me those results, then I would still continue that diet for 6 months. And if the compliance is better. Okay, but if I don't get the compliance, if I don't get the seizure reduction, I stop it at 3 months. Okay, but it has to be stopped slowly. The tapering has to be done slowly during the course of this treatment for 4 to 6 weeks period of time.
Thank you for that.
So we are moving with our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Amita Puri. She is a renowned psychologist, and she's a clinical hypotherapist and the past life regression and NLP expert. She's director, Optimus Center for Wellbeing, and international affiliate for American Psychological Association. And she has published more than 150 papers in various international and national journals, supervises of many PhD students, and has penned several bestsellers. We welcome you, ma'am. She's going to connect with us virtually.
Yeah, good afternoon, the panelists, respected panelists and the participants and the audience. The topic for today is, am I audible? I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. So the topic for today is dynamic approaches to enhancement in mental health with psychonutritional intervention. So mine is basically some of the experiences which I've been having in my team in handling many cases related to psychological emotional well-being. Many times it happens that people come and they talk about various issues. They're upset, they're not happy, and they have and most of the time these days people are very impacted by body image issues. People of all ages across all genders are impacted by this body image issues. So, and the moment we talk about body image, nutritionists have to step in. The dietitians and nutritionists have to step in because it's a team approach. And their mental health gets messed up, their physical health gets messed up, and everything else, it comes to a standstill. So one of the first things, so it's afternoon now. So with a smile, we interact with our people, we interact with the patients, the clients, our colleagues. So that is my first slide, and the next slide is I'm wishing each one of you once again, it's a holy week, and so eat more color. So color, that is the theme of what I'm going to talk about. So Shrimati has spoken very well about correct in nutrition. She mentioned about correct nutrition and correct information, which is very important for the common man to understand. And theoretically, there's so many things are happening, and we are talking about those things, dealing with it. But when we meet the people, they are not able to understand many things. And बहुत easy hai. They'll say, one of the adolescents I met today, 1 week say she's not been having any carbs, only on fluids. Why? I have to, look well for my cousin's wedding. So I'm losing weight and losing weight fast. So there are various kind of issues, and then the parents and other issues and the other, so many variables they crop in. So we talk about, putting more color in your life and putting more color in your plate on the table. So it's a team effort, and that is, we are rethinking the current model of health as a team approach, psycho as well as nutrition. Right, the next slide. Nutrition, mental health, and behavior change. The current scenario is, Thomas Edison also mentioned that the doctor of the future will no longer treat the human frame with drugs, but rather will cure and prevent disease with nutrition. Information is power. And the more information we have, as Dr. Nand Kumar also mentioned, that it's $1 billion industry, this diet and all. So we need to be very careful about what we are propagating as professionals. So that is what, we, with nutrition and with very simple things, we can have a healthy and better and good quality of life. Quality of life is very important. So as psychologists, as nutritionists, we are basically focusing at, targeting at is a good physical as well as mental, emotional quality of life for the people, for the clients. Yeah. And that is what we're talking about here. So good quality diet, healthy foods, limited fast foods, fruits and vegetables, high fiber foods, which our Dr. Manjuri and Shrimati also mentioned. All these things, they lead to better mental health, which also leads to physical health. So it's a good cycle, and all of them go hand in hand. Yeah, the next one. So what is nutrition psychology? It's a newer field comparatively. Nutritional psychiatry, Harvard group of psychologists and psychiatrists, they talk about nutritional psychiatry. So it's a specified branch of discipline. It's a discipline of this discipline. So nutrition psychiatry, nutrition psychology. So it is the field of study which examines the interdependence or relationship between dietary intake and psychological experiences. so that we have a better understanding of DMHR, diet, mental health, relationship. So this is very, very important. Many of the parents, they come, parents of adolescents, even pre-teen parents or pre-teeners, they come and they say, "Ki my child is refusing to have food, or she or he is having only junk food, or all sort of things are happening at home, or when they are angry or upset, they will refuse food, knowing that the parents will buckle into this emotional blackmail." So many variables are happening in the families, especially during these COVID times, when most of us are, have been stuck in the homes only. So many of conflicts, intergenerational conflicts have been happening. And that is where once again, the role of psychologists or mental health professionals along with nutritionists become very, very important. So what is it that nutritional psychologists deal with? When we talk about, it's a plethora of researchers which have shown it's a new mental health landscape. So professionals including psychologists, therapists, nutritionists, psychiatrists, physicians, and allied health professionals, as well as students majoring in the psychology and nutrition, they work hand in hand, because so much of good work needs to be done, but so much of research base has to be made, because at the moment there is limited access to education and awareness in this evidence base. So this is the need of the hour, the new current change in this healthcare model. Okay, so what kind of questions are explored in nutritional psychology? Various, like, can our diet influence our resilience to stress? I'm sure many of my nutritionist colleagues and other mental health professionals who are in there. So these are the things we are dealing with every day. People are, just calling up and they want to know very, very basic things, or even in chat they are sending, can vegetables increase creativity? How can my child be better? Or how can I perform better? Is there a relationship between sleep and nutrition? How does food influence behavior? Why should I take this and not that? Very simple. Why? And whatever you are telling me, it has to be understood by my mind also. That is not happening in many such cases when we are dealing with the common people out there. So can skipping breakfast change children's behavior? Now, this is also a very common thing and very simple thing, which we deal with all the time. Can foods affect our cognitive process? Can diet be used to support mental health? And that is what the previous presentations have been about. Do sights, smells, and sounds influence food choice? Can the foods we eat make us feel sensations? Can what we eat influence our psychological processes? And then what drives us to eat certain foods? एक ही घर में my taste will be different, my sibling taste will be different, my mom's taste will be different, my husband's taste will be different. Why is it that, what drives us to eat certain foods? And do certain types of foods change brain function? Does your personality influence what you eat? Can dietary patterns impact emotions? How does nutrition influence memory? And can what we eat improve school grades? Sometimes it's as simple as that. Parents will say, "Kuch bhi karo, jadoo karo, isko theek kar do." Like, I'm a clinical hypnotherapist also, I'm a clinical psychologist also, and many times this is a very common thing which patients say, "Kuch jadoo karo, kuch ghuma do, isko theek kar do." Or the spouses will say, "Kuch isko, inke dimag mein kuch cheez dal do. You're a psychologist, please do something. Kuch magical wand usko sir pe aap kar do." So, or, my performance should improve. Tomorrow is my viva, how I'm going to manage? I'm having a panic attack. So kuch khila do, kuch de do, I don't want medicine. So these are very common things which we deal with, and we work as a team. We have gynecologists and a pediatrician and a general physician and speech therapists and it's a proper team we have in our hospital. So can skipping breakfast change children's behavior? Some of the questions I'm just focusing on because we are talking about nutritional psychology, a comparatively newer field, which earlier people were working separately. Now for the same set of group or clients, all of us are working as a team. which is very, very important, and that is how it impacts the quality of life. Do sights, smells, and sounds influence food choice? How can I make my child eat the food, eat the lunch, the tiffin pack which I want my child to eat? Can diet influence my behavior or somebody else's behavior? So I'll make that thing and give it to my spouse or my child so that they follow what I want them to do. Is it possible? Can I do that? So various ways in which people want to know, and especially in terms of discipline, newer discipline, this is coming up in a big manner, and more research work needs to be done in this field. Evidence-based work in this field needs to be done. How does nutrition influence memory? Can we eat what we eat improves school grades? Is there a connection between diet and performance? Do certain foods make us crave? So there are various things which nutrition psychologists they are dealing with. And how can I change my mood? I'm not feeling good. Can I have something to make me feel better? Can I have chocolates to make me feel better? And how many chocolates can I have? Or there was one, I remember, there was one young mother of a 2-year-old child, and she said, my child is eating only chocolates. Now, no other thing she wants to have. What do I do? So just imagine, and there are so many things which are happening, which are weird, but the proper psychoeducation and psychonutrition, the nutritional counseling needs to be done together on ground. And then, there are various ways in which these things, this information or all these things, and then many times which in the hospital-based, in the hospital surroundings, or let's say in private practice also, when we work as a team, so many times people want to know, आप diet के बारे में तो आप ही बता दो. Many of our interns are also, psychological interns also are dealing with nutrition psychology. And then the question comes, if this part is dealt with by the psychology people or interns, our interns are dealing with it, then why do we need a dietitian or a nutritionist expert? And sometimes even the patients also want to know कि ये तो आपने बता दिया, उन्होंने भी वही बताया. So what is the difference? So, the speciality is different, but when we work together, the nutritionists, I'm sure many of my friends out there who are nutritionists and dietitians, many times whenever they are also suggesting things to people, कि आप ऐसे follow करो, do this, so many other variables keep on crop up. The family variables, your personality variables, the receptivity to what you are saying. So the psychological variables of the client, of the patient also have to be dealt with. Sometimes parents are on board, okay, yes, we'll do this. But the adolescent or the child is not on board, or the young adult is not on board. Maybe one spouse is on board, okay, we'll do this. But the other spouse is not on board for doing things or changing things or modifying things. So it's a team approach which needs to be done, Otherwise, there's a saying, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. A man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. So how do we convince the client or the patient for behavioral modification? Herein lies the challenge. And then, okay, so next slide is again related to these concepts. The slide, Purnima, I think you need to change that. Yeah. So I was talking about these aspects. The mental health symptoms and nutrition, the quality of life, and we have to work together because we are dealing with human behavior. And in psychology, we are dealing with human behavior. As nutritionists, also we are dealing with human behavior. So when we work together, the goal is beautiful. The goal is achieved more beautifully and promptly. Otherwise, yes, a common approach is what's nutrition got to do with it? You're dealing with, you're doing CBT or a therapeutical intervention, or the medicines have been given by the psychiatrist or by other physicians. So, I mean, with nutrition, how is it going to change? How am I going to change my life with change in what I eat? Is a very, very common thing which people ask. And but yes, it is very, very important when we work together jointly. But that is why the name of the slide. Yeah. So Purnima, the next slide, please. Yeah. So information is power, and as Srimati, the first speaker, she mentioned that correct information and correct nutrition needs to be correct nutrition and correct information should be given at the right time. Then only we can think of of ensuring that the compliance will be there by the client or the patient. Yeah, so we'll quickly go through the slides here. So, I mean, all these things, like we know that, yes, all of us are specialized in this field. So carbohydrates, fats, proteins, they are major components. And yes, this sugar, I just saw the slide, yeah. So what happens is, many times sugar cravings happen. You're working, and yes, many times, most of the times, like I'm dealing with hostlers in organizations where I go to. So most of the students are hostlers out there. And the timings they keep, especially during pandemic, they are just very, very weird. So 5 o'clock you're sleeping, and 4 o'clock you're having something, and then the Swiggies and the Zomatos, they are available everywhere, any time, and then you're eating all sort of junk food. So naturally, your your cognitive abilities are going down. You will not be able to focus. You'll get more irritable. All of things are going to happen, and then you just try to replace that with try to recapture a good mood by having more of sugary products. But again, the result is dismal. And that is what the clients then they talk about. The next slide, please. So all these things we need to understand, we need to be able to convey to the patient population and the client population. Especially, we are not only talking about the patient population, we are also, especially as nutritionists and dietitians, we are dealing with so-called normal people who want to know how can they increase their quality of life, how can they have a better life, better health. So better health physically, mentally, emotionally, and can we do that with diet? And that is where we as academicians also, we are emphasizing about the need for the psychonutrition as a nutritional psychology, as a discipline, working together for reaching out to masses, to people. How can we increase and help them enhance their quality of life and well-being? Well-being is a very important concept these days. Yeah. And then look at this slide. That is what happens when we go out. We pack up all those, packed foods, and we feel so good. We feel so good, and that is half the time we enjoy having this because they taste better. Most of the people will talk about, tell us, "Ye taste better, karte, why are you telling us not to have it?" But then you are into depression, you are into those common mental health disorders, anxiety, stress, depression has become so common. So you are on medication, but along with medication, how with nutritional psychology or with psychonutrition, the therapies, the psychotherapies along with nutrition counseling, how can we help enhance the quality of life for people who have common mental health disorders? But when we talk about nutrition psychology, we are not only talking about the patients, we are talking about the masses, just to have a good life, like using meditation as a medicine. So that's a new concept. We are using meditation as a medicine. तो कुछ और चाहिए ही नहीं. But provided we are able to have that in our life, And then, yes, especially in US, I remember I was in, last year I was there for 5 months in US. So most of the time, the student population out there supplements, wo tablets or wo chote, wo those protein bars and these, very good. Wo le liya, breakfast ho gaya, wo le liya, lunch ho gaya, or you have lots of those drinks. And you feel that, yes, I'm okay. But then you're not okay. And that is what happened during COVID, in US, not many people, they got impacted. And then initially it was said that because of herd immunity, India did not suffer vis-a-vis US. But again, many things out there, leave, many things out there are not the way it should be, although it's a very developed country and so many things are just, you go to Walmart or a Target, they're so-called shopping centers, and it's like it's mad the way things, it's crazy the way things are just lying over there, and so much availability is there vis-a-vis if you compare to India. But there also the mental health, every third or fourth person is into depressive medication as per the researches. So as we are talking about, as nutrition psychologists, we are talking about reaching to the masses for their enhancing their quality of life. At the same time, for common mental health disorders and other little severe disorders, and Dr. Nand Kumar also mentioned just now that right nutrition in the management of psychosis also is a very newer field. People are talking about it, and yes, talking about managing psychosis with right nutrition. Can it be possible? To what extent can it be done? Is what is the need of the hour to talk about, to think about, to work on these lines. So when we talk about mental health, we are talking about schizophrenia, depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder. These are very common so-called disorders which people, I'm talking about from people's point of view, they have heard about it, and many times many people have this issue: am I having depression, or am I having bipolar, or am I having borderline personality disorder? Why? Because Google God is there. They feel I'm feeling this, and then the tests are available online. They say, oh, I got this score, I'm sure, and my score said I'm severely depressed, or my score said I have bipolar disorder. What am I going to do? That is why I knew I'm not doing well, because my performance, I'm not able to do well in my work, and especially in corporate. The work hours they keep out there, it's just maddening. So much of mental health pandemic is happening, especially during this COVID pandemic. So, and when we talk about Swiggies, and when we talk about Zomatos, what are we talking about? They are half the time they're carrying this wonderful, this very delicious meal, one plate meal. So that is what is known as, and it's so wonderful.
Dr. Amita, I'm sorry, am I audible?
Yes.
We're a little short of time, so can we please summarize in maybe 2 minutes?
Yes.
I'm
yes,
so sorry.
It's
Too
okay.
interesting, but no, we have one speaker waiting online.
Oh, okay. Yes, we can do that.
Please,
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you.
So yes. So slide 82, we can just move. So I'll just shortly, in short, I'll talk about a very common thing which girls are facing, young women face is PMSing. So during PMSing also, and this concept PMDD, that is a premenstrual dysphoric disorder, which is to manage that antidepressants also need to be taken, but yet at the same time, research studies have shown that with the right nutritional approach, you can do away with medicines and you can manage your life in PMS and PMDD with apart from those PCOD and other things. But PMSing is such a very common thing. People do not visit a doctor for these issues. But with right nutrition, yes, it is very much possible. And quickly, I'll talk about what we do in stress, because we are talking about this. Let's okay. So when we talk about stress, we are talking about those variables which impact quality of life. So various ways we can handle that. Getting enough sleep hygiene is important. Pet therapy these days is important. Time management, the way you manage your time is important. Using meditation as medication, that is important. And listen to soothing music, taking a yoga class, pranayam, learning to avoid procrastination, learning to say no. So there are various aspects with which we can manage. And so many research studies also have shown that yes, we can improve our quality of life with right nutrition and right management of our lives. Together, we are talking about, when we work as a team, we are talking about the last slide here is, the key word is balancing it out. So the last slide, balancing it out, is very important. So many research studies are showing that mental health, depression, mental health, PMS, mental health, and so many other variables, they are connected. Here we are talking about that nutrition, right nutrition and right psychological management together can create wonders in enhancing the quality of life. And with this, thank you very much for patient listening.
Thank you. It was really excellent presentation. I absolutely agree with you. Like, no, too much of anything, like nutritional and nootropic things also cause adverse effect. Clinically, we see that, no, the people come with a lot of increased level of vitamin B12, and they come with the symptoms of burning sensation and restlessness. So we need to create a balance. So very well said. Dr. Shilpa.
Thank you, Dr. Amita, for this remarkable presentation. Since we are short of time, we're not going to take any questions. So we'll move to our next session.
Thank you so
Yes,
much,
thank you.
the chairpersons. I would just request Mrs. Rekha Sharma ma'am on stage to felicitate our chairpersons for this session. So Ms. Shilpa, Professor Nandkumar, and Dr. Anshu.
Moving on to the next session, I would like to request all the chairpersons to be seated. And first, I will like to invite Dr. Anup Mishra, who's online with us. So if you can.
Thank you for inviting me. I have to be somewhere else in a short while, and I thought the symposium will start on time, so I had timed like that. So I'll apologize that I will have to leave. I will hand over after my initial comments to Mrs. Rekha Sharma to conduct the whole proceedings. There is absolutely no doubt that the metabolic medicine is at the forefront, and that's because we are seeing the rise of metabolic disorders in India, and specifically diabetes. And there are three areas which are all well covered in this particular symposium, which are of paramount importance. Number one is what you're seeing on the on the screen, reversal of diabetes. Previously, it was a reversal of pre-diabetes, and now reversal of diabetes, and which can be achieved by nutrition or even drugs and bariatric surgery, certainly. So this is an area of renewed interest and of continued importance. The second area is fatty liver. I think this is a terribly important area which we have been working on this area for a while now, both nutrition as well as several other things. And this has changed the whole thinking about the pathophysiology of diabetes, as well as reversal of diabetes is also linked to a decrease in the fat in the liver. And third, which is of great importance, although I have not researched much, is gut microbiota, which is we also covered in this symposium. So with that, I hand over a mic to Ms. Rekha Sharma to continue the proceedings, and I hope all the speakers will strictly, take the time allotted to them. Thank you once again for inviting me here.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, and we will follow your the rules. I have the three chairpersons on the dais already. Ms. Rekha ma'am, I really don't need to introduce her, and I'll not, in paucity of time, I'll not do further introductions. We have Ms. Shilpa Verma. She's also been introduced earlier, so I'm not going to talk. But yes, I would like to talk about Dr. Sandeep Agarwal. He is the professor of surgery, All India Institute of Medical Science, and he has also a research fellowship at Mount Sinai School of Medicine in New York, USA, and a 4-month period of Hometown University Hospital, London, UK, as a Commonwealth Fellow. Sir, we welcome you on the dais for the chairing the session. Most of our sessions for this particular session is going to be online. So I would now request Dr. Sudhakar, who is online, to deliver his speech.
Are we ready, Kajal?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon to all. I'm sorry that this session is running rather late, but I will request the speakers to be on time so that we have some audience at least in the hall. So our first speaker is a very eminent endocrinologist. I know him since his childhood, and that is Dr. Jasjeet Wazir. He's an endocrinologist now for many, many years, and is presently at Vedanta Gurgaon, and is one of the primary faculty members for the Center for Advanced Diabetes Therapy and Technology. And he has great interest in medical disorders and has several publications to his credit. Dr. Wazir, please.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Can the organizers allow me to share my screen? Can we stop the current screen sharing?
Okay.
All right, here we go. Thank you very much, Rekha ma'am. Your introduction was so kind, and I felt like we're back in All India wearing our shorts in the evening. So it's lovely to be connected to everybody virtually. So I will definitely keep very much to time. We need to respect each other and allow for the scientific content to be delivered and have good discussions. So the topic which I would be talking about is reversal of diabetes. And what I've added to that is a question which would come in everybody's mind. Is it possible, or is it just a myth? And in the next about 12 minutes, I will build up the topic as I have understood while researching, while making these slides, and while practicing. So it's a mixture of all these things put together. So whenever we talk about diabetes, we talk about two sets of risk factors. Very pertinent to the fact reversal or remission of diabetes is how does a particular thing happen? Only then can we reverse that. So I would stress more on things we know and we call as non-modifiable risk factors. The age, with advancing age, the risk increases, something you can't change. Gender, you can't change. The genetic makeup and racial and ethnic factors. So there is no study till now which can tell us or has told us numerically that this percentage of contribution comes from this particular risk factor. So all these risk factors are put into a mixie and the final output are non-communicable diseases. These are facts we must keep in mind while discussing scientifically reversing a non-communicable disease or even sitting in the OPD while discussing with a patient the word reversal, and as we come to the end, the word I like to use for my patients. Genetics, some facts about genetics will make the understanding of this topic better. The heritability of type 2 diabetes ranges from 20 to 80%. Do mark and make a mental note of these percentages. The lifetime risk of developing type 2 diabetes is about 40% when one parent is a diabetic and increases to 70% where both parents are diabetics. Important numbers, something which somebody cannot control, and that's why they're called non-modifiable risk factors. First degree relatives of individuals with type 2 diabetes have a 2 to 3 times greater risk of developing future risk of type 2 diabetes. Monozygotic twins, 70% concordance with diabetes, and dizygotic about 30%. These are factual things contributing to the numbers of type 2 diabetes, which no intervention can change. And these studies, when you look at the target population in which genetics plays a greater role, are the ones who are afflicted with diabetes at a younger age with their parents in between the third or the sixth decade. Now let's look at our country, where India is a very young country and we have an explosive increase in the prevalence and incidence of diabetes. Some factual things important for all of us practicing metabolic medicines. On top of the genetics, we were always looking for the reason why diabetes prevalence is increasing. The gene pool will take centuries to change. So the environment, we know the country is undergoing a socio-demographic, nutritional and environmental transition, which yes, can increase the risk of diabetes. But what we see in today's date, something more is happening, what we call as epigenetics. It's basically the environment which is impacting the gene expression without changing the backbone DNA, which also, so these factors change maybe in utero or maybe after birth and in the real time. The mechanisms are as have been portrayed here: DNA methylation, histone acetylation, non-coding. It can persist for an individual's lifetime and can be passed over 2 to 3 generations. So here, environment relating to genetic expressions, what we call as epigenetics. So till now, we've understood a significant reason for the increase in the prevalence and incidence of diabetes, especially in a young country like ours, where all these factors qualify as non-modifiable risk factors. And finally, this is a slide all of us see so very commonly, the reasons why type 2 diabetes happens. And this group of modifiable and not modifiable factors act through multiple pathways as depicted here: the pancreas, the gut, the adipose, the kidney, the muscle, the brain, the liver, with the final manifestation of hyperglycemia and type 2 diabetes. So all these pathophysiological defects, for our understanding, are driven by similar set of non-communicable and communicable risk factors. We're preparing the ground for the main discussion. And again, this slide, everybody, even those who are experts in the field of nutrition, as a part of formal training in the field of diabetes requires a basic understanding of this graph, where this is where a person is non-diabetic and so-called normal. When diabetes happens, the pathophysiological defects or the body's kind of resistance to developing diabetes is broken. And at this point of time, there is a gradual progressive decline in the beta cell functions. So one peculiar or important aspect of causation and the thought is diabetes reversible was challenged by is challenged by this particular slide, where the beta cell function historically in the natural history, if left uncorrected, will decline. Hence, the chance that it may not be reversed. So what would one learn from this slide when we talk about reversal or remission of diabetes is whatever we need to do as early as possible. So to me, as a clinician, I would intervene at this point of time where the patient just has risk factors. I would prevent diabetes. However, in the initial stage of diabetes, we still can intervene with a short duration of diabetes where the functionality of these pathophysiological defects has not reached irreversibility. Intervene here and possibly take the risk or take the metabolic milieu back towards normal. And this is how we must look at reversal of diabetes or remission of diabetes. This is, as clinicians, as experts in nutrition, we must give the advice when, for example, in an obese person who is at a high risk for diabetes, primary prevention of diabetes should be a very important aspect, which is so well portrayed by this particular slide and what we've discussed earlier. So coming to the main part of my presentation, if you look at the English dictionary, remission means a temporary diminution of severity of disease or pain. So the disease is there, but there is a diminution. Now we have to look at the previous slides and think about the previous slides of which word should we be using. Reversal is kind of a U-turn where there is a change in the opposite direction, position, or course of action, which is a very radical thing. It's coming like this and it turns around and goes in the opposite direction. So these are important conceptual things we must keep in mind where we utter the final word of yes, this is possible, or no, this word is better. So the definition of reversal oblique remission. So hence on, for the next 5-7 minutes in the latter half of the talk, I would be using the word remission because all these scientific studies are using the word remission, which scientifically, as a scientist, as a clinician grammar word for describing a situation like this. The diabetes remission clinical trial talked about the definition where the A1C below 6.5%, which is the diagnostic criteria for type 2 diabetes, and discontinuing all diabetes medications for at least 2 months. So what stands out in this? One, no medications. Two, a limited time period of 2 months. What are the expectation of a scientist, a researcher, a clinician, and the patient? Whatever you do, it should be permanent and all their life should be a normal person without diabetes. So that is the expectation, but this is the definition. Further on, the ADA defines remission oblique reversals. And again, as you see, the word remission means partial remission being hyperglycemia below the diagnostic threshold, which is 6.5 for 1 year, no pharmacotherapy, complete remission is normal glycemic measures. So here it would be a A1C less than 6.5%. Here the A1C is less than 5.7%. So this is complete remission. Time period being 1 year, and prolonged remission is complete remission, that is A1C less than 5.7% without pharmacotherapy for 1 year. for a period of 5 years. So this we are clear in our mind how to define it. Now coming to the question, is it possible? Well, very well, yes, it is possible, but we must understand the title says diabetes remission. It does not call it reversal, and that's what I'm going to be using. One of the latest data on a randomized control trial on diabetes remission was the direct trial. Very briefly, we need to see all these very important aspects to be clear in our mind. Relatively young population. We should go back to the slide on pathophysiology and of diabetes where I showed you that graph. Relatively shorter duration of diabetes. So conceptually, I discussed the same thing in that slide with obesity. And the most important intervention in this trial was total dietary replacement to these many calories for 3 to 5 months under observation, and stepped food reintroduction over 2 to 8 weeks, structured support for long-term weight loss management. So I can clearly finish off the talk in this one very slide and say that diabetes remission is best done at a younger age with a shorter duration of diabetes, with obesity present, with dietary interventions driving the force of reversal, and it requires long-term maintenance. Now, when we enumerate all of these factors together, that's where with full authority we can say, yes, diabetes remission is possible. But this particular slide or study does not cover everybody, the races, the age, the gender, all those non-modifiable risk factors I talked about earlier. So at 12 months, 36%, which is a significantly large percentage in 1 year, achieved a weight loss greater than 15 kgs. And those who lost more than 15 kgs had a 86% remission. They were off medications and their A1C was less than 6.5, not 5.7, 6.5. And as the weight loss kept on decreasing, the chances of remission decreased. So those who lost 0 to 5 kgs in a year had a 7% remission of diabetes. And so the entire population, they were nearing 50% of these patients at 1 year were by their criteria of 2 months without with an A1C of less than 6.5 qualified as remission. Another very important thing, and these all of them were without diabetes. So short term, yes, done. But let's come to the long term aspects to it. This wonderful review article on diabetes remission, basically till this date, what we know about remission of diabetes centers around data from surgical procedures, the sleeve, the bypass, the bariatric surgery cohorts. And second, the nutritional interventions, the low calorie, the low carb diets, showing their potency in producing remission of diabetes. So very large studies, very elegant data, again, clearly showing that remission of diabetes is possible and it can be maintained over a long period of time. The remission, one of the drivers for remission is weight loss. And weight loss, we all know, who are experts in the field of metabolic medicines, nutrition, obesity, that the maintenance is as important as the initial part of helping people lose weight. So till now, we've understood the concepts of the words remission, reversal, the possibilities, the ways in which remission is possible. Now, what are the mechanisms which come into play, which will decide if will somebody develop remission of diabetes with a particular intervention? This elegant reversal of twin cycles of type 2 diabetes, a Banting Memorial Lecture in 2012, clearly showed the two main things which need to be there, metabolic changes. One is the liver, other is the pancreas. And we go back to the pathophysiological defect slides of diabetes, where two of the major defects portrayed there were the liver and the pancreas. So those people who achieved normoglycemia had significant reduction, and Professor Anup Mishra just talked about non-alcoholic fatty liver disease as one of the most important areas of metabolic medicine at this point of time. So that's one area which is driving the remission cycle. The overall hepatic glucose output, the fat content in the liver reduced in those who achieve remission. Another very important, it goes against the slide which I projected earlier about a progressive decline in the beta cell function, which may be irreversible. But in this slide, in those people who had a shorter duration of diabetes, like controls where the insulin beta cell capacity was normal, this weight loss finally over a period of 8 weeks produced recovery of that beta cell functioning, which is a major difference from how we look at that slide. But we must keep in mind the age of the subject, the duration, the ethnicity, the family history, the genetic makeup, all of these factors before, as a clinician, as a nutritionist, you say to a patient, yes, this I'm doing and you will develop remission. We should be careful there. So the follow-up study of the direct trial, which I shared with you in the previous slides, they showed similar reasons or similar predictors of remission of diabetes, that the morphologically, anatomically, both the liver and the pancreas looked better. Their shapes, their contours, the fat content decreased, the liver hepatic output decreased. But one thing which differentiated those who responded or as with remission and continued with remission were, were the ones in whom the beta cell function came back to normal. So that's one important aspect of remission, is the beta cell function coming back, which is possible as per these elegant studies which have been done. We did a MRI and very advanced liver and pancreatic functional studies to prove this point which I'm discussing. So I end here in sharing how I see the word remission. Remission for diabetes may be used instead of the word reversal. Long-term remission of diabetes is possible, especially with the strategies which can enable long-term maintenance of weight. The three main modalities till now, which can lead to remission, obviously the nutritional strategies, the LCD, the LC diets, bariatric surgery, all these modalities finally act by inducing weight loss. Sustainability of weight loss is a must and should be the target from day one when you start the intervention, to ensure the diabetes remission is maintained. And the liver pancreatic fat reduction, the reduction in hepatic glucose production, normalization of pancreatic insulin secretion are the main ways by which remission of diabetes can be achieved. So I end here with the first slide I projected, which said reversal of diabetes. Now it says remission of diabetes, and it is no more a myth, it is a fact. And I thank all of you for your kind listening.
Thanks a lot, Jasjeet. Since you are not here physically present, so we can skip the questions.
I have a question.
You have a question? Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Wazir, excellent lecture, and I'm a bariatric surgeon. So you said that most of the modalities work by weight loss. But if you look at bariatric surgical patients, diabetes remission occurs almost within the first week of bariatric surgery when significant weight loss has not occurred. So there are weight-independent mechanisms like GLP-1 increase and improvement in the phase 1 insulin response. And obviously, the long-term weight loss helps in maintaining that diabetes remission, but the initial remission is actually weight-independent. What do you have to say about this? Because
absolutely, absolutely. I purposely skipped the mechanistic ways in which bariatric surgery in a short term and the long-term benefits. The day after a bypass procedure, the requirement for anti-diabetic medications becomes zero.
So that was the point I was making. It can be due to weight-independent mechanisms as well. That's a major.
hormonal changes, and there's a whole long list. Absolutely. So these, the voice is breaking.
I think we got to the answer. Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate.
Welcome. Welcome.
People who are normal weight and have little impaired HbA1c, maybe less than 7, but more than 6.5. So there is no remission for them?
Ma'am, it is possible now. Again, we don't have that kind of knowledge. These comes from the trials in which the average population is given. And as I said, and I purposely put the age range, the BMI criteria in them. So if we talk about the phenotype, lean thin phenotype is likely to be insulin deficient, more likely than the obese type 2 diabetic by phenotype, who's likely to be more insulin resistant. In those cases, the hepatic problem and the incretin axis, etc., would be more prevalent. So by that scientific logic, the chances of remission would be lesser in somebody who's more leaner and has more of an insulin secretory defect. And in the one of the nearing the concluding slides, beta cell recovery, functional recovery, is kind of a mandatory thing for long-term remission of diabetes.
Yeah, as a clinician, I've seen that if you are not to lose weight by just changing the quality of the diet, it's very, very difficult to bring down the HbA1c, but you can control it and maintain it right there. So thanks a lot for this excellent presentation. And we can see you some other time. If people have questions, then maybe they can send them to the organizers and they'll send a mail to you. Thanks a lot, Desi.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Good evening. So the next speaker is Dr. Dorai Raj. He is a program director at the Heart and Lung Transplant Department at Sayadri Hospital. As a heart transplant surgeon and adult and pediatric heart surgeon. And he holds a executive member position in the Society for Heart Failure and Transplantation. He's got various publications in cardiac surgery, including book chapters. And he's been awarded the Outstanding Citizen of Pune by the Mayor of Pune. So over to Dr. Dorai Raj, who will be going to talk about cardiac, metabolic disorders and nutritional care. Dr. Dorai Raj, please. Do we have Dr. Dorai Raj?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you can start, sir.
Hi, thank you, dear friends, and thank you for the EF in India and the Congress for inviting me over, especially Mrs. Shilpa Thakur. Today, I'll be talking to you about cardiometabolic disorders and nutritional care in the same. I'm so happy that the conference is being held at AIMS, where I did my training. This was almost around 20 years back. So it brings back memories. I wish I was there physically, but then I'm stuck in my OPD. So can you see my slides by any chance? Is it okay?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. So when you look at the diagnosis of cardiometabolic syndrome, it's the common characteristics include abdominal obesity, a high BMI or a large waist circumference, insulin resistance, glucose metabolism that includes hyperinsulinemia, impaired fasting glucose, impaired glucose tolerance, type 2 diabetes mellitus, dyslipidemia, that is high triglycerides and low serum high density lipoprotein cholesterol concentrations, and high LDL levels, and also hypertension. Now, we normally miss out the triglycerides in the lipid profile, and hence I have put that as a first option out here. So cardiometabolic syndrome basically is a conundrum of multiple factors. And when you look at the prevalence of cardiometabolic syndrome increases linearly with age from approximately 7% in the age group of 20 to 29 to approximately 45% in those who are 60 years and older. And in the US, they have found that it occurs in 24% of the adult population, which I feel is a big number. Now, the risk factors, it's a very busy slide, so I'll just read it out to you. Abdominal lipids, smoking, hypertension, diabetes, abdominal obesity, psychosocial stress, lack of consumption of fruits and vegetables, lack of moderate, this is important, lack of moderate alcohol consumption also has been a risk factor, which I think people will be smiling, and lack of physical activity. And the emerging risk factors are obviously, there for you to see: abdominal obesity, psychosocial stress, diet, and lack of physical activity. So these are the risk factors which predominate in a patient getting into a cardiometabolic syndrome. There is an important factor, atherogenic diabetic dyslipidemia, which is a very, very crucial factor in this whole game. It is characterized by low level of HDL, high level of triglycerides, and elevated LDL. And this is the triad of atherogenic diabetic dyslipidemia, which we need to discuss very, very carefully. Diabetic prevalence has been increasing exponentially. It will increase also in India. They are looking at a 74% rise in the next 13 years to 20 years. So that is a huge amount. And in this subset, we are looking at prevalence of dyslipidemia to a tune of 85% in male and 97.8% in female population. That means that 9 out of 10 Indian diabetics will be dyslipidemic. 86% are male and 98% are female. And the most common dyslipidemia pattern, as also with cardiometabolic syndrome, is low HDL levels followed by a high triglyceride level. So this is what is being seen. So LDL cholesterol definitely is high, but we are missing out on the triglycerides and the low HDL levels also, which I'm sure with nutritional intervention we'll be able to sort out. So this is the same slide, but in a different version. And what they found that ADD patients have a higher level of HbA1c that is more than 8%. This accounts for around 73% of the patients. That means that most of the patients whose HbA1c is uncontrolled are by default dyslipidemic. So we have to be very careful about the management. Insulin resistance, this is the key to many of the complications, a root cause of many complications. It is a pathological hallmark of type 2 diabetes mellitus. Insulin resistance leads to high triglycerides and cause cardiovascular disease. And also it can lead to non-alcohol fatty liver disease. And insulin resistance as such is a major risk factor for this, as well as non-alcohol steatotic hepatitis. Now, the prevalence of insulin resistance in India is mind-boggling. You'll find, compared to the global standards, in India, it's around 35% of the obese boys to 68% of obese boys are having insulin resistance, which is very, very frightening. And that is where the prevention of this problem comes in a big way. And Asian Indians have a very low sensitivity to insulin as compared to Caucasians. And that you can see in this graph, which was published almost 23 years back. Now, the pathogenesis, I will come to that. This is the, I'm just putting the reference article here, but I'll come to the pathogenesis shortly. The cardiometabolic syndrome is also known as the insulin resistance syndrome, and has been hypothesized that insulin resistance is a major mechanism responsible for metabolic abnormalities of the syndrome. Excessive release of free fatty acids from adipose tissue into the plasma and increased plasma FFA concentration can impair the ability of insulin to stimulate the muscle glucose uptake and suppress hepatic glucose production. And increased FFA delivery actually increases the VLDL levels in the liver and the TG production. So this is how it works. So you have a glucose uptake, it stimulates the insulin release. The glucose is either stored in the liver or it's used in the organs. In insulin resistance, the organs become unresponsive to insulin. Less glucose is hence stored in the liver, and less glucose is utilized by the muscles or the peripheral system, and hence there's an increased level of glucose in the body, in the blood. And what happens? So we have different factors: environmental, biological, inherited factors. Mainly we have to look at abdominal weight and hyper adipocytes. And what happens over a period of time is that the defect in the incorporation of FAFAs into the TGs occurs, And then reduced FFA trapping occurs and retention by the adipose tissue. And this is where insulin resistance comes into a big role. And then over a period of time, there is an increased free fatty acids in the plasma. And what you get is that you have lesser HDL levels, lower HDL levels because of the catabolism of HDL. You have increased triglyceride levels and increased levels of small dense lipoproteins. This the same flow chart applies, but the mechanisms which happens are a little different here. So you have visceral or ectopic adiposity. That means you can have adiposity in the abdomen. You can have visceral adiposity, including around the heart, epicardial fat. And I'll tell you why I'm discussing this point later. It can increase the pro-inflammatory state by releasing cytokines, adipokines, IL-6, TN, tumor necrosis factor alpha, and this can precipitate the fibrinogen pathways, the coagulation pathways, and cause a prothrombic state. So it's not only increase in the triglyceride levels, not only the dyslipidemia which happens, but you are increasing the pro-inflammatory state of the body, the prothrombotic state of the body by having this huge amount of visceral or ectopic adiposity. And over a period of time, you have increased sodium reabsorption, increased sympathetic nervous system activity, which can lead to hypertension. So these are the other offshoots of the metabolic syndrome. So you have neurohormonal activation, chronic inflammation, and then you have these increased free fatty acids, which leads to this lipidemia. And these are the basic pathophysiological mechanisms of metabolic syndrome. Now, what about insulin resistance and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease? The prevalence of non-alcoholic fatty liver disease in India is 9 to 32%, and obesity and type 2 diabetes mellitus are common factors. So when you look at it, cardiometabolic syndrome basically can lead into a non-alcoholic fatty liver disease and also non-alcoholic steatotic hepatitis, which can in turn lead to cirrhosis and hepatocellular carcinoma. And all this is because of the primary, the risk factor of increased adipose tissue. Now, when you look at the management of cardiometabolic syndrome, the first thing, obviously, which we need to look at is lifestyle changes, nutritional interventions, and pharmacological interventions. So I'll discuss all of them. The primary goal is directed towards decreasing the major metabolic risk factors like high LDL, hypertension, obesity by losing fat percentage and not muscle mass, decreasing the insulin resistance, reducing the blood glucose, maintaining a normal HDL and triglycerides through lifestyle changes. Medical therapy should be considered. I'll also tell you the indications shortly. And as I think the previous speakers were discussing, bariatric surgery is also indicated in morbidly obese patients as an important part of our armamentarium in managing the cardiometabolic syndrome. There's also something called chronotherapy, which I want to bring to you, to your mind. That's the timing of the drug, the dietary treatment to achieve the maximal therapeutic effect. And this can be achieved through timing of light exposure, exercise, food consumption, medication uptake, and sleep, so that we can account for the circadian rhythms of the body. The lifestyle modifications is important, like weight reduction, and the goal of the weight reduction is a loss of 7 to 10% in baseline body weight over the period of 6 to 12 months, and reduction of the calorie intake by 500 to 1,000 calories per day. Low intake of saturated fats, trans fats, sodium, simple sugars is also known to help dyslipidemia, hyperglycemia, and hypertension. And diets which are high or very low in fat content exacerbate the atherogenic dyslipidemia. So we have to be very careful that we don't go to an extreme diet, and that is very important. So 25 to 35% of our daily caloric intake should be in the form of some form of fat. Again, I would emphasize judicious use of bariatric surgery has shown super benefits in morbidly obese. And then exercise, and what we look at is 30 to 60 minutes moderate intensity exercises per day. The nutritional intervention principles: eating several small portions of different food varieties, consuming complex carbohydrates such as barley, oat, corn, quinoa, and brown rice, decreasing the consumption of simple carbohydrates like sugars and sweets, eating fresh seasonal fruit and vegetables daily, and consume foods rich in unsaturated fatty acids such as salmon, mackerel, sardines, raw nuts, flaxseed oil, and increased consumption of black beans, kidney beans, green peas, and lentils. Also avoid processed and red meats, limit the intake of sugar, salt, and carbonated drinks, replace salt with spices. There are a lot of methods of cooking now with baking, boiling, and steaming food instead of frying. And this is important. Pay attention to the portion size by utilizing smaller plates. And many, I think there are the psychological aspects of diet also where they have different colors so that the appetite, the satiety levels also depend on a lot of psychological presentation on the food also. And water, drink a lot of water, 30 ml per kilogram per day of water is very essential. Energy restricted diets are important, like we use hypocaloric diet goal to reduce the body weight by around 10% over the first 6 months. Diet should be low in fat, 20 to 25%, high in complex carbohydrates, 50 to 60%, and proteins, 25 to 30%. Complex carbs have low glycemic loads. This includes whole grain, oats, fresh seasonal fruits, vegetables, increases the fiber content. So 8 servings of fresh fruits is what is recommended, or vegetables per day is recommended, and reduce the amount of saturated fats. Mediterranean diet is something which we recommend to our patients. You replace the butter with extra virgin olive oil, which is freely available now. Salt should be replaced with spices and herbs. Red meats once a week. In my practice, I normally tell them once in 3 weeks. Source of protein should be more of eggs, fish, chicken, and red wine. Now, this is what is something which is in India, but the standards what they are recommending abroad is limited amounts. That means 1 glass of red wine per day for women and 2 glasses per day for men. Now, you're going to have a gala dinner after this. Please remember this. It's only red wine. Nutraceuticals, dietary supplements which provide health benefits in addition to basic nutrition value are termed as nutraceuticals. Like various natural compounds which are available in your online platforms are also there, from plant extracts, spices, herbs, and essential oils. They have had a demonstrable benefit in the management of CNS. But it's still under investigation. So therapies are not recommended as a replacement for pharmacotherapy. So what are the nutraceuticals? I'm sure all of you have heard of that.
Sort of some.
Either turmeric, which contains curcumin, you have garlic, you have cinnamon, and you'll find that most of them will help in cardiometabolic syndrome. Like for example, turmeric can have increased insulin sensitivity, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant levels. So I won't go into these details, but you can look at the list. These are all there in our Indian food. The only thing which I would like to point, to is like you have neem, you have cumin, you have fenugreek, cardamom, ginger. All these have got different properties. I can give you the reference articles little later, but they are all there. Grapes, this is a part of the red wine which I was telling you. It has resveratrol and it reduces the adipogenicity, increases the lipolysis, reduces the body mass index, as well as should be taken in moderation. Fish oils are excellent for reduction of triglycerides, and also broccoli. So eat to beat cardiometabolic syndrome. Hippocrates 3000 years ago announced the tenet, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. The dietary supplements which can help CMS could include Syrian bread, prepared mainly from barley flour and wheat germ, mixed with either turmeric or ginger, barley biscuits, bread prepared with soybean flour, enriched with curcumin or ginger, cookies prepared with whole wheat flour or fennel or chia seeds. The high fiber content of these products have a higher satiety level and reduce the food consumption. And these are baked items and they can have bioactive ingredients which could be anti-androgenic, antioxidant, and have anti-inflammatory effects, which is what the downstream effect of a cardiometabolic syndrome is. So that is considered in the nutritional therapy. I would shortly now throw light on what armamentarium which we have as pharmacotherapy. We have statins, different forms: rosuvastatin, atorvastatin, simvastatin, pitavastatin, fibrates. We have also peroxisome proliferative and receptor agonists like saraglitazar, which is a very good drug which I use commonly in my practice, and it's there. It's a part of the sort of FDA at the moment. And antiplatelet drugs like clopidogrel, aspirin, ticagrelor can be used for prothrombic risk. Use of insulin sensitizers. Now we have glucagon like peptide 1 receptor agonists and SGLT2 inhibitors, that is sodium glucose transporter 2 inhibitors, which are used for diabetes but also used for heart failure treatment, which has got a pleiotropic effect. So we have these drugs at the moment in our armamentarium. Antihypertensive drugs like ACE inhibitors or ARBs can be used. Melatonin is something what people are saying to improve the circadian rhythmicity, but I won't go into a controversy because it is used even for sedation. And statins can be used for primary prevention as recommended by the AHA. I won't go into too much of this detail, but basically we look at stratification of the patient of cardiometabolic syndrome into low risk, intermediate risk, and high risk. And when you look at low risk patients, we have a lower intensity statin therapy where the target of LDL is less than 30%. And these are the drug combinations which we can use: 10 to 20 mg of or 1 mg of pitavastatin, 10 to 20 mg of pravastatin. And if you have a moderate intensity or moderate risk patient where we need to reduce the LDL cholesterol by 30 to 50%, we can have rosuvastatin of 10 mg, atorvastatin of 20 mg. And if you have a high risk patient, you can increase atorvastatin to 80 mg, rosuvastatin to 40 mg. Triglycerides are very, very important. So when you're looking at the...
Can you send an SMS to him, please?
Sorry, sir. Sorry, madam.
Sir, can we wind up now? Just in a minute.
Yeah, just a couple of more slides, madam. Sorry. So we have to be very careful about the triglycerides. So when you look at the triglycerides, when you look at the lipid profile, have a look at the triglycerides. If they are way high, more than 150, intervene immediately. So lifestyle management, start using fibrates, niacin. As I told you, you can use saraglitazar and also omega-3. So there are multiple things in your pharmacotherapy. And as I told you, SGLT2 inhibitors like empagliflozin can actually reduce the epicardial, that is a visceral adipose tissue. So we are able to, in heart failure patients, see that we can reduce the visceral adiposity by using such molecules. And saraglitazar, as I told you, it can have improved in the lipid profile and also improve the insulin sensitivity by different mechanisms. So this is my last slide. So to conclude, cardiometabolic syndrome is also called insulin resistance syndrome. It is characterized by abdominal obesity, dyslipidemia, diabetes, hypertension. Management should involve a combination of lifestyle modification, nutritional intervention, pharmacotherapy. Prevention of CMS is the key, especially with high incidence of childhood obesity in India and development of early insulin resistance. Nutraceuticals, functional foods, and appropriate diet regimens are imperative, and availability of effective pharmacotherapeutic agents in our armamentarium may be a game changer if we use it aggressively and early in the treatment protocol. And I have missed out on bariatric surgery for the cardiometabolic syndrome. So what some people say lapro-obesity surgery. So thank you very much for having me over. And once again, I'm okay if the time permits for questions. I'm sorry for overshooting the time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duraraj. That was an excellent presentation. Due to shortage of time, in case there are any questions, they can send them to the organizer and the organizers will further send them to you.
Sure.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. So now our next speaker is Dr. Sudhakar Mashikar. I've heard him before. He's an excellent orator and he's the Chief Technical Officer from Marico. And he's a graduate of UTCT in edible oil technology and earned his doctorate from Indian Institute of Chemical Technology for studies on surfactant and synthesis bioactive lipids. He has created few technologies in personal care to drive novel hair and skincare benefits. And he has 20 patents and 25 international patents publications with his name. So we are looking forward to hearing from you, doctor. And the topic is, what do you need to know before consuming edible oils? Dr. Mashikar, please. Is he there? Is he there? Is he there? No? So next. Okay. Okay, so Dr. Mashikar is, I think, not being connected. So we can go ahead with Dr. Praveen Malhotra. Dr. Praveen Malhotra is an MD, DNB Gastroenterology. He's the head of the Department of Medical Gastroenterology at PGIMS Rohtak and Dean Medical Super Specialties. He's a member of Steering Committee of Technical.
Vani? Vani?
Yes, please.
Good evening, ma'am.
Whom do we have online?
I'm Dr. Praveen Malhotra, madam. Good evening.
Dr. Malhotra, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Please go ahead. We're looking forward to hearing you. Is it there?
Having some problem with sharing the slides I'm doing right now.
Hello.
Yes, please. Are you ready, Dr.
So
Malhotra?
there's some problem. Madam,
So-
I'm not able to share my slides. You can go to next speaker, then I will join.
All right. Thank you. We'll go for the next speaker, please.
Yeah, is it Dr. Yeah, the next speaker is Dr. Sarfaraz Beg. He's a very dear friend. And good evening, Dr. Sarfaraz.
Hi, good evening.
Hi. So Dr. Sarfaraz is a very famous bariatric surgeon from Kolkata. He's the director of Digestive Surgery Clinic and head of GI Minimal Access and Bariatric Surgery in Bellevue Hospital, Kolkata. He is a prolific publisher with more than 20 publications in bariatric, hernia, colorectal, and biliary journals. He has also authored 4 books on, on bariatric surgery, bariatric nutrition specifically, liver surgery, and CVD surgery. He is an associate editor of Journal of Bariatric Surgery and editorial board member of Journal of Minimal Access Surgery, and is currently the vice president of Hernia Society of India, executive member in Obesity Surgery Society of India, and Indian Association of GI Endosurgeons. Welcome, Dr. Sarfaraz, and sorry for keeping you waiting. We're looking forward. I know you have a very deep passion for bariatric nutrition, and all of us are eagerly awaiting to listen from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandeep, for that honor, as well as the entire team ICNC. I am grateful to you for this privilege. I know that time is a premium and I would like to keep as succinct as possible. So this is the hospital that I work in, and this is the beautiful team. And I think each member is very important, especially the nutritionists, in making me understand this journey as well as I trying to work with them. As Sandeep pointed out, I have a deep interest in nutritional management of bariatric patients because I feel that surgery is definitely not enough, and neither is it the center stage of obesity management. It is a no-brainer that nutrition and lifestyle changes are the mainstay of treatment. Now, before I delve into how nutritional management should be done, some basics about bariatric surgery. Well, the bariatric procedures in the past were the gastric band. You will see very few happening these days. In fact, none at all probably. And vertical sleeve gastrectomy is something that is very common. And Sandeep has huge publications on the sleeve gastrectomy and its results. Roux-en-Y gastric bypass and mini gastric bypass, or one anastomosis gastric bypass, are two kinds of gastric bypass, which, unlike the other two restrictive, if I may say so, procedures, also involve diversion of the duodenum and some part of jejunum. It may appear that the food will not enter into the duodenum and jejunum in the bypass, but will do so in the sleeve. Let me tell you, because of the augmented motility at the duodenum level, even in sleeve, the contact time of nutrients with the duodenum is generally assumed to be less. And therefore, nutritional problems do occur after sleeve bypass of any kind. So when we are reducing the contact time of nutrients with the duodenum and the jejunum, or minimizing that contact time, what are we losing? Now, this is a very, very famous picture, I would say very frequently used. Now, look at this. All the bivalent ions like calcium, iron, magnesium, and zinc are absorbed in the duodenum because body wants to preserve these, or wants to absorb the most important cations as early as possible. And these four metals are very important to the body for bone marrow, for various hematopoietic functions. Whereas if you look at the upper GI tract, the jejunum, you would find that most of the amino acids are absorbed here. So protein deficiency will tend to occur the more we bypass. And if you look carefully, you will also find that B complex are all absorbed in the proximal part. So what is not absorbed is the B12 fatty acids, which is more distal, hence the deficiency you may assume will be lower, but B12 also has a assimilating factor in the stomach, and therefore the B12 deficiency is also common. So knowing a little bit of anatomy tells us that why fat soluble vitamin deficiency is less, fat deficiency is less, but why protein deficiency, B complex deficiency, iron, calcium, magnesium, zinc deficiency are higher in bariatric surgery. Now, therefore, as I said, these are deficiencies you should expect in bariatric patients. What is the management therefore? Well, although my talk is about post-operative management, the management has to start pre-operatively. One must identify patients with obesity who have pre-existing deficiencies. For example, iron and vitamin D deficiency are very common in obese patients, as well as vitamin A, selenium deficiency, and many which have been reported. Therefore, they need to be corrected pre-operatively. Post-operatively, one thing that we need to understand, after a bariatric procedure, the patient is unable to consume solid food for quite some time till the healing has taken place satisfactorily, and one can allow them to take higher diet. Remember, this is about restriction also, and in some cases, some amount of malabsorption. So the clear liquid diet and a full fluid diet is for the first 2 weeks, variably patient to patient will vary. In the third, fourth week, typically we would like to keep it on a pureed diet, and thereafter, almost a month later, on a solid diet. So that is an important thing to remember. There is something which we try to remember, the mnemonic as weakness of bariatric nutrition. The first and foremost W is water. Patients forget to have water, they can be dehydrated. Exercise may not be looked at as a bariatric nutrition management, but trust me, if the patients are not doing some physical activity, they are also losing bones. So it's important to realize that exercise is a part and parcel of nutritional management. Eating slowly in smaller portions and chewing very well. No matter how stress we give on this is something patients forget. We have to keep them reminding them all the time at every visit. Proteins. Every patient of bariatric surgery should know how much of protein they're consuming. Let's say if they're having one egg, how much of protein does an egg have? How much of protein does a bowl of dal have? They must know this, and that is how they would be able to achieve a target of 60 grams. Not very easy to attain in Indian patients. No simple carbohydrates or no sugar sweetened beverages, no SSBs, and that's very important. So that is again another important. And supplements, we'll talk about it. Supplements after bariatric surgery is a must and probably lifelong, as recommended by the guidelines. And finally, support system. Build a support group, because patients who have undergone bariatric surgery need to flock together to know their problems, to solve between themselves, rather than talk to people who have never had it. Let's talk about a supplementation a little bit. Well, the guidelines are there. This is 2016, and the mechanics, the guidelines has come in 2019, and they have updated even further. What I would want you to see is prophylactic dosage and therapeutic dosage have a huge difference. So 12 milligram of vitamin B1, which is like 6 times the RDA, and when it comes to replacing, it's like 100 milligrams. So the therapeutic dose is very high. So once you have a deficiency, the therapeutic dose needed is very high. Even the prophylactic dose of supplementation typically is 2 to 3 times the RDA, but in cases like vitamin B1 and vitamin B12, they can be 6 times and 100 times respectively. It is important to emphasize to the patient that they must take these vitamins for life. If you try to sell the surgery by saying you can take it for a couple of years and then you can decide, that's not the fair call. The guidelines recommend based on hard data that they should consume for life. One more very important thing. I'm sorry, I have to put in some formulations without any prejudice to any company, but we must remember that the bariatric vitamins and minerals are different from non-bariatric multivitamin, multi-mineral supplements. And look at this chart that I have devised. I have looked into some of the common ones which are available. Vitamin D3 in a bariatric vitamin capsule is 500, and it is absent in a non-bariatric formulation. And if you look at vitamin B1, it's 3 milligrams. So if you take 2, 6 milligrams. Nowadays, the newer formulations have higher dose. And whereas a conventional formulation has only 0.8, that's 1 RDA, less than 1 RDA. If you look at folic acid, it's 400, whereas the non-bariatric formula is only 60. B12, 500 versus 1. So naturally, even if the non-bariatric formulation is cheap, and in our country we are cost-sensitive, resource-restrained, we still have to persist saying to the patient that bariatric formulation is the one we recommend, and this is what you should take, so to prevent deficiencies. Follow-up tests. Well, the tests that are recommended are frequent in the first 2 years, and then it becomes annual thereafter. But a hemogram, serum albumin, calcium profile, looking at the vitamin D as well as the alkaline phosphatase, parathormone is important. B12, folic acid, vitamin A, thiamine, ferritin, iron, zinc, these are important ones. And there are some special situations when you can add a few more. I would like to walk you through a few case scenarios to explain what I have said so far. So I've taken about 6-7 minutes so far to give you a basic framework of how to look at the patients with bariatric surgery. And now I'm going to walk you through certain case examples to emphasize why this basic idea is important, how to implement it clinically. Now, this is a 24-year-old female, had a sleeve gastrectomy in 6 months. Later, she has a hair where she can see the scalp. The important thing to tell her is, yes, you have got alopecia. However, be rest assured, all weight loss, whether it's through surgery or through disease or through diet, one can have weight loss between 3 months to 9 months. Typically, it's a telogen phase. The hair follicles go into that phase, and they are reversible. So provided you get back, you are taking by multivitamins, multiminerals, enough proteins, they will come back. However, if the patient comes back after a year with persistent alopecia, then one must ensure that they are complying to a good diet and supplements. Also, one should measure albumin, iron, ferritin, zinc, folic acid, EFA as applicable. Remember, I've not mentioned biotin here. Typical reason being that biotin scientifically is still not validated, although it's pretty much common in the industry circles. There is a great paper which tells us that iron and zinc together are the most important reasons after protein deficiency for alopecia after bariatric surgery. So that's something to really care about. Another case example, a Roux-en-Y gastric bypass done, diabetes resolved, patient had a good loss of weight, happy, but had weakness. Now, this is a very common complaint by patients with bariatric surgery, and I must emphasize that probably in our cohort, we see that weakness at some point of time is something that patients with bariatric surgery complain of. And based on what we have seen in the last 15 years, we thought about a mnemonic. And this mnemonic is dampen, D for dehydration and dumping, A for anemia and autonomic insufficiency, M for micronutrient deficiency such as iron and vitamin D, which can typically lead to weakness. Psychological, I'll touch on that. P for protein energy deficiency, and N for neurological reasons. Now, just to touch upon a little bit, dehydration is the commonest cause of weakness in the early phase. People tend to forget to drink because they're not hungry or thirsty anymore. The second thing is dumping, and I think it's a huge topic. We'll leave it at that some patients can have experienced dumping, typically having a sensation of fall, but they may express it as weakness. So as nutrition surgeons, we should identify, explore that symptom, and be sure they're not talking about dumping. Anemia by itself is a very important problem, so I've kept it separately. Anemia is a very common problem after bariatric surgery due to various causes, and therefore it must be kept in mind for any weakness. Autonomic insufficiency is another reason. I'll not go into the depths. Micronutrient deficiency, as I mentioned, but psychological, I want to touch with one line. Many patients will be surrounded by their relatives and they will say, oh, you are eating so less, you'll get weak. And that plays an important role in the patient's psyche, and they think that since they're eating less, they're getting weaker. So they must be explained that it's not so, must have a counselor on board for these patients. Protein energy deficiency is a very serious problem seen usually in gastric bypass, especially diversionary procedures like one anastomosis gastric bypass or duodenal switch. And just to give you some examples of patients that we have seen. So this patient had dehydration, was forgetting to drink, and she had cirrhosis. So if you examine this patient, cirrhosis is a sure sign of dehydration. They scratch, they can feel the nails making marks on them. This is severe dehydration. So remember to examine this patient. This is the case of rhinoderma, behind the elbows, alligator-like skin, papules out there. And if you see there's a broad spectrum deficiency problem, therefore start examining patients who have weakness, and even as nutrition, you must take out time to examine head to toe. This is a patient with angular stomatitis suggestive of B complex deficiency, and measure the blood pressure both in supine and sitting or standing position. If you see a large variation in the blood pressure, that is a sure shot sign that this patient may be either having dumping or a neurological issue. Refer it to the neurologist, or the team should be prepared to understand autonomic insufficiency after bariatric surgery. Let's move on. Another case, sleeve gastrectomy done. 3 weeks later, patient has a lot of vomiting. And this is not uncommon with patients where they may have some incisional stenosis after surgery or some edema after surgery. And when they have that, some of the patients, you must be careful. They may have neurological problems. Like this patient had weakness, dribbling of saliva, confusion, and double vision called diplopia. And this is how we looked. I will give credit to our friend Dr. Praveen Bhatia from Delhi for this. And look at this patient's walk. That is not normal. Prior to surgery, this patient wasn't walking like this. So what is the differential diagnosis? Now, at this age group, you don't expect a stroke, but in an elderly age group, you must. Second is thiamine deficiency. MRI brain was normal, gastroscopy was okay, but vitamin B1 was low. And then we must remember there are plenty of reports of thiamine deficiency after not only sleep, but other procedures as well. But yes, when there is more vomiting, then patients can rapidly become thiamine deficient. And in these cases, we must remember as nutritionists that the therapeutic dose is very high. It's like 100 times RDA. You can see I've written here 100 to 300 milligram per day intravenous. Do not be bothered about toxic effects because these are water soluble vitamins. They will get washed away in the kidney if you give higher doses. So just give higher dosage because insufficient dosage can lead to permanent neurological damage. Another case, this is a super obese patient who underwent a gastric bypass, came back at 1 year with breathlessness. Now, when we measured the hemoglobin, it was 8.9. Now, this is very important. When you see anemia after bariatric surgery, how do you move forward? First is you understand that patients are eating less. They have decreased protein intake, decreased hydrochloric acid, which is leading to less conversion of ferric to ferrous and therefore less absorption. There is meat intolerance in a lot of patients. Proton pump inhibitors are on it many times, and therefore all of this is contributing to deficiency. Even vitamin B12 classical factor is excised in sleeve and bypasses. Therefore, iron deficiency, B12 deficiencies are common. Now, how do you manage them? One must know that if you look at the gamut of tests that are needed to identify what is the cause of deficiency, it would be iron profile. Just doing serum iron is not enough for reasons that we all know. We need to do ferritin, transferrin, TSAT, all of that together to come to an idea whether we're looking at an iron deficiency or an iron storage deficiency. Vitamin B12, and sometimes you have to add homocysteine or methylmalonic acid to be sure we're not missing on B12 deficiency, which can lead to anemia. Folic acid deficiency is very common. Protein deficiency is common in diversion like procedures, and therefore albumin serum measurement is important. And zinc and copper can also contribute. So how do you do all these tests in patients with anemia after bariatric surgery? I'll give you a simple solution. Just do a peripheral blood smear and look whether the patient has microcytic, megaloblastic, or normocytic anemia. If they have microcytic, look for iron, zinc, and copper later on as a second line, iron first. Megaloblastic, look for B12 and folic acid. And normocytic, look for diseases like cirrhosis, CKD, so on and so forth, to be sure that you're not missing on these diseases. We believe if you have an iron deficiency, intravenous iron is better to overcome the problem of hepcidin regulation and inflammatory states associated with obesity. And this is the last case that I would like to present to you. This is a one anastomosis gastric bypass, came back 2.5 years later, where the patient has lost 100% of weight, which is 100% excess weight. This is not good. This is not good at all. And patient was very weak, unable to walk, came on a wheelchair, was passing oily stools, had leg edema, severe anemia, and this is how it looked. You know, that is not the alien coming out of the stomach. It is basically the xiphoid process because of the loss of subcutaneous fat. And this patient needs to be admitted, and there is a lot of management which I will not go about because of the lack of time. The lesson that you learn is we have to be aware that when you're following this patient, do not only look at the weight. Please look at the body composition. See whether the patient, when they're losing weight, are they losing a lot of muscle? If they're losing more than 20% muscle in the total weight loss, then be scared of an entity called sarcopenia. So if we see more muscle loss than fat loss, then we must make sure that we are not missing on sarcopenia, and that this patient will come to us later on with protein energy malnutrition. I will probably, for the sake of time, stop here. But with the last thing, that bone deficiency is not an uncommon thing. When you see back pain in patients, remember that the lab tests needs to be interpreted. A lot of patients with bariatric surgery have a low back pain, and patients, the surgeons have measured the serum calcium and said, oh, it's fine. But that's not okay. What would be okay is to measure the urinary calcium if possible. If that is too much, then or cumbersome, at least do alkaline phosphatase, vitamin D, parathormone. And if they're 2 years past their surgery, especially in perimenopausal women, do a bone scan. If the pain is severe, do an MRI lumbosacral spine to not miss fractures, which has been reported. But remember, serum calcium is just absolutely no indicator to bone health in these patients. So with that brief idea, overview of bariatric nutrition, I would like to send some take-home messages. A, nutritional management is an important adjunct to bariatric surgery. Essentially, obesity is a nutritional disease, multifactorial disease, and surgery forms a small component of management. After the surgery, nutritional management, psychological management, exercise training, all of that is a holistic approach towards these patients, and nutritional management occupies a central and pivotal role. Lifelong surveillance and supplementation is recommended. Therefore, please do not say to a patient that you can do away with supplementation a few years down the line. Also remember, bariatric formulation is what you have to recommend and not the non-bariatric formulation. And in the case scenarios which I've shown you, it's important to at least have an overview, read books on this, because if your mind does not know what to look at, the eyes will not be able to see, and we will typically miss a lot of problems in our follow-up clinics. These are two books that we have written on nutrition after bariatric surgery, and I will encourage people who are interested to read them. Thank you very much for the honor once again, and I thank Sandeep and team ICNC and AIMS for giving me this opportunity. Thank you again.
Thank you, Sarfaraz, for a wonderful presentation. It is really very clear and crisp and dealt with almost all the aspects of bariatric nutrition, although I know it's a huge topic. So any quick questions from the audience? We're running late, Sarfaraz, so but I think
I know.
You completely covered everything, and I really enjoyed your talk. But if there are any quick questions from the audience?
Great.
Yeah, I think then we'd like to thank Dr. Sarfaraz for his time and valuable inputs. Thank you, Sarfaraz. And we'll
thank you very much again, Sandeep. Thank you. Thank you.
Praveen Malhotra, I think he's back with his presentation. Can we have him on, please?
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Already introduced him? Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. I'll start.
Please go ahead, Dr. Malhotra.
See, what the topic is, NAFLD. The theory of NAFLD is changing. Now the term is coming as MEFLD. That is metabolic associated fatty liver disease. So initially we were thinking that only liver part is involved, but now it is multiple dimensional, diabetes, dyslipidemia. So they are putting a part to a MEFLD. What's liver? Most important. There are many functions to be done from the liver because all the blood has to pass from the intestine to the liver.
Hello. Dr. Praveen?
Sir, you can hear me?
Yes, yes. Sir, slide show कर दीजिए.
Okay. So the burnt has to be taken by the liver from all the digested food and toxins, drugs. So they can be very important in putting damage to the liver in form of a fatty liver also. We know carbohydrates, protein, fats, vitamin, minerals, these are the important role being played by the liver. When we say a fatty liver, when there's infiltration by more than 5%, and this is the most important punching line why we are discussing NAFLD right now. I am a head of a department here. I can give you a spectrum of all over Haryana because we get referral from all the districts. 45 to 50% of chronic liver disease patient, they are alcoholic, followed by this NAFLD and hepatitis B and C. And see the reality, how many people can afford a liver transplant? Out of 10, only one can be able to afford a transplant. And then comes the problem with a donor from the family. So it's a spectrum of fatty liver, followed by a hepatitis, leading to fibrosis and ultimately to HCC. A thing to remember is a hepatitis B patient and a NASH or fatty liver in a small subset of patient can overpass a cirrhotic stage and go directly to HCC. And these are the differential why we are getting more fatty liver patient these days. No, the thing is they are coming to for some other etiology. So many times we are seeing in the OPD a patient coming for a dyspepsia or a IBS, getting ultrasonogram done and diagnosed to be having a fatty liver. Then comes by exclusion. You remove all the, exclude all the etiology, and then it comes as a non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Other thing is you get a raised transaminases that gives you a hint of a NASH, that is non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. The prevalence of NAFLD in any country on an average, I can say for India also, it is 25%. And the significant thing is 3 to 5% of patients, they are having hepatitis, that is in a NASH stage, which can ultimately culminate to a cirrhosis and HCC. See the population of India, and 25% are having fatty liver. And out of that, 5% are having NASH, which is a potential to go for a liver transplant to that stage. A celiac disease, we say a prevalence of 1%. A hepatitis, we say we 2 to 4%. For hepatitis C, we say 1%. It is 20.
Slides are not moving.
That is the worry for the, I want to show a fibrosis.
Okay, okay.
And it is the most common disorder, 25, I've already said. The most, it's an arm of a metabolic syndrome. So it cannot be taken as a unique, a single entity. And most important thing is, now you're getting a lean NASH also around 7% to 8% different studies quote, where it is not only the increased BMI, but visceral adiposity and insulin resistance. Most important is the visceral adiposity, and most dangerous is that part of that. And fibrosis ultimately leads to a cirrhotic stage. Insulin resistance remains the cornerstone, already explained in the previous slides. I will not explain again due to shortage of time. And it is an arm of a common arm of dyslipidemia, increased waist circumference, hypertensive, diabetes. In a diabetic, you can get even in 75% of patients a fatty liver, 25 to 75. So whenever a patient comes, you exclude a significant alcohol intake, you measure all the parameters. Most important thing is to exclude hepatitis B and C. In Haryana, it is very common. So it's a pandemic here. That's epidemic here. So many patients of fatty liver which are coming, they ultimately get a diagnosis of B or C also. But if you analyze, if I'm saying 25% of patients are having NAFLD, alcoholic liver disease is a grave thing, but many patients, they report late in a cirrhotic stage. That's why if we analyze a fatty liver stats, that most common comes out to be NAFLD, then followed by alcoholic fatty liver, because they come late. But in a reverse, if you see a chronic liver disease, still alcoholic tops the chart. So most commonly, the patient will come with the ultrasound report of a fatty liver and with a raised transaminases in majority of patients. That gives you a hint for a NASH. That means steatohepatitis. Initially, it was a relation with the liver biopsy, but we are blessed to have a now non-invasive modality like FibroScan, where easily it can be replaced in 75% of patients. There is no need to go for a liver biopsy. We go scoring with the FibroScan and gets to know about the stage of fibrosis, whether it is F0, 1, 2, 3, and that's approach of your aggressiveness increases with as the fibrosis increases. So the thing is nutritional management and pharmacotherapy. In a NAFLD, the most important thing is nutritional management, because pharma drugs, they have been used but not well proven. So main thrust lies on the nutritional management, and I believe that management of a fatty liver NAFLD in a corporate setup and a government setup where I work, there's a lot of difference. So we should be all aware what kind of strata we are dealing with. I can talk on slides, PUFA, MUFA, but when you talk to a patient of a middle class family, then there are financial burdens to make them understand. So I always believe to make a patient at the ground understand the weightage and maneuvers that are very much important, that can change their life and real impact of your knowledge if it translates to your patients. Ideal is the weight loss, and it should not be too rapid. Most important, we always advise a patient to have a weight loss of around half to 3/4 of a kg per week. That means in a month, 2 to 3 kg of a weight loss to begin with is good, because it is well reported. A rapid weight of loss can also again lead to a fatty liver disease.
Hello, Dr.
Diet
Praveen.
restrictions, what we say always.
Hello.
Hello.
डॉक्टर प्रवीण आपकी स्लाइड मूव नहीं हो रही आगे.
Now it's not moving, sir.
मूव नहीं हो रही सर. आगे नेक्स्ट स्लाइड.
No problem, sir. You can hear me. I'm just, because shortage of time, I will terminate everything for you within 2 minutes. I think you can hear me.
Yes.
Sir,
Continue, Doctor.
Okay, ma'am. The thing is, the most important thing is for patients, the thing is to decrease their calorie intake. How to make patient understand what is calorie intake and restriction. I always advise to patient, keep your tummy half full. Never fill it to brim at any meal. If you can remember a line from late Shri Milkha Singh, he always said, my Raj for such a long life is, I have always remained half hungry. So your tummy should not be full. It should be half filled. It will prevent a gastroesophageal reflux disease also. If technically there should be restriction from 500 to 1000 kcal per day, normal intake we say 2000, then this has to be reduced. And this will achieve a target of 7 to 10% weight loss. It should be gradually lost. And most important thing is high sugar foods, fruit juices. The most important thing at present, I think we were discussing in the speaker was saying, the problem with the younger age group having a fatty liver. This Zomato, Swiggy, they have taken a toll. If you go in a market in the evening, all these thelas, pomcha, small shops, they are all fast food joints filled with this young blood. So this is one of the important thing. Other thing is always a NAFLD nutritional management will depend upon the stage, whether he is in a fatty liver, he is in hepatitis or in a cirrhosis. Because if somebody is having a cirrhosis, then compensated and decompensated, ascites has come or not, then comes the role of salt restriction, 2 to 6 grams per day, a high protein diet, fluid restriction of 1.5 liter. But I always take a leverage with the patient once they are having a fatty liver, because normally also many persons without having any hypertension, diabetes, they are all removing all the white things from their diet. White means sugar, white means this ghee, white means maida. So I always teach the patient, maybe just in the fatty liver, because I know in next 10 to 20 years, a fatty liver, a simple NAFL will go into 2 to 3% patient will go into a cirrhotic stage. But if it comes to NASH, then 10 to 15% or maybe 20% will ultimately land to HCC. So I take that leverage point at that point. You should prefer a high protein diet, a low carbohydrate, and a low fat diet. Many middle class people cannot understand everything. So they are told in a way, the food you are preparing, just start putting half of the oil. They may not understand olive oil, they cannot afford it, but at least you can teach, change your habit. Like in a salt, just put a minimal salt in your vegetables so that you can have a taste of that. So stop supplementing your salt in the curd or salads or above table salts without vegetables. Most important, next thing comes the exercise. We know a young person going to a gym can afford a different kind of exercise, but a female of a menopausal age comes to you having osteoarthritis. What exercise do you advise? So plenty of patients should be advised at least half an hour of a walk at a gentle speed, whatever they can do. Who is more fit can go for a spurters or go for a swimming. It's depend upon them, and a resistance training can be done. The bottom line, what I want to touch in NAFLD, when I started my MBBS and MD career, the approach was nothing to worry. Don't worry for it. And now the situation has arisen that it is coming all over world. One of the most important cause of liver transplantation due to end-stage liver disease. I just want to summarize with the thing. The concept of no worry has to be changed to a more aggressive approach. And second most important thing, what we are not touching right now is the most important role of a nutritionist. I work in a government medical college with an indoor patient of 2,100, 7,000 of a OPD and 100 bed ICU in different locations. Only 2 nutritionists are there. So when there are guidelines, there should be X number of nursing sister to care of such amount of patient, ward bearer should be of this amount, PG should be of this amount, faculty should be this amount. I always believe the role and dimensions of nutritionists have to increase, and it will only increase once their number is increased. Corporate setup have taken a lead, but government setup, they are still lagging in it. So it is most important that nutritionists and the treating clinicians have to come hand in hand, and there has to be pressure on the government, on NMC to rule framework that minimum this number of nutritionists have to be made available if you want a bed strength of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malhotra. It was indeed an excellent talk on non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. If there are any questions, and we'll ask the organizers to post them to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
We
you.
are short of time.
Thank you.
Okay, you can give the audience, if you have questions, you can give them to organizers. They'll post them to Dr. Malhotra. I'm sure he'll oblige us by sending us on the mail.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Malhotra. Thank you very much.
रुक गई थी, मैंने कहा जी मैं तो खुद ही बोल दूंगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, बीच में आदि होके गलत को जैसा बता, ठीक है, हो गया.
Ms. Nilanjana Singh. I was going to speak on gut dysfunction. I'm as a nutritional consultant, registered dietitian, over 30 years of experience in field of nutrition, and has taught nutrition and health education at Delhi University for over 7 years, is a health columnist for Indian Express and Morning Standard, has conducted various workshops for wellness, authored papers and books on nutrition, including Our Kid Eats Everything and Why Should I Eat Healthy, and the Pink Book FSSAI. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. When I was given this topic, I thought I can't cover it in 15 minutes, but today I'll have to cover it in 7 minutes, I think. So I'll do a quick job. And let me tell you that gut dysbiosis is at the center of many health problems that we are facing today. And you can see in the slide, the different parts of the body have this unique ecology, but we are talking about the gut today. The ecology is very different, most concentrated microbes there. So we'll briefly talk about that. The importance of the gut was known all along, as early as 400 BC. But what we know today is because of the technology, gene sequencing, we know a lot about the human gut microbiome, microbiota or microbiome, as you can call it. The gut is an ecosystem, and you can see here that it is dependent on how the species react with one another, with the host, and the entire environment is important. So there is not just one healthy kind of microbiome. Many cultures have been studied, and there are many different healthy, stable states of the microbiome. To visualize it, you can see on the screen the green healthy microbiome versus the diseased one or not so well supported one. So what is dysbiosis? It's a very loose term and it's very confusing. So I've tried to make it simple. It is the pattern of dysbiosis that you should look for, and the anaerobic bacteria to the belonging to the phylum Proteobacteria increase in numbers. And this is the signature of dysbiosis. So these are all these high Proteobacteria, they're all low butyrate producers. Why is butyrate important? I think we'll talk about it just quickly. So the healthy microbe, we want the more of the obligate anaerobes, which produce short chain fatty acids, and butyrate is very important. So besides butyrate, there are other short chain, but we'll just talk about butyrate because of the lack of time. Butyrate is important for many, many reasons. A lot of work being done on it. 70% of the colonocytes get their energy from butyrate. It's coming from the fiber, and it has many roles, even in appetite regulation and energy homeostasis. This is what gut dysbiosis would look like. When the commensal or the good bacteria are lesser in numbers, the bifidobacteria, lactobacilli, and even the yeast Saccharomyces boulardii, versus the ones which can be yeast, parasite, bacteria, viruses, which are pathogenic in larger numbers. So the balance is important. And you can see when lactobacilli, bifidobacteria, larger numbers, and the harmful ones are in smaller numbers, that's fine. We don't want to eradicate all the pathogens. Just like in a political system, you need a healthy kind of opposition. You need a little bit of these to keep the healthy ones or the beneficial ones also sort of very, very alert. So why are we having so much gut dysbiosis? The number one reason is antibiotic misuse. Just 3 days can alter these butyrate producing microbiota, their uptake decreases, and the microbial diversity is affected. Diversity is very important. What else is going wrong? Exercise. We are not exercising enough. We don't have to climb trees to get our food. We don't have to run around. So our exercise patterns are also changing with our eating habits. And if I told you it was only in animal models, no, it's also in cross-sectional studies and longitudinal studies where they saw that sedentary habits, when you start exercising, you have increased microbial diversity and more fecal butyrate. All that is listed there increases. So that is why the importance of exercise. And of course, the other host-mediated inflammation, which comes from infections, psychosocial stress, and faulty diets. Most importantly, the host of studies done on ultra-processed food, how you can identify ultra-processed food. I'm not saying that don't have processed food, but ultra-processed foods are very different from just processed food. So you need to identify them, keep them as low in your diet. Other reasons have been put on this slide. Artificial sweeteners, another topic which is actually being studied a lot. The new age sweeteners are also being studied, stevia, monk fruit, but the other artificial sweeteners that have been used for a long time, they disrupt the microbial, the balance, and therefore need to be taken with caution. Emulsifiers have been studied in IBD, and we know that they are disruptive. Another thing which we don't often talk about is the seasonal diets. We earlier had diets which were depending on the season, the fruits and vegetables were upon what you got in the season. This is no longer true, and because of this loss of seasonality, we are losing diversity in our gut, and this can increase the risk of chronic diseases. So loss of diversity, loss of species is because of the loss of seasonality in our diet. So gut microbiome imbalance is seen in more than 25 conditions. They have been put here on this slide, and it's actually more than 25, but they are by correlation that we can see that there is something happening to the gut microbiota when this disease sets in. I won't go into the mechanism, but if you look at metabolic syndrome, you can see the firmicutes have increased, the bacteroidetes have decreased, permeability in the intestine increases, and toll-like receptor activation, and then there is obesity and glucose imbalance. I'm not talking about these studies, but the diet is at the center of it. And also all these health disorders, each one of them, you can see there is an altered balance, not just numbers. the balance and the ratios of the beneficial versus the pathogenic is increased. And the autism spectrum disorders, we had a session on psychonutrition, and we see more and more of this connection, the connection between autism spectrum disorders and how it alters, the dysbiosis is seen to alter brain development and behavior. And that's true for the other conditions written here. In CVD, we see that when we take phosphatidylcholine, the gut flora can make TMOA, which is a metabolite and cause plaque formation and atherosclerosis. But even in conditions which are not so well known, the gut microbiome is being studied, like chronic pelvic pain syndrome, prostatitis, it has a role. So we know that the importance of the gut, I cannot go into the details, but the initial exposure, when there is introduction in the gut for these microbes, that is when how birthing takes place. Is it a vaginal delivery or a cesarean section? Are you breastfeeding the child or bottle feeding? And kind of weaning foods are all very important. So you can see that there are ways to restore it: diet, exercise, fixing your sleep, fixing the circadian rhythms, and periodic fasting and intermittent fasting is also being studied, and the role of ketones in restoring gut microbiota, and other things like probiotics, prebiotics, fecal microbiota transplant. And in functional medicine, you have certain herbs that have been seen to also, along with drugs, they have been used to shift the microbiota. So just want to convince you about how the gut is affected by diet. You can see the slide, and this is on mice. But on the right-hand side, once the diet is changed, no matter whether it was the wild type of mice or the knockout mice, the phenotype was different, but the diet changed it all. What you can see on the right side, and diet is effective even in 24 hours, there are changes that can be seen. So if you tell me that these were mice and not humans, human studies are also very many. And you can see that children from Europe and rural Africa were studied. This is what the upper pie diagram shows. The children from Africa, they have more bacteroidetes, and children from Italy had very little. Short chain fatty acid also was different in both the groups. So diet has a very dominant role, and this was one of the earlier studies. After that, very many studies have shown the dominant role of diet. In spite of knowing all this, we have many fads. People think that a low FODMAP diet is healthy for the gut. That's not true. You use it in special conditions and very, very temporary measures. They are got back into the diet. Detox programs using enemas should not be done. The natural detox route is different, and that is the balanced diet, a diverse diet. Restrictive diets, definitely somebody mentioned that dietitians only tell you what to avoid, but that's not true. Dietitians have been talking about how to include healthy foods, and this was a study where they showed that when you eat 30 different types of plant foods, you had a diverse microbiota. And why I talk about diversity is because it's a marker of good gut health. So diversity on our plate and diversity in the gut are important. Fermented foods, we have very many in the market, kombucha, miso, but we need to also get back our traditional fermented foods. I talk about it because many studies have shown that fermented foods increase diversity. And I would like to talk a little more about this, but you know, it is a very complex process in which they increase diversity. Very interesting. So do read about it if you can. So fermented foods are definitely something that we need to put back for diversity. I'm just going to run through this. Lots of probiotics have been studied, but I'm not going to talk about this. I just want to say that all probiotics are not the same. So you cannot extrapolate and say that a certain strain, the species and the genus may be same, but if the strain is different, you can expect very different results. So be cautious about that and make sure that you have the specifications right. Prebiotics are important because they are food for the microbiota, and fructooligosaccharides and inulin are more studied. So all fiber is not probiotic, but there are certain fibers which are probiotic. But if you're not getting enough, you can think of a supplement, whether it's guar gum powder or any of those. Postbiotics are the new thing here, where these are the molecules coming from the microbiome, and they are emerging as a new therapeutic option because we are seeing this rise in metabolic disease, and they seem to have a very good effect on the host health. So of course, this is still being researched, but looks like a good option. Fecal microbiota transplant has great success with Clostridium difficile infection. It's a very troublesome infection, but it's more than 90% effective. It's the whole community that is transplanted. But just to tell you that the future looks like that you need personal stool banking. So if you know that you're going in for surgery or you have to be on antibiotics, your own fecal microbiota can be transplanted back. So that is what people are thinking about. So the way forward is more personalized approach, and I will not talk about the others because of the lack of time. So from wellness, we are in fact looking at the microbiota in terms of longevity. And there were some very interesting studies which show that when you sort of transplant the gut microbiota from the young to the old, it extended the lifespan. Very interesting studies which have been done. Whether it will happen in humans, we still don't know, but it's happening in flies and it's happening in fish. So we have to see. So what is the lowest hanging fruit for us to fix the dysbiosis? It is less processed foods, more of whole foods, the plant-based diet, more colors, incorporate the fermented foods, look, try and fix your emotional health, minimize stress, drink lots of water and exercise. So what lies behind us, before us is actually very small. We need to look inwards and we'll get many, many, many answers. So what Emerson said makes, in a different context, makes sense here. And I think with this, I'll just leave you at that. If there are questions and if the chairpersons permit, we can have questions. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this very lucid and quick presentation. You really kept up with that time.
How much time did I take? Did I take 12
No,
minutes?
yes. In a very short span of time, you showed us that probably our food diversity is reducing. That's
Yes.
where we are, the gut microbiome is
it's
also
also-
being affected. The good bacteria are reducing. I would ask the audience if anybody has any questions, we can take them.
You can build them to.
Or you can mail them.
Yeah, I know how keen you're wanting to get rid of me. So
No, no, ma'am, not at all.
So,
Thank you so much. Thank you all
Okay.
the speakers of this session. We close this session. It was wonderful to have all you speakers, and thank you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Request Rekha ma'am to please give away a small token of appreciation to Nilanjana. I would like to thank the chairpersons, Ms. Rekha Sharma and Dr. Shilpa, and just to tell all the dignitaries and the delegates that two talks from today's session have been postponed for tomorrow morning. So we'll start tomorrow morning with the sessions of the metabolic disorders of Dr. Mansi and Dr. Sudhakar, and then follow up with our sessions for tomorrow. We now have the AGM, for which I would invite Dr. Lekha to take it forward from here. Thank you.
Dr. Neha, are we going to have the AGM or do you want us to start the webinar? Dr. Neha, can you hear me? Dr. Neha?
Yes, sir. So,
Yes.
sir, we have to start the session by 7. Just give me a moment, sir.
Okay, sure. Okay. Vaibhav is here, Hemang is here. Vishal is also here. Okay. So do you want Vaibhav and Hemang, and do you want the questions at the end of each talk, or do you want a discussion at the end? Or do you think once you finish each talk, then we can ask if there are any questions?
Yes, sir, we can ask for the question at the end of the session.
At the end of the session. You want to stick on till the end? Okay. Because I think there's a gala dinner at 7:15.
If you want, we can take the question at the end of the presentation also, so that's not an issue.
Sir, maybe we will finish before 7, before 9.
Yeah, we should.
Hello.
Hello.
Sir, let me know when you want to start the session.
I think Dr. Neha will tell us. She is the coordinator. So Dr. Neha Bakshi will tell us when to start.
Sir, as far as I know, we have to do this side by side.
Okay.
So the webinar and the EGM, it will go side by side.
So,
just a moment, sir. Sir, you are not just.
Am I audible properly?
Yes, sir.
So has the audience logged in already?
Sir, I'll just get back. Get back.
Dr. Neha, let me know when you want to go live.
Yes, sir. You were audible, sir.
Yeah.
I could hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So do we start? Madam is also there. Ms. Lal is also here. Ma'am, you will be talking in the end about stomach care.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. Good to see you.
Sir, is the slide visible?
Yes, visible, the slide is visible.
Yes, it is.
So, sir, with your permission, may we start this webinar?
Yes, please.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Professor Dr. Vineet Ahuja. He is a professor, gastroenterology, associate dean, research at All India Institute of Medical Science, New Delhi. His area of interest is inflammatory bowel disease, abdominal tuberculosis, gut microbiome, and GI immunology. He has many publications, national and international, to his credits, and various chapters in the book. He's an editor at Tropical Gastroenterology and a member of International Organization for Inflammatory Bowel Disease. I welcome you, sir. Now I request if you can introduce the speakers for today's webinar, and we may start the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Neha. So it's late in the evening, but still we have an exciting seminar out here. This is a seminar on role of nutrition in inflammatory bowel disease, taking an overall view from the in terms of when a physician has to deal with diabetes, then what is the role of nutrition? If the patient has undergone surgery, what is the role of nutrition? And subsequently, if the patient has had issues with surgery or has had a stoma formation, then finally, how do you manage it? So we have some very nice speakers out here in this webinar. We'll be starting with Dr. Vaibhav Varshney. Dr. Vaibhav Varshney is Associate Professor in Department of Surgical Gastroenterology at AIIMS, Jodhpur. He's a very eminent speaker, and he'll be giving everybody an overview about inflammatory bowel disease. Over to you, Vaibhav, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for the kind introduction. I'm going to share my screen. Is my screen visible, sir?
Well, very much visible. Please start. You can, yeah.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, visible.
Okay. Thank you, organizing committee and Professor N.R. Dash, sir, for giving me this opportunity to present on this topic, inflammatory bowel disease and overview. I'm to give a basic and facts about this disease so that further discussion can progress in this webinar. So as we all know, this IBD is characterized by chronic or relapsing immune activation of the GI tract. We have two major forms of this disease. One is ulcerative colitis and other is Crohn's disease. They share many clinical and epidemiological characteristics because of the similar underlying cause. And both diseases are most often consist of distinct syndromes with divergent treatment and prognosis. In around 10% of the cases, we could not differentiate between these two disorders, and we classify them as IBD-U, that is undeterminate or unclassified. So coming to ulcerative colitis, it's an idiopathic inflammatory condition involving the mucosa of the colon and the rectum. Its pathogenesis involves a complex interplay of genetic factors, immune dysregulation, and environmental factors. It happens because of the inappropriate immune response to enteric commensal microbes in genetically susceptible individuals, and there is a kind of dysbiosis where there is a breakdown in the balance between the protective and the harmful intestinal bacteria. There is a relapsing and remitting mucosal inflammation that classically begins in the rectum and extends proximally in the colon in a continuous manner. Its presentation has a bimodal appearance. The first peak that happens in 2nd to 4th decade of life, and a second smaller peak can happen in 6th to 7th decade. Predominantly, rectum is the organ that is involved in all cases. However, in around 5% of the cases, rectum may be spared. So there are symptoms. Classical symptoms is diarrhea along with the passage of blood and mucus, which is the most common symptom in this disease, followed by tenesmus and urgency that predominantly happens when there is a proctitis and left-sided ulcerative colitis. In cases where there is an acute severe colitis, abdominal pain is the frequent manifestation. Apart from this, weight loss and anemia, which occurs in proportion to the severity of symptoms. There are, in less than 50% of the cases, we found extraintestinal manifestations in the form of peripheral arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, erythema nodosum, pyoderma gangrenosum, and primary sclerosing cholangitis. Now, how to diagnose? The primary modality to diagnose ulcerative colitis is colonoscopy or sigmoidoscopy with biopsy. In acute phase, only proctosigmoidoscopy is sufficient because full-length colonoscopy may increase the risk of perforation. However, it is to be done when the disease is dormant. Classically, we found presence of diffuse, confluent, symmetrical disease from the dentate line proximally. In early stages, we found loss of normal vessel pattern due to the edema, followed by frank ulceration in advanced stages. Now we have true love and Witts classification, a standard definition for taking the severity of ulcerative colitis based on 6 parameters, that is bloody stools per day, pulse rate, temperature of the patient, hemoglobin, ESR, and C-reactive protein. So we differentiate into mild, moderate, and severe. There is another severity score, that is Mayo score, based on 4 parameters: stool frequency, rectal bleeding, mucosal appearance, and the physician global assessment. So in the management of ulcerative colitis, the primary importance is induction and maintenance of remission. Then prevention and treatment of medication-related side effects. Prevention and treatment of nutrition deficiency, which we are going to discuss in further in this webinar. Prevention and treatment of infectious complications, and to improve the quality of life. We have various options available in the medical management, starting with aminosalicylate. Sulfasalazine, which is a combination of 5-ASA plus sulfapyridine. As we all know, sulfapyridine is the common reason for side effects with ASA. So we have other options like belsalazide and olsalazine. Second is corticosteroids. We have first generation and second generations like prednisolone, hydrocortisone, budesonide. After this, the treatment options available are immunomodulators comprising of azathioprine, cismercaptopurine, methotrexate, cyclosporin A, and tacrolimus. Further, we have biological therapies in the form of anti-TNF alpha, which comprise of infliximab, adalimumab, golimumab, and certolizumab. Then we have anti-integrins in the form of vedolizumab, and the last is interleukin 12, ustekinumab. Then we have nowadays kinase inhibitors, that is Janus family of kinase, JAK1 and JAK3. The advantage is they are available in the oral form known as tofacitinib. Then we have options like antibiotics, probiotics, and intestinal microbiota transplantation and nutrition therapy, which we are going to discuss further. Now, this is a flowchart I've taken from Schlesinger. As the patient comes with mild to moderate ulcerative colitis, we start with topical and oral 5-ASA. If there is no response, we have to shift to topical or oral glucocorticoids. Further, if there is no response, we shift to IV steroids and cismercaptopurine or azathioprine. If the patient responds, we gradually taper these drugs. If there is no response, then we have to shift to either cyclosporin or infliximab. And at the last, if there is patient doesn't respond to all these medications, then the surgery is the last option. Coming to the severely active ulcerative colitis, we have to hospitalize the patient. Then we have to shift to IV glucocorticoids. If there is no response, then as I told you, IV cyclosporin or IV infliximab is to be given. And in the last stage, surgery is the option available for the patient. If the patient is having good response, we shift to oral cyclosporins and oral glucocorticoids and maintain with infliximab, and then taper glucocorticoids accordingly. In around 1/3 of the patient, we require colectomy. The elective indication for surgery includes failure of medical therapy, that is an intractable disease, or unacceptable side effects from medical therapy, presence of dysplasia and carcinoma, or when there is a recurrent acute or chronic episodes of ulcerative colitis. Emergency indications comprise of fulminant colitis, when there is a failure to improve within 3 to 5 days of managing the patient on medicines. Toxic megacolon, when there is acute exacerbation of the disease. And the last is hemorrhage, perforation, and the obstruction. Just brief about surgical options, as we have a separate session on surgical management. Other option available for surgery is proctocolectomy with ileostomy, subtotal colectomy with ileostomy, and a continent ileostomy. Restorative, we have restorative proctocolectomy with ileo-anal pouch anastomosis, or we can do subtotal colectomy with ileoproctostomy when the rectum is not involved. Main principle of surgery is preservation of the pelvic nerves, dissection close to the rectum, and preserve the entire small bowel, which is very important. And usually this procedure requires 2 to 3 staged operation. Surveillance is to be done screening colonoscopy at 10 years after onset. For a low risk, 5 yearly, intermediate risk, 3 yearly, and for a high risk, yearly surveillance can be done. Now moving to Crohn's disease, which is a chronic inflammatory disorder that involves any part of alimentary tract from mouth to anus. The propensity for distal small intestine proximal colon is the most common location. In this disease, we found discontinuous lesion along the longitudinal axis of the intestine with transmural inflammation compared to the mucosal and submucosal involvement in ulcerative colitis. We encounter these disorders in young adults in second or third decade. Its onset is often insidious with a slow and protracted course. Classically, the most common symptom in this disease is abdominal pain, which is intermittent and colicky in nature. Diarrhea, we found 85% of patients. However, the content of mucus, pus, and blood is less common as compared to ulcerative colitis. Systemic symptoms are like low-grade fever and weight loss can be encountered. Followed by this, we can find features of obstruction, perforation leading to fistula formation or abscess and malignancy. In perineal disorders, we may encounter fissures, fistulas, stricture, or abscess. In 1/3 of the cases, we found extraintestinal manifestations like erythema nodosum, pyoderma gangrenosum, arthritis, arthralgia, some ocular manifestations like uveitis and iritis. Now we have Montreal classifications, which is modification from the Vienna classifications. It comprises of 3 parameters: the age, less than 16 years A1, 17 to 40 years A2, and more than 40 years A3. Then location, we found ileal, colonic, ileocolonic, or isolated upper gut disease. And then the behavior of the disorders like B1, B2, B3 is non-stricturing disease, penetrating disease, or perineal disease modifier. Now, for the diagnosis of this disease, clinical symptoms are very important, followed by an imaging in the form of CECT or MRI abdomen, which may show marked transmural thickening. Nowadays, MRI enteroclysis is usually done for intestinal strictures, fistula, and sinus tract because they can have a better delineation. Followed by this, we have a sigmoidoscopy or colonoscopy with biopsy, which may show aphthous ulcer with normal appearing surrounding mucosa. On intubation of ileocecal wall, we can find a discrete ulcer, cobblestoning, as well as discontinuous segments of involved bowel. Followed by that, we have an option of double balloon enteroscopy. It allows enteral intubation, though it needs a specialized examiner and equipment and a prolonged procedure time and risk of complications. We have the other option of capsule endoscopy, but with that, we cannot take a biopsy. Some non-invasive inflammatory markers available are C-reactive protein, ESR, stool lactoferrin, and fecal calprotectin. Now we have Crohn's disease activity index, which comprises of some 9 parameters, including liquid or very soft stools, presence of abdominal pain, general well-being of the patient, features of extraintestinal disease, opiate use for the diarrhea, presence of any abdominal mass, hematocrit value, and a % body weight below standard. So we take all these parameters, multiply with the weight, and then add them to get the Crohn's disease activity index. Now, for the medical management, as we all know, there is no permanent cure for this Crohn's disease. Our aim is to induce and maintain the remission and prevent acute exacerbation or complication of the disease. The options available, as I mentioned, aminosalicylate, corticosteroids, antibiotics, immunosuppressive agents. Then we have anti-TNF therapy, anti-adhesions molecule, probiotics, nutritional therapy, and cessation of smoking. For moderate to severe active Crohn's disease, as I mentioned, we have to induce the remission with the help of steroids, anti-TNF, anti-integrins, and anti-IL-12, and to maintain the patient on similar drugs. In up to 3/4 of the cases, patient may require surgery at some point of time in the duration of the disease. Surgery is not curable, but there is a high chances of post-operative recurrence. Our aim is to treat the complications and improvement in quality of life. We have indications for elective operations in the form of intractability to the disease, features of malignancy, growth retardation, if there is multiple fistulas or there is urological complications. In emergency settings, intestinal obstruction, perforation, presence of intra-abdominal abscess, fulminant colitis, toxic megacolon, and presence of massive bleeding, we need to take the patient for surgical intervention. As I mentioned, principle of surgery treatment is palliative. Our primary aim is to achieve inflammation-free margin of the resection to minimal surgery. Our intent is to remove the just like grossly inflamed tissue. Even if the adjacent area of the bowel are diseased, but it should be ignored. Frozen section for microscopic disease is unreliable, only to be performed if we are suspecting any malignant disease. So the operative treatment is limited to the bowel involved with the complication. Nowadays, laparoscopic approach is also safe and feasible for managing such patients. So the option available with us are structuroplasty to increase the diameter of the bowel. We have segmental resection, ileocecal resection, total verticolectomy, ileostomy in very advanced diseases, and total abdominal colectomy, ileolateral anastomosis when the colon is only diseased. When the disease involving large intestine, options as in ulcerative colitis, subtotacolectomy with IRA, total verticolectomy with end ileostomy, no pouch formation, and if the segment of colon is involved, segmental resection. For perianal disease, if there is an abscess, incision and drainage. Fistula and NO, for the low fistula, fistulotomy or ceton is helpful. For higher complex non-cutting ceton is required. This is a standard table to differentiate features of ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. As I mentioned, small volume diarrhea of urgency is a typical feature in ulcerative colitis. Abdominal pain is more of a feature in Crohn's disease. Histopathologically, there is a diffuse inflammation in mucosa or submucosa in ulcerative colitis with crypt architecture distortion, cryptitis. Granuloma formation is a feature in Crohn's disease. As I mentioned, there are drugs are similar in both the disease, but we are more radical in starting as a thiopurine in Crohn's disease as compared to ulcerative colitis. So to conclude my session, ulcerative colitis diagnosis is based on clinical symptom with sigmoidoscopy and biopsy. Medical management is the first line. Patient should earn is surgery, and IPA is the gold standard. For emergency settings, non-restorative subtotacolectomy or verticolectomy can be performed. Crohn's disease, which is not medically or surgically curable, but our aim is to induce and maintain remission, to improve quality of life, and to minimize long-term complications. Patient may require surgery at a point of time, and the dictum is bowel sparing surgery. Nowadays, endoscopic surveillance combined with biological therapy and prevention to prevent post-operative recurrence is the key. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was in a topic which has so many dimensions. You made it very simplified and provided all the relevant information in such a short time. Thank you so much, Vaibhav. I think what we'll do is we can have the discussion in the end.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We'll move on to the next topic. Well, as you must have realized that most of the speakers are surgeons. So essentially they would like to talk about surgery for sure. And so we have Dr. Vishal Gupta, who is additional professor from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Bhopal, Department of Surgical Gastroenterology out there. And Dr. Vishal would be talking about surgery for IBD and subsequently the nutritional management. Vishal, are you around?
Yeah. Dr. Vaibhav, I request if you can stop sharing the screen.
Vaibhav, you'll have to stop screen share. Yeah.
So my slides are visible?
We can see your slides. You can put them on slideshow and start, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, sure.
So good evening, sir, and good evening, the organizing committee for this opportunity. I think there was one more session before my presentation, this nutrition and IBD. So I'm not sure whether that would be covered or not, because some aspect of this IBD and nutritional management I thought might be covered in that talk.
We'll take that up in discussion. I think we can. Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
So I will just start. So my task is to cover the surgery for IBD and nutritional management. So my talk has two aspects. One is surgical options for IBD, and second is the nutritional management. So with respect to surgery for IBD, I would be covering what are the different indications and what are different surgical options for ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease, and nutritional management, pre-operative and post-operative. Just I'm pausing for a second. I have to make some adjustment in this slide because I'm not able to see the some part of. Okay. So we know that ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease, although they are part of inflammatory bowel disease, they have a different disease behavior. And because they have different disease behavior, the surgical perspective or surgical philosophy for their management as a surgeon's point of view is also different. Why? We know that ulcerative colitis is basically a colon specific disease. It has a narrow spectrum of GI presentation or complication. And once we remove the entire colon and rectum, there is a cure of the disease. So there is a cure once we remove the entire colon and rectum, which is the basically site of the disease itself. So if surgery is required, it should be radical in extent, irrespective of disease extent. So there is no role of segmental colonic resection, unlike the Crohn's disease. So even if patient is having left-sided colitis but presenting with the severe massive hemorrhage or toxic colon or some other problem like steroid dependency or steroid related side effect, you have to take out the entire colon and rectum. So there is no role of segmental colon resection. So goal for surgical management in ulcerative colitis remains the complete extirpation of the disease. On the other hand, we know that Crohn's disease can involve any part of the GI tract. It has a wide spectrum of GI presentation and complications, and surgery is basically targeted at the complication. So it remains palliative in nature. And surgery in principle should be conservative, bowel preserving, and goal is finally to provide the long lasting symptomatic relief, not the complete extirpation of the disease. So coming to the surgery in ulcerative colitis, we know that during the course of the disease, 10 to 15% of the patient will require surgery. And if we include the emergencies also, nearly close to half of the patient will finally require some kind of surgical intervention. And surgery in ulcerative colitis, as I told earlier, it is targeted at the colon and rectum removal, irrespective of the extent of disease. So we know that disease may involve only the rectum, it may involve left side of the colon, or it may actually involve the majority of the colon. But once there is an indication for surgical intervention, irrespective of the extent of involvement, we have to take out the entire colon and rectum. In emergency, as discussed in the previous talk, there are multiple indications: acute fulminant colitis, toxic megacolon, perforation, severe intractable bleeding. In elective setting, basically indication remains the intractable disease. Either patient is steroid dependent or there is a steroid intolerant. There is a colonic stricture, because in colonic stricture, there is a high incidence of malignancy, which cannot be ruled out without resection. And then there is a documented malignancy. Either it is a high-grade dysplasia or there is a confirmed malignancy in ulcerative colitis. In emergency, what are the surgical options? So once a patient is taken up for emergency surgery, irrespective of indication, whether it is a severe fulminant colitis, toxic megacolon, perforation, or massive bleeding, the principle remains the removal of the entire colon. That is total abdominal colectomy, but you don't have to take out the rectum, because that plane around the rectum in the pelvis has to be preserved for subsequent reconstruction. And after the total abdominal colectomy, you go for an allostomy, and the rectum, either it is closed down as a Hartmann pouch or it can be taken out as the rectal mucosa. In elective setting, the basic surgery remains the restorative proctocolectomy, and it includes the component of total colectomy plus proctectomy, that is removal of the rectum till pelvic floor, and then ileal pouch is constructed using the distal ileum, and most commonly it is the J pouch which is being used, and then after reconstruction, the proximal diversion may or may not be performed depending on the underlying condition of the patient. So it may be a one-stage procedure, two-stage procedure, or three-stage. But in practice, most commonly it remains the two-stage procedure. When the pouch is created, proximal diversion is done, and when there is a complete healing, this allostomy is closed. Another option might be, but less common option, is the total abdominal colectomy plus ileorectal anastomosis, when the rectum is preserved, but it has to be used in only highly selected patient, like young patient, when you have to preserve the sexual function, because removal of the rectum can interfere with the sexual function, then rectal disease should be in remission and the patient should be highly compliant. Why? Because these patients will require continued medical treatment as well as the surveillance. So patient has to be highly compliant if we choose for the ileorectal anastomosis. There is an ongoing risk of colitis as well as the carcinoma in the retained rectum. So this patient has to be explained the necessity for continued ongoing surveillance. If they are compliant, they are ready, they are willing for regular follow-up, only then this option should be chosen. So another option, again less common option, is the total abdominal proctocolectomy, where you take out the entire colon as well as the rectum, and then pouch is not created, and then permanent ileostomy is created with and without a continent pouch using the ileum, which is known as the Cox pouch, but it is not very common used in practice because of associated complication. So this indication of total abdominal proctocolectomy with permanent ileostomy is used when the anal sphincters are weak, already patient is incontinent. So in those conditions, having a pouch in the pelvis will lead to more complication, incontinence. So it is better to have a permanent ileostomy compared to rather than having a pouch. Coming to the Crohn's disease, we know it is a different distribution. So it may be ileum dominant disease where ileum may be involved in isolation, or it may be involved in association with the colon. Isolated colon involvement or colon dominant disease is less common, seen in nearly 1/3 of the patient, but up to 50% of the patient will require some kind of surgical intervention during the course of the disease. So this incidence is slightly higher than the ulcerative colitis. So coming to the basic general manifestation, which actually decides the treatment options, we know it may be a stricturing disease. When the disease leads to fibrostenotic lesions, there may be partial or complete obstruction presenting as subacute or acute interstitial obstruction. It may be a perforating or penetrating disease presenting as sinus tracts, abscess, fistula, which may be between two bowel loops, between bowel and skin, or it may be enterovaginal or enterovesical, or rarely it is a free perforation. Or it may be a just inflammatory presentation, but because of mucosal ulceration, there may be diarrhea, or because of edema in the wall, there may be some partial obstructive symptoms. So out of these different manifestations, the first two usually require surgery, especially if the patient is having the stricturing disease in the form of fibrostenotic lesion leading to partial or complete obstruction. So even in case of emergency with acute obstruction, even if patient respond to conservative management, these patients have a high risk of recurrent obstruction. So better to choose this patient for elective surgery if not in emergency. Then surgical intervention may be required in abscesses which are not amenable to percutaneous image guided drainage, or in case of fistula, which is actually symptomatic. So not all incidentally detected enteroenteric or other enterovisceral fistula or enterocutaneous fistula needs surgical intervention until unless they are causing some symptoms like malabsorption or recurrent UTI, or there may be social embarrassment like this. In diarrhea and obstructive partial symptoms because of underlying inflammatory disease, usually they respond to medical treatment, but only in some cases where there is a failure of medical treatment, then you have to go for the surgical management. So indication would be failure of medical treatment, no response, dependency or complication of the treatment. There is an interstitial obstruction, usually when there is an underlying fibrostenotic disease. Fistula, per se, I told earlier, it does not require surgery unless it is symptomatic or it is leading to some kind of complication. Intra-abdominal abscess, initially percutaneous drainage should be attempted, but in case there is a ongoing enterocutaneous fistula or they recur or there is a inflammatory mass, the involved segment of the bowel needs to be resected. A perineal disease, again, abscess needs to be IND, fistula needs to be more sphincter preserving interventions, fissure and tags, they needs just treatment like in any other disease. And GI bleed malignancy, they are uncommon indication of the surgical intervention in Crohn's disease compared to ulcerative colitis. So what are the different surgical options? So principle remains always to preserve the small bowel. So it is a basically conservative treatment targeted only at the complication. You don't need to remove the entire disease, unlike the ulcerative colitis, where irrespective of the extent of disease, you have to take out the entire colon and the rectum. But in Crohn's disease, you have to target only at the complicating site. So intestinal resection in case of penetrating disease, total obstruction, segmental colonic disease, again, you have to go for the segmental colectomy, or in case of bleeding or malignancy, then according to the principle of malignancy, you have to go for the radical colectomy. Structureplasty, most commonly used perform procedure, especially the principle of the benefit of structureplasty remains in the bowel preservation. So if patient has already undergone previous resections, then you have to strongly think of structureplasty if patient present with structure related complications. Bypass initially it was used to be done, but it is not advisable because of it's a problem of a blind loop, or there is a risk of CA. Crohn's disease itself is a risk factor for malignancy, and this risk increases further if there is a bypass segment. So except in duodenal Crohn's disease, where the GJ is performed, gastrojejunostomy is performed to bypass the obstructed duodenum. In all other areas of the intestine, this bypass is not recommended. Just stoma, diverting stoma may be needed in severe perineal disease, or if there is if the anastomosis is not considered safe after the bowel resection. But per se, just diverting stoma is not recommended. And the drainage of abscess, surgical drainage, uncommonly required because most of the time these can be amenable to image guided drainage. As I told earlier, the perineal disease, they require a sphincter preserving procedure. So satin has to be used. It should be non-cutting, or if there is a fistula, you have to use other maneuvers, other measures like fibrin loop or other non-sphincter resecting procedure. So just for example, if you have ileocolonic structuring disease, you have to take out this segment of the involved bowel. So it may be just Heinz anastomosis, it may be stapled used resection and anastomosis. For structure, you have different types of structureplasty. For example, this Hennick-Mikulicz structureplasty can be used for short segment up to 5 centimeter long structure, or you can have Finney's structureplasty, which can be used in up to 15 centimeter long structure. But try to avoid this kind of Finney's structureplasty in a very long structure, because in those situations you will leave a long non-functional blind end because of a long structure line. You have a functionally blind loop. So in very long structure, there are other options like this structureplasty. You divide and then you do the isoperistaltic side-to-side structureplasty, especially if there are multiple closely placed structures. So the basic principle of structureplasty remains the bowel preservation. For perineal disease, I told this abscess can simply be drained, or if they lead to fistula formation later on, except in the very superficial submucosal fistula, fistulotomy should be avoided, and the non-cutting set-on or other sphincter preserving measure should be taken. So coming to the second aspect of nutrition, so my discussion would be based on primarily on these two recently published guidelines. One is Indian, and our respected moderator has been part of this Asian Working Group guidelines, and second is this European guidelines. And I think these two guidelines, they provide different recommendations which are almost similar. So we know that if we objectively try to identify the nutritional status in patient with IBD, up to 85% can be found to be malnourished. And like any other surgical procedure, especially the GI surgical procedure, we know that the malnutrition remains the major determinant of post-op complications. And what are different parameters based on which we can identify the nutritional status in the preoperative patient? So there are different objective parameters which have been validated and which has been recommended by these two guidelines. One is the weight loss more than 10 to 15% within 6 months, BMI less than 18.5, then serum albumin. It is a simple parameter, less than 3 grams per deciliter. And then you have different tools like nutritional risk score or malnutritional universal screening tools. So these scoring system or different tools, they are externally validated and recommended tools which can objectively identify the status of nutritional status in preoperative patient. And I think in surgical practice, this assessment may remain a neglected part in routine practice, but I suggest that these tools or parameters should be used routinely in all surgical patients, especially in IBD patient, where the surgery will require, where the patient will require the major surgical procedure. And once these patients develop complication, it becomes sometimes very difficult to manage. So what are the nutritional optimization before surgery based on these two recommendations? So nutritional status of patient with IBD should be assessed, and if they are found to be malnourished, it should always be optimized prior to elective surgery because it has a direct implication on the post-op outcome. So they have recommended that if malnutrition is diagnosed, then IBD surgery should be delayed for at least 1 week. You should give patient at least 1 to 2 week time just for nutritional optimization. And that period should be used for intensive medical nutrition. And this was highly recommended. The grade of recommendation was A. Then how to build up the patient. So enteral route should always be used if that is available. So there may be certain situation when the enteral route may not be available, like patient with intestinal obstruction. Even if patient is having subacute obstruction, enteral route may not be used. In emergency, patient is having toxic megacolon, septic shock, there may be intestinal ischemia, there may be high output fistula, or there may be severe hemorrhage. So there may be some elective situation, there may be emergency situation. Obviously, in emergency situation, there is no opportunity to build up the patient. And they have recommended that enteral nutrition should always be preferred over parenteral route, but combination of enteral and parenteral should be considered if the patient enteral intake is not sufficient. So if with the enteral route, more than 60% of energy need cannot be met, then consider adding the parenteral nutrition, which is called as the partial parenteral nutrition. So just for the parenteral nutrition, they have recommended that parenteral nutrition in the perioperative period in IBD patient should be usually used as a supplementary to enteral nutrition, not as a primary mode to improve the nutritional status. So that can be used as the only intervention if the enteral route is not available because of various reasons. Patient is having severe vomiting, diarrhea, there is no access, or obstruction ileus, as I told in the last few slides. Then oral diet and enteral nutrition should be in the post-op period. Once the surgery is over, then again, the oral diet or enteral nutrition should be started as soon as the patient can tolerate in the post-op period. And I think this recommendation is similar to recommendation for non-IBD surgery also. So in the elective setting, if you see the ulcerative colitis patient, I think it is relatively easy to start oral nutrition or enteral diet in the post-operative period because most of the patient will have the ileostomy in situ. If the oral diet cannot be resumed within 7 days, then you consider for enteral or parenteral nutrition. So this is because this becomes important, especially in the emergency setting. If patient is having post-op ileus, adhesive obstruction, septicemia, patient is disoriented. So somehow enteral nutrition cannot be started, then consider for parenteral nutrition. So they have recommended that normal food intake or enteral nutrition can be commenced early after surgery in most IBD patient in the post-operative phase. At the same time, in ulcerative colitis, when we take out the entire colon and rectum, and we know that colon is important for water and electrolyte absorption, these patient needs to be given additional the water and electrolyte supplementation. And this is also true in patient with the ileostomy, because sometimes this patient will continue to have the problem of ileostomy diarrhea. So there will be certain situations where the early enteral or oral diet cannot be resumed, like in case of short bowel syndrome or persistent ileus, ongoing septicemic shock, there may be adhesive obstruction or there may be anastomotic leak. So in these situations, we have to resort to parenteral nutrition. And I told you that the ileostomy is one option, especially one option. Basically, it is done in emergency situation. So patient might have ileostomy related problem like ileostomy diarrhea. And at the same time, with ileostomy, it is very easy to start oral diet as early as possible. In fact, in elective setting, if there is a ileostomy in situ, patient can be started with the sips or clear food even at the in the evening of the surgery. Next day, they can be given even liquid diet and a day 2 soft diet, so they can be started with oral diet early. And there is a protocol of enhanced recovery after surgery. It definitely helps in early resumption of oral feed. So this is just a summary from these guidelines. So if you have an active disease, so general principle, if it is emergency surgery, there is no opportunity to improve the nutritional status. So once surgery is over, the enteral nutrition should be initiated either just immediate post-op, or parental nutrition may be required if patient cannot adequately take oral diet, especially within 7 days. In elective setting, again, follow the enhanced recovery after surgery protocol, and your patient has to be fasting for 6 hours. There is a carbohydrate loading, and there are many other aspects of ERAS. I will not go into those details. And in elective setting, if there is a nutritional deficiency, then again wait for at least 1 to 2 weeks for nutritional optimization. And during this period, first you try to increase the oral diet. Oral diet is not sufficient. You have to add the oral nutritional supplement. That is again not sufficient. Then you have to have the enteral nasogastric or nasojejunal, depending on the situation. And that is not sufficient. Then you have to go for the parenteral nutrition. In the post-op period, again, start nutrition early, depending on the patient condition and tolerance. And if colectomy was performed in ulcerative colitis, then you have to take care of the water and the electrolyte part. With regards to nutritional supplementation, especially the parental nutrition, enteral nutrition should always be preferred over parental, but a combination of enteral and parental should be considered in the patient when there is an indication for nutritional support and whom's more than 60% of the energy need cannot be made by the enteral route. And parental nutrition in perioperative period should usually be used as a supplementary to enteral nutrition. Only when the enteral route is not available, then entire nutritional supplement may be dependent only on the parental nutrition. In Crohn's disease patient, again, these patients require nutritional support independent, because this nutritional support will definitely affect the post-op outcome. And in patient with the short bowel syndrome, because of intestinal failure, they may require long-term parenteral nutrition even at home. So just to summarize, malnutrition in patients with IBD is not uncommon. Rather, it remains underappreciated aspect of the management, and it may result from the disease process itself, from the treatment, and from the surgical procedure. And the preoperative optimization in active cases is very important, because it is important to have the good nutritional status to prevent post-op complication, because malnutrition results in poor post-operative outcome. And early resumption of nutrition after surgery is recommended, and oral route is always preferred over the parenteral route. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vishal. That was excellently done. You not only brought about the principles of surgery, but also highlighted that how important nutrition is in the pre-operative period, the post-operative period. And I think we can certainly discuss about it later. We'll move on to the next speaker now. We have Dr. Hemang Bhattacharya, additional professor from Department of Surgery at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. So Hemang would be talking about nutritional management of high output intestinal fistula.
Yeah, can I share my screen?
Yeah, yes, Vishal, if you could stop.
Vishal, you have to stop sharing, then only I can share.
So I think Dr. Vishal, we can't see anything on the screen.
So you can share.
So just have to tap on share screen.
And Neha, what you can do is, if there are audience questions, you can pass them on to me.
Sir, actually, this is a live session which is going on. This Zoom platform is only open for the faculty. So the questions from the audience are not there. They can mail us, and we can definitely forward it. So yeah.
We'll have a discussion amongst us.
Yes.
So is my...
Certainly, Hemang. You can start, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Good evening, sir. And at the outset, I would like to thank Professor Neha Das for giving me this opportunity. And I'm a surgeon, and I have been given the task to speak about nutritional management on a high output fistula. So in the next half an hour or so, I will take you through what exactly fistula means, what are the different types of fistulae, and in what way high output fistula differ from others, and how do we manage in our day-to-day surgical practice on a high output fistula. So fistula is a entity which has been there for surgical practice for decades and over centuries even. The term fistula came from a Latin word called pipe. It's a abdominal communication between two epithelialized surfaces. And enterocutaneous fistula means an abdominal connection between skin and any part of the bowel. Most of the discussion that we are going to have, I will be focusing on enterocutaneous fistula, or more specifically, enteroatmospheric fistula. And in earlier days, almost 80 to 100% of patients with high output fistula or even a moderate output fistula had mortality. And causes of mortalities were sepsis, malnutrition, and electrolyte imbalance. Subsequently, as we go, develop or gain knowledge on fistula and how their physiology varies, people start putting on extra efforts to maintain the nutrition of the patients in the course of the disease. And once we could provide them a good, adequate nutrition, the mortality can be reduced significantly. And that's where nutrition of maintaining a good nutrition to a patient with fistula stands today. And this is one of the crucial elements in management of any type of GI fistulae. So by definitions, different authorities has classified fistula in different nomenclatures. It may be a communication between internal organs like enteroenteric, when the fistula is between intestine and intestine. It may be from enterovesical, enterovaginal, or many a time it is external. The commonest external fistula that we deal with are enterocutaneous fistula or enteroatmospheric fistula, which is the most common fistula that we deal with, which is an abnormal connection between any part of the bowel with open wound without the skin on it. So this is a picture of enteroatmospheric fistula. You can see there is a communication of bowel lumen, even more than one, to the environment. So this is a typical example of enteroatmospheric fistula. Fistulas are also classified based on the output, amount of output they produce. If the output in 24 hours, it's less than 200 ml, we call it a low output fistula. While if the fistula output is more than 500 ml in 24 hours, it's the high output fistula. So today, most of our discussion will focus on how to manage this high output fistulae. Fistulas are also classified according to their site of origin, like if the small bowel or gastric or duodenum or jejunum are involved, it's often they will lead to a high output fistulae, while distal bowel fistulae are of low output fistulae. Again, based on etiology also, it has been classified. Most of these fistulas are iatrogenic, that is following some intervention, which may be a surgery because of anastomotic failure or intraoperative missed injury or some foreign body retained prosthetic mesh. Whatever it is, most of these fistulas are iatrogenic, while spontaneous fistula, mainly in case of inflammatory bowel disease, also play some part of clinical pictures. Then fistulas are also, sometimes these fistulae are in surgical management point of view, even created intentionally. For example, jejunostomy created for a high proximal jejunum, or ileostomy, it's also some sort of fistula. Often they are, again, in this setting, they are classified again high output stoma because of the enormous amount of fluid or electrolytes that are excited during that post-op period. So there are also some authorities also classify them as high output stoma, especially which were created intentionally. They may be early, late, depending upon the durations. Again, high output stomas when need long-standing requirement of nutrient, macronutrient, micronutrient, or fluid replacement, they are also classified as intestinal failure. So almost all these various terminology are by and large lead to same entity, that there is a fistula which produce a significant amount of fluid or electrolyte rich enteric content, and often they are more than 500 ml in 24 hours. So how do we diagnose a fistulas? Commonly in the post-op period, if the patient doesn't behave well, or if there is deteriorating clinical features like fever, abdominal pain, or any abdominal features like guarding rigidity or peritonitis with clinical features of hypotension, tachycardia, which definitely lead to suspicion of an underlying leak or a fistula. But most of the time, the diagnosis is often clear and straightforward. We can see enteric content on the abdominal wall or in a stoma which produce lots of secretions from it. So diagnosis may be subclinical, but most of the time diagnosis is obvious by presence of enteric content in the intestinal wall. So once there is a fistula, the management of a fistula have few different specific elements. First is control of sepsis, so the patient's hemodynamic conditions can be restored. Then the second component is fluid and electrolyte management and nutritional management. Subsequently, we also have to take care of its abdominal wall and wound related issues. And finally, the definitive management of the fistula. So these are the few main tenets of fistula management. However, in next few minutes or so, we'll mainly focus on the fluid and electrolyte management and nutritional issues pertaining to a fistula. So this fluid and electrolyte management and nutritional management varies according to the setup where we work. Also, there are few guidelines, especially for SPN guidelines concerning mainly on enterocutaneous fistulas. In next 30 minutes or so, I will take you through different scenarios and how we manage them at institute, and also in the background of internationally available literatures, how they should be managed. So I will take you through a different phase of different intestinal fistulae and how we do manage them. So first thing, in a case of, suppose we got a case of high output fistula or a case of intestinal fistula, the first thing is to decide, is it a high output fistula? The decision sometimes becomes easy if we are the operating surgeon and we know that the amount of bowel left behind inside the intestine, then it is a straightforward decision. If the bowel is less than 100 centimeter, it is likely that it will be a high output fistula. Even if it is more than 150, it is also likely to be a high output fistula. If the bowel length is less or more than 250, the likelihood that it will be a low output fistula is low output fistula is more. But many times we do not have the inside knowledge of amount of bowel left behind. And many times the patient comes to us from a different center. So we are at a fix. We don't know whether it is a high output fistula or it's a low output fistula, but we do know that there is a fistula. And many a time, these fistula patients, because if they are producing lots of effluent rich in electrolyte, they are thirsty and they go on taking much of clear fluid. And because they take lots of oral fluid, they produce also more effluent in the as a form of stroma output. So this might lead to erroneously level of normal low output fistula also in as a high output fistula. So it is very essential to first to classify whether it is actually a high output fistula and low output fistula. So the way we do it at institute is as soon as we receive the patients, the first 48 hours or so, we take it to reserve this period to chart the basal fistula output. So this 48 hours period, we keep them NPO, supplement with IV fluid and electrolytes, and to and to subclassify them whether the output of fistula is really a high output fistula or a low output fistula. This 48 hours is also essential in terms of management also, because these patients are often sick. they already have been suffering from different medical or surgical issues in the previous few days. So obviously they are sick patients. They comes with lots of homeostatic disturbances. So this 48 hours period, not only we assess their output, but also take care to stabilize the patient. So we take care to normalize their blood volume, we correct their electrolyte, acid-base balance, all sort of acid-base balance, all sort of electrolyte difficulties. We rehydrate them often with isotonic fluids. Mostly we give them ringer lactate or sodium and normal salines. We put central lines, catheter to look at their intravascular volume, as well as urinary catheters to look out their output management. We maintain a very strict input-output chart. All electrolytes are taken care. We look at their corrective metabolic acidosis, and sometimes also you give short-term IV albumin also. So this period is very essential to stabilize the patients and to control their sepsis and look for the subsequent course of the event. In those patients, within this 48 hours period, we can decide if the patient cannot be stabilized, they have a underlying septic conditions, they would definitely go for interventions and surgical take care of surgical issues. In case we can control their sepsis and to some extent they could be stabilized hemodynamically, then we'll go ahead and look for fistula. So we can calculate the basal output of the fistula. So at this point, and if it is more than 1 liter 24 hours, definitely it's a high output fistula, and their management is completely different because it is unlikely that they will heal spontaneously and also might require parenteral nutrition in the subsequent management. It may be less than 20, again 500 mLs, which may be like to have a spontaneous closure and may need or may not need a total parenteral nutrition for subsequent management. Or most of the fistulas also comes between 500 to 100 ml, but all these fistulas are difficult to manage, but definitely they need now, once they decide that they have a high output fistula, we should plan their management, which will be maintaining their fluid electrolyte as well as nutritional components. So once now we know the exact quantity of output that fistula is producing, and accordingly we can plan their future course of event. So just before going to the management part of electrolytes, fluids, and nutrition, I'll shortly take you through the normal orientation of our gastrointestinal tract and how much fluid produced at different segments. So we produce, a human body produce around 1500 ml of saliva, around another 1500 ml of gastric content, and bile and pancreatic juices comes for around 1 liter. So at the level of ligament of trace, around 4 liters of fluid which body itself produces. And if the person is taking more food or fluid orally, so everything collectively can go up to level of 9 liter at the top and part of the small bowel. So any fistula at this segment can produce a significant amount of output and can lead to several homeostatic abnormality in the body. So these abnormalities may be in the time of hypovolemia because there are lots of fluids going out. So this due to that loss, and also sepsis can lead to metabolic abnormalities. They often like to have a hypokalemia because the saliva, which contains most of this very high concentrated of potassium, are also lost during with death fistulae, and also because there are high loss of bicarbonate mainly from pancreatic secretions, they are also like to have metabolic acidosis. So as a whole, the patients, there are decreased output, they are often thirsty. And because of the thirst, they tend to take more, drink more water. I will come to this phase once again in the next few slides, how drinking water is more detrimental to the patient in the course of their disease. So these patients are thirsty because of loss of fluid and electrolytes, and to overcome the thirst, they take more clear water or other clear fluid, which actually aggravate their conditions. Then, and all these abnormalities also lead to lots of different biochemical disturbances, starting from DRN's KFT or DRN's electrolytes, mainly from magnesium and phosphate. So now, with that background of what electrolytic abnormalities takes place, how fluid comes out through the fistula, I will take you through what are the points that we need to seriously take in account while managing a case of high output fistula. So this is in the mucosa, suppose early part of gastrointestinal mucosa, jejunal mucosa. These mucosa are very leaky. So the electrolytes tend to come out from the body to the luminal part. If inside the lumen we have a very hypotonic or fluid which is less tensions. So if their sodium content of the fluid is less than 90, they becomes a hypotonic, and more sodium comes to the intestinal lumen. So since the patient is thirsty, they tend to take clear water. Whatever clear water or even fruit juice, they are hypotonic. Their sodium content is less than 90. So as soon as they drink more hypotonic fluid, this hypotonic fluid would go into the intestinal lumen, and since they are hypotonic and the jejunal mucosa is porous, they will direct more electrolytes from the body into the intraluminal part. So as there is more imbibition of sodium to the lumen, there is more amount of fluid and more amount of electrolytes are lost in the intestine. That's why in a patient with thirst or a high output fistula, we should always restrict hypotonic fluid like tea, coffee, water, juices. Those are, although fluid, but they are detrimental because they will imbibe more fluid inside the lumen, which are more rich in electrolytes, and they would lead to more formation of or increase the output. So the common practice when we say that drink as much as possible, that is a very detrimental event. We should not ask the patients of high output fistula to drink as much as possible. Of course, we should allow them to drink, or we should allow them to have fluid, but a different kind of fluid that we should refer to them. So what sort of fluid we should give? We should give a very high electrolytes rich fluid, which is osmotically balanced, and this fluid goes to the intestine, and they will never, since they are concentrated fluid, they will never imbibe more fluid from the outside. No more electrolytes will come to the intraluminal contents. As a whole, electrolytes will be preserved, and there won't be more detrimental effect on the intestinal outcome. So this was the first lesson that I would like to message that I would like to pass on, that give more on appropriate fluid and electrolytes that can be up to 1.5 liters around, which, and commonly we give ORS fluid or electrolyte, which contains more of a sodium of more than 90 milliequivalent, and these are also osmotically preserved. Most of the time, even patients doesn't like to have ORS. In those situations, even we can, in our hospital, dietitian often prepare some solutions like chikanji, or even they can have solution like a dal ki pani with more amount of extra salt, so that the fluid which they will accept contains more amount of sodium, so that there is no deterioration or detrimental effect on intestinal output wise. So first part is that we should provide appropriate fluid with electrolytes, which is one of the key elements in maintaining the first phase of nutrition for a patient with high output fistula. The second phase of managing high output fistula is attempt to reduce the secretion as it is. So often we give PPIs, mostly omeprazole or pantoprazole. They will reduce the gastric secretions, and the volume thus can be reduced to some extent. Then third phase is certain anti-motility and anti-secretory medicines or pharmacological therapy. Most of the time we rely on loperamide. The doses can be up to 4 milligram QID, and which can be increased subsequently also. So loperamide, then also we often give lomotils or anti-secretory medicines like rosicazotril. Those can reduce the gut motility, as well as they can also reduce the amount of secretions. So these are the first three phases of electrolyte-rich fluid, PPIs, then gut motility and anti-secretory agents. That is the three first management issues. Then at time, we can also add octreotide or somatostacins at the signified doses. This will not only reduce the secretions, but also preserve electrolytes to some extent. Although ASPN guidelines mandate or suggest addition of octreotide, many people has raised voice against it, but by and large at Institute there are 4 biochemicals or anti-motility agents that are we try first to reduce the amount of secretions, starting from electrolyte fluid, anti-secretory drugs, proton pump inhibitors, and octreotide. So at most of the time they can reduce the secretion substantially, but before starting all these pharmacological agents, we should also exclude certain causes of hypersecretions. So which includes ongoing gastrointestinal infections like Clostridial difficile infection that needs to be treated. Sometimes presence of some drugs might actually increase the secretions as well. So prokinetic agents needs to be stopped, or laxative or erythromycins. Then we should not abruptly stop or withdraw any corticosteroid, which can also lead to increased secretions. Metformin, which is an anti-diabetic drugs, are associated with increased stromal output. So this all issues needs to be taken care when we started with pharmacological therapy. So all 4 pharmacological elements, as well as these other issues taken care of, often we could reduce gone up to 2 different issues now. So with this, we might be able to succeed, or it may not be able to succeed. So output doesn't decrease to remain high. That may be one an outcome at the end of this fluid management, or it might be reduced to significantly the amount of fluid. So depending upon these 2 situations, if the outcome is still high, then they would need to manage them. They would need, along with enteral or IV line, they would need oral feeding, might need role of total parenteral nutrition, while low output, if it is less than 500, maybe may not need total parenteral nutrition, but may be manageable. So these are the 4 pillars that high output fistula. First phase is electrolyte rich fluid, oral rehydration solutions, supplemental fluid, and may need a parenteral nutrition. So second phase of high output fistula management is to take care of the nutrition. As I have already enumerated on the first slides, that giving persons a nutrition up to around 1500 kilocalories, we could reduce the mortality significantly. This nutritional support can come with parenteral or enteral route, depending upon the anatomy of fistula, as well as amount of output they are producing. And at most of the time, we go ahead in a combined way. Sometimes we go ahead completely enteral, sometimes combined way where some part of the nutrition will come from enteral route, while most of it will come from total parenteral route. So I will go through how we decide the enteral feeding and how we decide for parenteral feeding. Most of the time, if the bowel length is less than 100 centimeter, it is likely that the patient would need parenteral nutrition with additional saline and electrolytes. If the bowel length, remaining bowel length is more than 200 ml of length, it is probable that we will be able to maintain with enteral feed only. So depending upon the site of fistula, as well as length of fistula, as well as outcome, we need to decide which way, whether it is completely enteral, parenteral, or a combination of both need to be taken offered to the patient, which is completely individualized way of approaching with for definitive nutritional management. At the end, the goal will be to have a well-hydrated patients who produce urine more about 1 liter outcome, have a normal electrolytes, and also gain weight of 10% of normal weekly in a weekly manner. And so some stabilizations are rising in albumin level. So whether it is total parenteral nutrition or enteral nutrition, that will be depending upon patient's factor, but ultimate goal on both ways of managing is to gain significant improvement on patients' day-to-day biochemical as well as functional level. Like the way we manage fluid and electrolytes in first management, the nutritional part also taken care on different phases. The first 3 phases of management nutrition is also almost similar the way we did for to reduce the secretions. The phase 3 is actually the definitive nutritional management, which I will come and elaborate further on. So this phase 1 and phase 2 are same, except that we also add micronutrient on and vitamin and electrolytes on while we look at for nutritional part. So specific nutritional treatment will be to avoid fluid intake during meals, that we give them food or which will contains more amount of fluid or food with more amount of salt content, and that's how the specific nutrition part. Then we'll decide them to take either the enteral or a parenteral nutrition way. The enteral route is the most preferred way, and we should almost always try to give start the feeding or try to maintain the nutrition on enteral pathway whenever the patient is stable. And at least, if even it is not completely possible, at least we should try to maintain 25% of total energy intake through the enteral route. And because this helps in maintaining the mucosal barrier, immunological environments, and stimulate hepatic protein synthesis as well. Only limitation is the presence of diarrhea or risk of aspirations, then enteral route may not be suitable, but most of the time enteral route is possible, and we should try to start nutritional part with enteral feeding only. There are various ways for enteral feeding, which may be an oral, maybe feeding tubes or fistuloplasties, which are the 3 more ways we promote enteral feeding. Most of these short term or up to 1 month, we can use a nasogastric or orogastric tube or nasojejunal tube for enteral feeding. For suppose there is a fistula in the duodenum, then the tube should cross the fistula side, and preferably will be a nasojejunal tube, which would be more helpful and useful for the patient. If the patient is likely that he will need enteral feeding more for longer than 1 month or longer durations, surgically placed tubings, maybe a gastrostomy, jejunostomy, or PEG may be other options to start the feedings. So whatever the ways, whether we start for oral or with feeding tubes or different feeding tubes, the feeding should start gradually. With low at the beginning, we should start with low concentrations. Then over times, we should gradually increase the volume as well as amount of energy that we give. Most preferred enteral feeding would be a high calorie, high salt, a low residue diet with low residue oral protein supplement, which will promote sufficient energy intake to the patient. This can be delivered with different ways. As I have said, this may be a Ryle's tube, which is a silicone tube, or a nasojejunal tube. While feeding a patient with enteral route, in a case with high output fistula, there are few things that we need to understand upfront. That although we are giving a enteral regime, but it may be that only 50 to 60% of their fart energy might be absorbed during that segment of bowel. So this malnourished or malnutrition aspect or non-absorbing aspect should always be taken in account when we calculate the energy requirement. So enteral management need to consume more energy than the normal person to compensate that malabsorptive element. And most of the patients can have acquired this by using more amount of high energy food, and intermittent feeding like oral sips or bedtime feeding can also be increased with the amount of calorie that we can provide. And nighttime feed, if the patient is already on a tube, or nighttime feeding may also increase the energy intake. Idea is to give them more than required energy intake gradually, so that even though their gut is not absorbing 100%, but still they get the desired amount of energy. Or how do you calculate the energy intake? There are various formulas to calculate the energy intake or amount of energy that we need to give. But most of the time we take care of mainly from the BMI index. So for a patient with a BMI, say around 50%, 25 or 29, so they would need estimated energy intake will be around 20 kilocalorie per kg per day, plus additional protein requirement, which may be from 1.5 to 2.5 kg per day requirement. The ESPN guidelines suggest that protein requirement should be for a high output intestinal fistula should be around 2.5 gram per kg body weight. This, along with taking care of the fluid, how to calculate the fluid requirement, we may be allowed to look at by around 1 liter to fluid, which taken in account of amount of loss that he or she is producing through the stomach. Then if there is a NG, what amount of NG fluid which is losing, plus 500 ml of insensible loss. So this calculate by this way we can calculate the amount of fluid which is losing. So around comes at around 100 to 1 to 1.5 liters of fluid. So that's how we calculate the energy requirement. At institute, most of these tasks we take care, we discuss with our dietitians, and then we formulate the requirement. We start with a low calorie diet like a half strength meal, then gradually increase to full strength meal, and finally we end up in special feed over 3-4 days, gradually increasing their calorie intake. And this is like a kitchen-based regionalized differentiation in fluid nutritional requirement, but otherwise guideline wise all nutritional patients who are on jejunostomy need a polymeric isosmolar diet which is relatively high in fat and with added salt. So that formula based preparations are also available, but that may vary from institute to institute or region to region. But at institute, this is the way we give them the required energy for the by enteral route. While enteral, talking about enteral route, there's another ways of giving food by feeding by enteral route that is called fistuloclysis. So suppose this is like using the remaining part of the bowel. So suppose the patient has a high output fistula at the level of the duodenum or jejunum, but the distal part of his small bowel is intake. So we can cannulate this the distal lumen, fistula, which is communicating to the distal part of the bowel, and through this we can also feed them same way like the way we do it with our nasogastric or nasojejunal tube. So this is called fistuloclysis. It's a well-established way. At Institute, we also sometimes often refeed the succus entericus reinfusion. Like those high output fistula, we collect the fistula output from the first part, or then refeed them distally to, although the outcome of succus entericus reinfusion is not very well accepted, but yes, on clinical ground, on our clinical experience, we often follow this regime, and we are quite happy with feeding the succus entericus also. So, enteric nutrition is preferred way. Most of the time, we can get away with enteric preparations, but many a time, enteric nutrition may not be possible, specifically when the remaining gut length is less than 100 centimeter, or patient doesn't tolerate the enteric nutrition and there is still high output fistula, or patient has presence of distal obstruction or strictures, or he is still on adamine ileus, then it's the parenteral nutrition which is the only solutions that those patients should receive parenteral nutrition. The timing to start parenteral nutrition might be vary. Suppose in a patients where we know that oral nutrition and enteral nutrition are contraindicated, or they are not going to sufficient, like if the bowel patient has a very short length of remaining bowel, in that case, we can start parenteral nutrition immediately or as soon as possible. In most of the circumstances, when we start them around 7 to 10 days period, once we realize that it is not possible to have more than 60% of energy requirement with enteral nutrition. So, at that point, we start the parenteral nutrition. While starting parenteral nutrition, I would like to emphasize 3 important areas. That the parenteral nutrition also has 3 components: the fluid and electrolytes, and the amount of fluid will depend upon the outcome from the stoma as well as nasogastric tumors. Then the macronutrients, which will be given in dextrose, amino acid, and lipid, either as a 2-in-1 formulations or 3-in-1 formulation. Whenever we start the parenteral nutrition, we should start always as a moderate energy prescriptions. To start maybe around 20% or 40% of whole energy requirement with parenteral food nutrition, then gradually over time, we should increase to reach the full requirement of parenteral nutrition. Then always we should have macronutrients component, mainly vitamins, trace elements like chromium, zinc, and selenium and manganese, which are the 3 elements of parenteral nutrition. The amount of requirement. Yes, ma'am, sir, I just completed. So it is same way. This is how we formulate the requirement, that minimal fluid requirement. The feeding volume will go up over days. Then the total calorie intake will be around 25 to 30, and total protein requirement will be around 2.5 grams per kg days. That can be given either on lipid-free or lipid as a 3-in-1 solutions. So this can be most of the time we provide them by a central line or central catheterization, which has advantage than a peripheral line. Whenever patient is placed on a parenteral nutrition, we have to be very cognizant that it comes with lots of issues. So we need to evaluate them aggressively with a very defined protocol, looking at their electrolytes and other possible complications, which may be because of various issues with TPN. So, so with that, I would like to conclude that high output fistula is a serious condition. Sepsis, electrolyte imbalance, and malnutrition are the 3 major determinants for mortality of these patients. That's why we should always take care of nutritional element. Enteral nutrition is always preferred. We should always try to provide them nutrition through enteral route, but it may not be possible always. So parenteral nutrition comes handy at many times. We should calculate their requirement in a definite standardized protocol ways and start giving them in a structured way. Nutritional management as a whole, it's a multidisciplinary team approach, and we need to plan the way how we are going to manage nutritionally. A fistula patients should be very meticulous and careful to provide us a good result. With this, I conclude my presentations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Aman, very much. That was very meticulous, and step by step you took us through the entire gamut of strategies, and I think it must have been treat for both the surgeons as well as the nutritionists out there who will be listening. Excellent. So we'll take the question, we'll have discussions in the end. I'll move on to the next talk. Next talk is by Mrs. Neelam Lal. She'll be talking about again a very tricky issue, that is stoma and the problems associated with stoma. Mrs. Lal has been ex-deputy nursing superintendent at AIMS. She has been recipient of many awards, including the prestigious National Florence Nightingale Award, and she has stoma care experience of around 42 years. That's a wealth of experience, and I'm sure it will be a pleasure to listen to her. Over to you, Mrs. Lal, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, sir. And I would like to thank the organizing committee and especially Professor Das for giving me this opportunity. I'll be speaking on stoma and nutrition, though we have been listening about the inflammatory bowel disease and it has made my thing more clear. नहीं आया मेरा screen.
Ma'am, there will be an icon in green, share screen. Ma'am, if you click on your the video that is coming, double click on it, it will maximize.
Otherwise, we can take on a few questions if it is while slides are being put on. So,
yes.
Okay. Vaibhav, are you around? Dr. Vaibhav Ashni, yeah, and Vishal. Okay. So Vishal, we talked about ileostomy diarrhea. Okay, I think the slides are up. Sorry, we'll have.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Ma'am, you can put it on slideshow mode.
Yeah, I'll just do that. It's not coming. Slideshow.
I'm just the icon below where click that icon next to it.
So I will do this. No problem. So okay, sorry about that. I'll be talking about ostomy and all its types. Stoma. Stoma is a word derived from the Greek and means a mouth or opening. It's an artificial opening to or from the intestine or the abdominal wall. The piece of intestine that is brought out on the client's abdomen is called a stoma. We are mainly talking about three types of stoma: the colostomy, ileostomy, and the urostomies. They can be permanent or temporary. There is some problem. I'm not able to. Yeah. So why do we need what are the indications for creating a stoma? So for colostomy, it can be colorectal cancer, diverticulitis, congenital abnormalities, and trauma and radiation. For ileostomy, ulcerative colitis, Crohn's disease, obstruction, and trauma and radiation included. And urostomy, cancer of the bladder, incontinence of urine, interstitial cystitis, and trauma and radiation. I'm just giving an overview of what is stoma, and then about the diet I'll be talking. So what do we need in this? The stoma appliance selection is A key point: type, size, and location of stoma, abdominal size, contour, peristomal skin condition, physical and mental status of the person, physical activity, cost of the appliance, patient preference, local availability, nature of output, sensitivity. What all are the considerations which we have to keep in mind? The stoma site should be visible to the patient and should be reached by the patient with both hands. Because if the patient is not able to see the stoma, then it is very difficult to manage. The marked stoma site has priority over the skin incision because the stoma remains, but the skin incision is healed. If an acute patient has given consent to a possible stoma, it should be marked preoperatively. Otherwise, also only in case of emergency, the stoma is not marked preoperatively. Otherwise, it's always marked preoperatively. Qualified staff, surgeon or nurse carries out the marking on electively operated patients. Different types of stoma. I think we have already heard about colostomy, ileostomy, everything. So I will not go into that. Position of the stoma. If the colostomy is there, end colostomy is on the left-hand side. Ileostomy or temporary colostomy is on the right-hand side, and urostomy is on the right-hand side of the abdominal wall. The effluent which is there is the ascending, the liquid to semi-liquid. Transverse, it is liquid to semi-formed stool. For the descending, it is semi-formed to formed stool. And sigmoid, it is semi-formed to formed stool. We've heard a lot about the ileostomies and the high outputs. So in ileostomies, we do have that. Thickness of stool generally depends on the location and type of the stoma. End ileostomy, because it is very easy to manage a colostomy, but end ileostomy, which is a end colostomy, is a permanent colostomy and it's a lifelong one. In ulcerative colitis, when ileostomy is formed, it should be 3.5 centimeter trephined disc diameter and protruding. Why protruding? If it is not protruding, then as you know, in ileostomy, the digestion is not complete and a lot of enzymes are there and skin excoriation happens, and then the bagging is very difficult. So it should be a pouted stoma. And in case of a colostomy, it can be a flush stoma onto the abdominal wall. A healthy stoma is like the mucus of our mouth. If the badly sited stomas are there, then we can see what are the problems. In the bagging also, it comes. The ostomate's bill of right is that we need to do preoperative counseling, appropriated, sited and well-constructed stoma, skilled post-operative nursing care, emotional support and individual instructions, information on availability of supply and community resources, post-hospital follow-up and lifelong supervision, benefit of team effort from healthcare professionals for the ostomates. Stoma management starts prior to the stoma construction. Creation of stoma should be the result of the informed consent between the surgeon and the patient, along with the enterostomal therapist nurse. So we have to do a counseling as we do for all the surgeries or for all the procedures. For planning, what type of stoma they will have, what will be the effluent, what will be the habits and the lifestyle of the person, and the culture. Preparation is physical, like we do in all cases. Psychologically, we do the counseling with the parents, or for the husband with the wife and wife with the husband, vice versa. For children and adults, both the parents are to be included. Family is a vital part and they should be included. How to manage? Again, it's a continuation. Construction of the stoma is there, then the post-operative planning is there when the patient is in the hospital and once the patient is being discharged. So I am not talking about mainly about the care of the stoma because we will be touching on the nutrition part. The ostomy care team is a multidisciplinary approach. The ostomate, the person who has undergone the surgery, we do not call that person as having a colostomy patient or ileostomy patient. We call that person as an ostomate. The surgeon, the ostomy visitor who has already had a surgery, social worker, family, the association, the society where we can get all the appliances, hospital staff, and the enterostomal therapist. Now, advantages of pouching. Pouching is very important because it is a part which has been brought to the abdominal wall and it can be not be left unattended. Skin protection is very important. The appliance can be left in position for several days. Accurate measurement and collection of discharge, easier patient ambulation, improved comfort and confidence, and protection from mechanical trauma. We all come across patients who are having leakage. That is due to inadequate knowledge of the person, negligence, because the person is depending on others, does not know how to do the bagging. So will be having the leakage bag and will be lying down like that. Improper sighting of stoma. If the stoma is not properly sighted, then the bag will not be fitting properly. Use of improper appliances. Because if the patient is having a urostomy, he has to use a urostomy bag, and colostomy or ileostomy, the proper bag has to be used. Non-availability of suitable appliances. In metropolitan cities, we get all the appliances, but in other places where the small villages are there, we do not have the appliances. So there they have a problem. Economical condition of the person, stoma with wound, as we have spoken about the fistulas, stoma with fistula, flush stoma, and retracted stoma is also, it is very difficult. Sometimes when the flush stoma is there, in case of colostomy, we can manage, but in case of urostomy and ileostomy, it is difficult to manage. Now, preoperative counseling, marking, good constructed stoma, proper fitting of appliance, changing technique can minimize the leaking problem. So knowledge is very, very important. We do have ostomy support groups also, because we do not ask the patient to come always to the hospital. So to promote awareness and education, to pursue personal growth and self-respect and confidence, to connect patient, family, friends, and caregivers for support, to improve hope and courage and quality of life with stoma, to improve feeling that I am not alone. Because in a hospital, in a ward, 1 or 2 ostomy patients are there. But when they have a society of theirs, the support group, then they come to know that so many of the other people are there with stomas. Give opportunity to share information, support in time when needed, to offer support, reassurance, and practical information to patient and relatives, so that together everyone can achieve more and they feel good that there is somebody to take care of me when I have a problem. Now we have to tell them about the changing of the pouch also. The best time is in the morning before eating or drinking anything. When they are emptying the pouch, they have to empty it when it is filled up to 1/3. Remember that the stoma can function during this time. So in the early morning, if they change it, it is a very good thing. And how to dispose of the appliance. In the hospital, we have different bins, but there in the house, they can empty the bag into toilet, wash appliance with water, cut the appliance bag and base plate in between with the help of scissors, wrap in newspaper and discard it in common garbage. It helps to keep the environment clean. Skin care is very, very important, because otherwise they will have skin excoriation. Always use skin barrier immediate post-op and ileostomy. Skin barrier is available in 3 forms: flange, paste, and powder. Paste can be used to fill abdomen contours so that the bag can be applied properly. Apply paste around the stoma if needed. But nowadays what we do, we have changed that we apply it at the side of the flange, and it should not be completely filled, only like the corner. If using powder, wipe off after some time before applying bag with skin barrier. Otherwise, the bag will not stick. Clean skin with soap and water or take a bath. Wipe skin properly. Otherwise, with wet skin, it is a problem. Bagging will be a problem. So diet for ileostomy is very, very important. They have to stay well hydrated, have 8 to 10 glasses of water, and they should eat minimal amounts of food in a gap of 1 to 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours. Not that if they are eating 4-5 chapatis they used to eat. So if they eat like that, then it is going to be a problem for them. Then the output will be high and the bag can fall off because ileostomy output is liquidy. They have to be taught that all the peels and the seeds ought to be removed when they are having the food. They have to chew the food well, and they should chew well, and they should eat the food slowly. If they do not chew the food well, then whatever they eat, if they gulp the food, then all the things will be seen in the bag. They ought to have a low fiber diet. So if they take a banana, an apple, or a pomegranate juice, in a day, the binding of the stool is there. So they can have a banana or apple or pomegranate. Otherwise, the stool is very much liquidy. So whatever, if they want to eat some pulses or that, they should be well cooked and blended. And one thing I would like to tell you that pineapple and papaya increase the intestinal mobility. So it is good for colostomates, but for ileostomates, it should be avoided. We tell them to avoid first 6 weeks after surgery, mushroom, beans, peas, dals, tomatoes with skin, that has to be avoided always. So this all we have to attempt to control the amount of effluent by restricting meals, and drink intake is extremely inadvisable and inherently harmful. So they have to take food in small amounts and chew the food very well so that they do not have any kind of obstruction or any problem. So if there is complications and management, how we are going to do if some obstruction is there. Mostly ileostomy patients have the obstruction. So if more than 6 hours and cramps or nausea, surgeon's consultation is immediately. But if they are at home and they are having that, they are saying that no stool is coming, so usually we guide them that please do not try to put finger or do anything, but only if they are not feeling nauseated, so they can have a hot drink and go to the hospital. If they have dehydration, drink enough fluids to keep the urine a pale yellow color. Rectal discharge, if they have to sit on the toilet every day and push down as if passing a stool, because the stool is coming from the other part, but they do have the feeling. If there's blood or pus in the discharge, then also to contact the doctor. Now for colostomy diet. Colostomy does not have much of problem. Take diet as before, but they should also eat in small amounts. Take 6 to 8 glasses of water a day. Eat healthy, balanced diet. 50 to 60% carbohydrates, 10 to 15% proteins, and 20 to 30% of fat. Adequate fiber in diet can be taken by them, but they should know too much of everything is bad. Eat slowly and chew well. If they should be told that while sitting on the table and they are eating food, they should not be talking because they will ingest gas. If they are drinking a cold drink, they should not use a straw. Plus, they should not have chewing gum because all of this gas formation is there, and then they have a problem. So if they have some gas problem, they can even do the home remedies, not only that they can take the medicines. Certain foods do cause any issues, don't give up. Reduce them out of the diet for a short time and then try and reintroduce slowly. That helps. Sometimes what happens that they take something and they have loose motion. So it is not that, they should completely stop it. For urostomy diet instructions, no dietary restrictions, and they can enjoy as before surgery they were doing, but they should take acid ash foods to increase the acidity of urine. They can take bread, cereals, cheese, corn, eggs, pastas, nuts, prunes, fish, poultry, and meats. But when they are taking something like colored things, beetroot, or they are taking some medicine, so that color also is there of the urine. So we should tell them that not to worry about that. And they should be told to take the liquids, more of liquids till 5 p.m. then afterwards to reduce the liquids. To decrease the chance of kidney infection, they also ought to have lots of liquids, but nighttime they can minimize the liquid, or else they are having the night drainage bag also, so that is not a problem. Eat foods high in vitamin C, like pineapple, banana, kiwi, apples, lemon juice, strawberries, melon, capsicum. So all of these they can take to prevent urine infection. And sometimes when they are not taking liquids, then the acid formation, crust around the stoma also comes. So that can be taken when every time. We should always instruct the patients to take 1 glass of lemon juice in the morning. As you see that fish, eggs, they cause an udder, like even this garlic, onions, broccoli. So that should be little bit decreased in the diet. Foods that can increase the udder, as I told you, when we are using or this garlic, ginger, onion, cauliflower, beans. So all that should be taken in small amounts, or they should know that this increases the udder. Foods and beverages that may increase the gas, as I already told you, beans and cucumber, melons, all types of beans, corn, they should be taken in less amounts. Diet instructions is that palak or spinach is soft fiber, and kathal, methi, and saag are hard fiber. So they should always take care of that. Pineapple and papaya increase the intestinal mobility. Can take dry fruit in powder form and can be blended as shakes, especially for the ileostomates. They should not have the beans, means dry fruits like that, because if they don't chew well, then the blockage can occur. Water never be taken with food. Take it before or after meals, or at an interval of 1 hour. Consume less milk, because sometimes milk causes diarrhea, but more of curd, paneer, cheese, and chocolate are helpful. So in these ways, we can tell the patients, ostomates, what diet will be helpful for them. Especially tips for fecal ostomates: chew well before swallowing, food selection, trial and error. If one food doesn't suit them, then they can stop it for some time and then take it again. They should be having small, frequent meals, balanced diet unless otherwise indicated medically. If they have been told not to eat something, so that they should do accordingly. Otherwise, they can take everything. Drink plenty of water, but avoid gulping because of the gas formation. Avoid food which form gas and other carbonated drinks and salads. Avoid sipping with straws. Avoid skipping meals. I have come across many of the ostomates who say, we have to empty the bag. So what we will do, we will not have food. So if they will not have food, if they avoid the food, then more of gas formation will be there, which will be troubling them. Avoid chewing gum. For travel tips also, we must tell them that they have to take their spare pouches with them, and may need a special certificate for carrying their pouch spares when they are traveling by air. And if they are planning a long journey, if they have to do the irrigation, they must do it prior to taking the train. If you are traveling to a country where the tap water isn't drinkable, you should use bottled water for irrigation. Irrigation is done in the end colostomy patients. So they need water which is safe for drinking. They should always be told some points to remember. Try new foods for the person in small amount and one at a time. Avoid those foods which upset the person, because if they take 2-3 foods which are upsetting, like beans also and spinach also, and some causes problem, then they will not know which food is troubling. Be cautious about foods such as onion, dried fruits, peas, nuts, coconut. Yogurt and buttermilk are very good. They help in releasing the gas. So do not add aspirin to the pouch. This is just for the because of the bad udder. Aspirin can help prevent udder, but it can cause ulcers. So they should nowadays, very nice deodorizers are coming. But if somebody cannot use deodorizers, they can put tissue, Listerine mouthwash in a tissue and put it in the bag, so that when the bag is cleansed, the bad smell will not come. Important hints: a cup of tea is ostomate's best friend. It acts as an antispasmodic. Walking is nature's tranquilizer. Especially the colostomates should not have constipation. So they should always be walking, take plenty of water, and eat food properly. Rounding of the square edges will decrease chance of clothing or belts lifting the corners. The bag which is there, if they have a square thing, then it should be rounded, and a picture framing should be done on the flange so that the bag is in a secure place, and we can also use belt with that. These are the common things which the ostomates need to be told about the diet. Otherwise, if they are having some problem about any medical issues, or they are having some other treatments, then we ought to do according to that. Otherwise, these are the in simple terms what has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must say, ma'am, your decades of experience have been very educating. I have also learned a lot from your lecture today. There were some very practical points. It was very beneficial. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
And now I think, although we have crossed the time, I have one short question for each of the speakers, since we have had 4 lovely talks. Now, my first question would be for Weber. Weber, we have just one short question for each one of you. I know we're running out of time. So, Weber, do you think that when you take up the patient of ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease for surgery, by the time they are already nutritionally very depleted, often you reserve surgery as a last option? Do you think there should be a kind of bar or a cutoff whereby you should decide that, okay, that the person crosses certain nutritional parameters, dips below certain nutritional parameters, the person should be taken up for surgery? Do you think there is wisdom in that thought process?
Sir, you are right that because patient was on medical management for a long time before we took her up for surgery, and patients are nutritionally down. So when we got a reference from a medical gastroenterologist, we just also ensure like how to manage the nutrition part is a one thing, and assessment is another thing. Assessment part, like as we all know, the global parameters, his albumin status, his is there any clinical signs, any pedal edema, or there any presence of ascites? These are other indicators that patient is nutrition down. So if the patient can take orally as much as possible, this is the best thing, because enteral nutrition, as we all know, is the best parameter to maintain the nutrition. But if the patient is not able to take orally, then yes, we take help of parenteral nutrition as well. And we have some special formulation. We have protein powders available. With this, we try to maintain the patient as much as possible before taking him for surgical intervention, sir.
And Vishal, like you must have seen patients of ulcerative colitis who underwent first step surgery. Subsequently, you mentioned also about ileostomy, diarrhea, and all. So, how do you manage such patients? Do you see them commonly, or they're not so common? But even if you see them, how do you manage them?
Basically, if you see, the ileostomy is a type of surgically created controlled direct endogenous fistula. So when you have a high output ileostomy, when we defined as a more than 1 liter of output from ileostomy per day, so it is ileostomy diarrhea. So they behave like a high output endogenous fistula. So when you do the total colectomy, you make a end ileostomy. Some degree of high output is expected because colon is not there. So as soon as adaptation takes place in next few days or sometimes weeks, the problem subsides. But what happens in some patients, this persists. So in those situations, I think we have to treat just like in a high output endogenous fistula. So we have to follow the same principle. You have to restrict the free water, you have to provide the electrolyte supplementation, you have to use the anti-motility agents or anti-secretory agents till the time the adaptation takes place. On the other hand, sometimes patient comes back after the initial adaptation. So in those situations, we have to look at the underlying cause. Sometimes there is just infection. So there may be enteritis. So we have to take care of the infection part also. So it is not very common, but initially just after the surgery for initial few days, it may be a problem. So till that time, patient is already in the hospital, patient in the post-op period, we will take care of the patient with IV fluid supplementation, antibiotics. And by the time patient is discharged, already adaptation takes place. So that is not, I think, very common scenario or a very difficult scenario. But in difficult situation, ultimately you have to treat like a high output endogenous fistula. Okay. And just want to add one point. I think you were just, I think, trying to ask whether this malnourishment or malnutrition should be taken as an indication for surgery in a patient with IBD. I think growth retardation is one of the indications for surgery, especially in Crohn's disease, but not so in ulcerative colitis. So in ulcerative colitis, malnutrition per se is not an indication for surgery. At least described indication is not there. But in Crohn's disease, growth retardation is one of the indications for surgical intervention.
I'm sure that as we work on it in future, it may become one of the indications. It may become one of the indications. Maybe.
Sir, can I ask one question, Dr. Vishal? Sir, I just want to ask that you talked about surgery pre and the post problems. Sir, I just want to know that what are the nutrition challenges that you face with these patients, during the follow-up, after some time of the surgery, not just the acute phase post-surgery, in the chronic phase post-surgery. So what are the major nutrition challenges we face with these patients?
Yes, in the long term, what happens that in ulcerative colitis patient, they have pouches. So they might have pouch related problems, like they will have pouchitis. Sometimes this, because of just pouchitis, their oral intake may not be sufficient. Or in the interim period, till in the 2-stage or 3-stage procedure, till the ileostomy is there. So they might have ileostomy related problem till the ileostomy is closed. So in the long term, it is basically the pouch related problems which indirectly affect the oral intake. So if they have pouch failure because of local abscess, leak, pouch is not functioning well, you have to maintain or retain the ileostomy till pouch healing takes place. So those are the scenarios in which the patient will develop malnutrition because of the associated ileostomy related problem. So patient will have decreased intake or high output ileostomy is there, or because of pouchitis, patient will have a fear for pain and other things. So intake might be less. And because colon is primarily for the water and electrolyte absorptions, in the long term, after total proctocolectomy, the nutritional, especially the micronutrient deficiency is not there. If ileostomy is functioning well or pouch is functioning well. But in Crohn's disease again, in Crohn's disease, if after initial surgical intervention, patient again develops some kind of malnutrition, it means patient has developed recurrence of disease. There may be some blind loop, there may be some active disease inside. So those recurrence of disease will affect. So scenario will be different in Crohn's disease operated cases, and scenario will be different in ulcerative colitis operated patients.
Thank you, Vishal. Hemang, you talked in detail about the management, about the fistula and all. Now you do get patients with iatrogenic post-operative fistulae. You also have patients with intracutaneous IBD fistulae. So is there any major difference in the management between both the patients? Hemang, you're muted, I think. Hemang, you're muted. You'll have to unmute yourself, please.
Most of the time, we deal with iatrogenic IBD, iatrogenic fistulas. IBD-related fistulae, we don't have much experience, but by and large, both the fistulae, the electrolytic imbalance, nutritional component are same. The differ in definitive surgical management component, which will probably differ in both the issues. But the first phase on fluid electrolytes as well as nutritional component is almost same.
Your threshold for surgery would be lower in which group? In the iatrogenic group or the IBD group?
Iatrogenic group. So if we'd like to go ahead with surgical intervention as early as possible after stabilization of patients. But in IBD group, we still try to manage as long as possible with a medical management way, because their whole bowel is disease and it is not a localized disease per se.
Thank you. Mrs. Lal, like you talked about stoma care and all that. There was one point which I wanted to ask you, that do you think it is the site of stoma which is the single most important factor which determines the long-term success of stoma? That is the site of stoma which is chosen like by the surgeon, particularly if the patient is obese or something. Do you think that is one of the most important factors?
Yes, sir. Stoma, because stoma is created in an hour, but it has to last the patient for a lifetime. So it is very, very important. If it is not properly sited, then the bagging will be a problem. So though the surgery per se is very important, but from my side, stoma, if the stoma site is not well sited, then the patient does have problem lifelong. Changing of the site is not so easy. And sometimes if the stoma is not made properly, the complicated of the stoma also occur, like retraction is there, prolapse is there, necrosis is there. So that is an important aspect for me.
Okay, thank you. Neha, do you have any questions?
No, sir. Thank you so much. I just want to say that at this particular hour, I just want to thank all the eminent speakers, Dr. Weber, Dr. Vishal, Ms. Neelam, Dr. Hemang, and thank you so much, sir, for chairing the session. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, sir.
All the speakers did a wonderful job. Even late in the evening, they were fully committed. And I'm very happy that the session is recorded so that we can go back, all those who have not been able to attend, they can go back through these talks, because the talks have been really very, they've been wonderful and very insightful. Thank you so much, all the speakers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.